The Magellan Expedition, led by the Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan under the Spanish crown, a groundbreaking voyage that marked the first circumnavigation of the globe from 1519 to 1522. They set out to find a western sea route to the Spice Islands of Indonesia, proving in the process that the Earth is round and that the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans were indeed connected. Magellan himself did not complete the entire journey, as he was killed in the Philippines at the Battle of Mactan in 1521. However, the expedition, under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano, successfully returned to Spain in 1522, albeit with only 18 of the original 270 crew members aboard the last remaining ship, thus completing the first known voyage around the entire Earth and dramatically expanding the understanding of the world's geography. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing the right thing, but like, comment and subscribe certainly goes a long way. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the links in the description of this video. Now, with that being said, let us all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. Christopher Columbus embarked on a series of voyages to the west between 1492 and 1503, driven by the ambition to establish direct trade routes between Spain and the lucrative markets of the Asian kingdoms, particularly aiming to reach the fabled Indies. However, the explorations led by Columbus revealed that the newly discovered lands of the Americas were indeed distinct from Asia, constituting an entirely separate continent. This realization prompted geopolitical negotiations, culminating in the 1494 Treaty of Tordesillas, which effectively allocated the eastern exploration routes to Portugal. Consequently, Portugal, under the leadership of Vasco da Gama, successfully navigated around Africa and reached India in 1498. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Castile, later unified with the Kingdom of Aragon to form Spain, recognized the economic significance of establishing alternative trade routes to Asia, given the lucrative nature of the spice trade. This urgency was underscored by the Junta de Toro Conference in 1505, during which the Spanish crown authorized expeditions to explore potential western passages to Asia. This directive led to various exploratory ventures, including Vasco Núñez de Balboa's historic crossing of the Isthmus of Panama in 1513, making him the first European to gaze upon the vast expanse of the great Pacific Ocean. Tragically, Juan Diaz de Solís met his demise in 1516 while exploring the Rio de la Plata region of South America under the sponsorship of Spain. The genesis of Ferdinand Magellan's expedition to the Spice Islands, also called the Moluccas, in the early 16th century, is intertwined with his prior experiences as a Portuguese sailor and a career as a formidable soldier to match. Magellan's acquaintance with Francisco Serrao, who participated in the first Portuguese expedition to the Moluccas in 1511, proved to be a pivotal factor. Serrao's first-hand accounts of the richness and allure of the Spice Islands deeply captivated Magellan's imagination, thus igniting his determination to organize an expedition to these mysterious and distant lands. Historians speculate about Magellan's persistent appeals to King Manuel I of Portugal for financial backing, likely commencing around 1514. However, the historical records regarding these petitions remain ambiguous. Notably, King Manuel consistently rebuffed Magellan's request for a salary increase, prompting Magellan to seek permission to offer his services to another monarch. This decision ultimately led to his collaboration with the cosmographer Ruy Faliero, who shared his grievances against King Manuel. Together, Magellan and Faliero devised a plan to propose their ambitious expedition to the King of Spain. Thus, in 1517, Magellan and Faliero made the significant decision to relocate to Seville, signaling their intent to seek sponsorship from the Spanish monarchy. This relocation marked the beginning of a new chapter in their quest to find a western passage to the Spice Islands, and set the stage for one of the most renowned maritime expeditions in all history. Upon their arrival in Seville, Magellan wasted no time in contacting Juan de Aranda, the factor of the Casa de Contratación. With the subsequent arrival of his partner Faliero, and under supportive guidance of Aranda, they presented their ambitious project to King Charles I of Spain, who, by the way, would later become the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. But that's for a different video, isn't it? Magellan's vision, if realized, would fulfill Columbus's original plan of establishing a westward spice route without straining any relations with Portugal. This concept resonated with the prevailing sentiments of the era, and had been previously discussed following Vasco Núñez de Balboa's momentous discovery of the Pacific Ocean. On March 22nd, 1518, King Charles appointed Magellan and Faliero as captains, and granted them the authority to embark on their expedition in search of the Spice Islands by July of that year. Additionally, the monarch elevated them to the esteemed rank of Commander of the Order of Santiago. The agreement reached with King Charles encompassed several key provisions: exclusive monopoly on the newly discovered route for a period of 10 years, a fifth of the share of profits generated from the expedition, appointment as governors of the lands and islands discovered, with an entitlement of 5% of the resultant net gains to be inherited by their partners or heirs, permission to transport goods worth 1,000 ducats annually from the Moluccas to Spain, exempt from most taxes, and, in the event of discovering more than 6 islands, a 15th of the trading profits from 2 islands of their choosing, and a 25th from the others. Pretty good deal, right? While the financing of the expedition predominantly relied on support from the Spanish crown, which provided ships stocked with supplies for a 2-year voyage. However, despite the king's initial commitment to fund the fleet, his financial difficulties led him to seek assistance from the House of Fugger. Through the intermediary of Archbishop Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca, who headed the Casa de Contratación. The crown secured the involvement of the merchant Cristobal de Haro, who contributed a quarter of the necessary funds and supplies for barter. The expedition's preparation, well, that was not without its own challenges. Financial constraint, opposition from the King of Portugal, suspicion towards Magellan and other Portuguese members among the Spanish, and the complex personality of Valero all posed significant hurdles. Nonetheless, the involvement of expert cartographers, such as Jorge Reynel and Diego Ribeiro, the latter being a Portuguese employed by King Charles since 1518, facilitated the development of crucial maps for the voyage. Despite these obstacles, Magellan and his team persevered, driven by their unwavering determination to navigate the uncharted waters and unlock the mystery and riches of the distant lands. The fleet assembled for the expedition, known as the Armada del Maluco, in reference to the Indonesian name for the islands they were trying to reach, comprised 5 ships, provisioned for a 2-year-long journey. These vessels, predominantly blackened by tar by covering most of their surfaces, represented a substantial investment, as indicated by the official accounting of the expedition, which totaled over 8 million maravedis, encompassing the costs of the ships, provisions, and of course the salaries of the crews. Provisioning the fleet was a crucial undertaking, with food accounting for a significant portion of the expense, totaling over 1.2 million maravedis, nearly equaling the cost of the ships themselves. The bulk of the food supply consisted of wine and hardtack. Hardtack's a kind of dried-up biscuit kind of thing. It's terrible. Well, that was 4/5 of the provisions, so definitely not much variety. Additional provisions included flour, salted meat, and livestock such as 7 cows and 3 pigs. The ships also carried a variety of other foodstuffs, including cheese, almonds, mustard, figs, and carne de membrillo, which was a delicacy popular at the time, made from preserved quince, that may have inadvertently contributed to preventing scurvy among the crew. The fleet initially comprised of 5 carrack ships, with the Trinidad serving as the flagship. However, details of the ship's configuration remain unknown due to the absence of contemporary illustrations. The Casa de Contratacion's official records indicate that the ship's cost amounted to 1.3 million maravedis, with an additional 1.3 million allocated for outfitting and various transportation expenses. Each of the 5 ships was commanded by a designated captain and carried a crew of varying sizes. The Trinidad, captained by Ferdinand Magellan, with a crew initially numbered 62, later reduced to 61, departed Seville on August 10, 1519. The ship encountered mechanical issues in the Moluccas and ultimately broke down in December 1521. The San Antonio, led by Juan de Cartagena, with a crew of 55, deserted in the Strait of Magellan in the November of 1520 and returned to Spain in May of 1521. Conception, commanded by Gaspar de Quesada, with a crew of 44 later increased to 45, scuttled in the Philippines in the May of 1521. And the Santiago, under the leadership of João Serrao, with a crew of 31 initially, later augmented to 33, wrecked in a storm at the Santa Cruz River on May 22, 1520. The Victoria, initially captained by Luis Mendoza, with a crew of 45, later expanded to 46, successfully completed the circumnavigation under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano, returning to Spain in September of 1522. Mendoza was killed during a mutiny attempt. The crew assembled for Magellan's expedition consisted of approximately 270 men, and pretty much all of them were Spaniards. Initially, Spanish authorities harbored suspicions towards Magellan, nearly obstructing his voyage by insisting on replacing his predominantly Portuguese crew with Spanish sailors. Ultimately, the crew comprised about 40 Portuguese individuals, including notable figures such as Magellan's brother-in-law Duarte Barbosa, João Serrao, Estevão Gomez, and Magellan's indentured servant Enrique of Malacca. Additionally, the crew boasted a diverse array of nationalities, with recorded numbers hailing from various countries, including 29 Italians, 17 French, and a smaller contingent of Flemish, Greek, Irish, English, and Asian sailors. Among the Spanish contingent were at least 29 Basques, including Juan Sebastian Elcano, some of whom were not fluent in Spanish. Rui Falero, initially designated as co-captain alongside Magellan, encountered mental health issues prior to departure, although some sources suggest he opted to remain behind after predicting through horoscope readings that the voyage would be fatal for him. Others indicate his removal from the expedition due to his mental condition. Consequently, Juan de Cartagena assumed the role of joint commander, while André de San Martin replaced Falero as the fleet's cosmographer and astrologer. Elcano, a Spanish merchant ship captain based in Seville, sought the king's pardon for past transgressions and joined the expedition. Antonio Pigafetta, an esteemed Venetian scholar and traveller, requested to accompany the voyage, assuming the title of supernumerary and receiving a modest salary. Pigafetta became a close assistant to Magellan, meticulously documenting the journey in this journal. Another crew member, Francisco Albo, maintained a formal nautical logbook throughout the voyage. On August 10, 1519, Magellan's fleet, comprising of the aforementioned 5 ships, departed Seville and navigated down the Guadalquivir River to reach Sanlúcar de Barrameda at the river's mouth. Here they remained for over 5 weeks, before finally setting sail on September 20th, 1519, embarking on their journey from Spain. Shortly after departing, on September 26th, the fleet made a stop at Tenerife in the Canary Islands to replenish their supplies. Among the items acquired were vegetables and pitch, which were more cost-effective to procure on the island rather than back home in Spain. During this stopover, Magellan received a clandestine message from his father-in-law, Diogo Barbosa, warning him of an imminent mutiny being plotted by certain Castilian captains, with Juan de Cartagena, captain of the San Antonio, identified as the ringleader. Additionally, Magellan learned of the Portuguese king's dispatching of 2 fleets of caravels to apprehend him. On October the 3rd, the fleet resumed its journey, sailing south along the African coast. Disagreements arose regarding the course direction, with Cartagena advocating for a more westerly route. In a strategic move to evade pursuit by the Portuguese caravels, Magellan chose to follow the African coastline, deviating from the traditional route. As the Armada approached the equator towards the end of October, they encountered a series of fierce storms, characterized by intense squalls that forced them to take down their sails at times. Pigafetta noted the appearance of St. Elmo's fire during these storms, which served as a comforting omen for the crew amidst the chaotic weather conditions. While following the 2 weeks of turbulent weather, the fleet encountered a period of calm in the equatorial waters before being propelled westward by the south equatorial current, ultimately reaching the vicinity of the trade winds. Now, during this ocean crossing, a sodomy trial took place aboard the Victoria, involving the ship's Sicilian master, Salomon Anton, and a Genoese apprentice sailor, Antonio Varese. Now, at the time, homosexuality was punishable by death in Spain, and upon being found guilty, Anton was executed by strangulation on December the 20th, 1519, upon the fleet's arrival to Brazil. Varese, on the other hand, met his demise by drowning after being thrown overboard on April 27th, 1520. Following the trial, a confrontation occurred among Magellan's captives, led by Cartagena, who accused Magellan of jeopardizing the fleet's safety by choosing the African coast route. Despite tensions running high, Magellan managed to maintain control and subdue the mutinous actions, opting to relieve Cartagena of his command rather than sentencing him to death, as urged by some of his advisors. Antonio de Coca replaced Cartagena as the captain of the San Antonio, restoring a semblance of order within the fleet amidst the challenging circumstances. By the 29th of November, the fleet had reached the approximate latitude of Cape St. Augustine, marking their arrival at the Brazilian coastline, which Pigafetta refers to as Verzin in his diary, deriving from the Italian term for Brazilwood. This region had been familiar to both Spanish and Portuguese explorers since around 1500, with European powers, in particular Portugal, exploiting its valuable Brazilwood resources. Equipped with a map of the Brazilian coastline, known as the Livro de Marinaria, and aided by João Lopes Carvalho, the pilot of the Conception who possessed prior experience in Rio de Janeiro, the fleet navigated towards their destination. On December the 13th, the fleet reached Rio de Janeiro, though it lacked any permanent Portuguese settlement at the time. Noticing the absence of Portuguese ships in the harbor, Magellan deemed it safe to make a stop. Pigafetta noted a fortuitous weather event upon their arrival, as rain began to fall after a prolonged dry spell. This coincidence led the indigenous people to believe that the fleet had brought rain from heaven, fostering a warm reception and facilitating their conversion to the Christian faith. The fleet spent 13 days in Rio, during which they undertook ship repairs and replenished their supplies of water and food, including yam, cassava, and pineapple. They also engaged in trade with the locals, exchanging trinkets such as mirrors, combs, knives, and bells for food, and local goods like parrot feathers. Additionally, the crew discovered they could procure favors from the native women. Historian Ian Cameron characterized this period in Rio as a saturnalia of feasting and lovemaking, reflecting the relaxed atmosphere and indulgent activities enjoyed by the crew. On December 27th, the fleet bid farewell to Rio de Janeiro, with Picafetta noting the disappointment of the natives, who attempted to persuade them to stay by following in canoes. Sailing south along the South American coast, the fleet aimed to locate El Paso, the mythical strait believed to offer passage through South America to the Spice Islands. On the 11th of January, they encountered a headland marked by 3 hills, which they mistook for Cape Santa Maria. Venturing around the headland, they encountered a vast body of water extending westward, leading Magellan to believe they had indeed found El Paso. However, it was later revealed to be the Rio de la Plata. Magellan dispatched the Santiago under Juan Serrano's command to explore the perceived strait, while the other ships continued southward in search of Terra Australis, the southern continent believed to exist south of South America. However, they failed to find the southern continent, and upon regrouping with the Santiago, Serrano reported that the supposed strait was, in fact, simply a river mouth. Magellan, initially incredulous, led the fleet back through the area, confirming Serrano's observation when they encountered fresh water. Continuing their quest for the strait, the fleet pressed southward along the coast on February the 3rd. Despite Magellan's belief that they would soon find the strait, or the southern terminus of the continent, they sailed for another 8 long weeks, without any success, facing the challenges of shallow waters, squalls, storms, and dropping temperatures as the winter approached. Conditions grew increasingly dire by late March. Magellan decided to seek refuge for the winter. On March 31st, a break in the coast led them to Point St. Julian, a natural harbor where they anchored. There they spent 5 months waiting out the harsh winter before resuming their search for the elusive strait. Upon landing at St. Julian, another mutiny attempt unfolded within the course of a day, orchestrated by Juan de Cartagena, Gaspar de Quesada, and Luis Mendoza, former captains of the San Antonio, Conception, and Victoria respectively. The mutineers, dissatisfied with Magellan's leadership, accused him of endangering the fleet. Unlike the previous incident during the Atlantic crossing, this mutiny was quite a bit more calculated. In the early hours of Easter Sunday, on the 1st of April, Cartagena and Quesada led 30 armed men, their faces masked with charcoal, onto the San Antonio. They attacked Alvaro de Mesquita, the ship's newly appointed captain and Magellan's cousin, who resisted alongside Juan de Eloriaga, the boatswain. Quesada fatally wounded Eloriaga in the ensuing struggle. With the San Antonio now under their control, the mutineers now commanded 3 of the fleet's 5 ships, with only the Santiago and the Trinidad, led by Magellan, remaining loyal. Although the mutineers aimed the San Antonio's cannons at the Trinidad, they made no further aggressive moves that night. The following morning, April 2nd, as the mutineers consolidated their position on the San Antonio and the Victoria, a group of sailors inadvertently drifted towards the Trinidad. Magellan seized the opportunity to gather intelligence on the mutineers' plans. Launching a counter-offensive, Magellan devised a clever strategy. Disguised marines boarded the Victoria, while his alguacil, Gonzalo de Espinosa, approached the ship under the guise of delivering a confidential message. It was then when Espinosa fatally stabbed Mendoza, the captain of the Victoria, and the disguised marines provided reinforcement. Quickly realizing they were outmatched, the remaining mutineers surrendered. Cartagena pleaded for mercy, while Quesada attempted to flee, but was apprehended by local sailors who had severed the San Antonio's cables, causing it to drift towards the Trinidad. Ultimately, the mutiny was quelled, and Magellan's authority was well and truly reaffirmed. The trial of the mutineers, presided over by Magellan's cousin, Alvaro de Mesquita, lasted 5 days. On the 7th of April, Gaspar de Quesada was executed by beheading, carried out by his foster brother and secretary, Luis Molina, in exchange for clemency. Quesada and Mendoza's bodies were then quartered and displayed on gibbets for 3 months. Andres de San Martin, suspected of complicity in the mutiny, endured torture by Strapado, but was ultimately allowed to continue serving as cosmographer. By the way, Strapado, that's from the Inquisition's playbook. What they would do is they would tie your hands behind your back and then hoist you up on this large rope so that your arms behind your back would contort and twist and dislocate. Then they would violently pull the rope back and forth. It's pretty terrible. Well, Juan de Cartagena and the priest Pedro Sanchez de Reina were sentenced to be marooned. That's when you just leave somebody on an island somewhere. On August 11th, 2 weeks prior to the fleet's departure from St. Julian, they were left on a small nearby island to perish. Over 40 other conspirators, including Juan Sebastian Elcano, were shackled and tasked with laborious ship maintenance throughout the winter. In late April, Magellan dispatched the Santiago, led by Juan Serrano, to scout southward for a strait. They reached the estuary of a river called Santa Cruz on May the 3rd, where they found shelter and abundant resources. However, upon attempting to return to St. Julian on the 22nd of May, the Santiago was caught in a storm and ran aground. Most of the crew managed to reach the shore before the ship capsized. 2 men journeyed on foot to St. Julian for help, while the others survived on shellfish and local vegetation until rescued by a party sent forth from St. Julian. Upon learning of the favorable conditions at Santa Cruz, Magellan relocated the fleet there for the remainder of the austral winter. Departing St. Julian around the 24th of August, they spent 6 weeks at Santa Cruz before continuing their quest for the strait. October the 18th, 1520, the fleet left Santa Cruz and resumed its southward journey in search of a passage. Just 3 days later, On October the 21st, they sighted a headland approximately 52 degrees south latitude, which they named Cape Vergennes. Beyond the cape, they discovered a vast bay, and while exploring this bay, a storm suddenly struck. The Trinidad and Victoria managed to navigate out to open seas, but the Conception and the San Antonio were pushed deeper into the bay towards a promontory. After 3 days, the fleet managed to reunite, and the Conception and San Antonio reported being drawn through a narrow passage not visible from the sea, which extended for some distance. Hoping that they had finally discovered the sought-after strait, the fleet followed the path taken by the Conception and San Antonio. Unlike at Rio de la Plata earlier, the water did not lose its salinity as they progressed, and surroundings indicated consistently deep waters. This was indeed the passage they sought, which would later become known as the Strait of Magellan. Well, at the time they didn't call it the Strait of Magellan, that was a bit later. They used to call it, and this is what Magellan dubbed it, the All Saints Channel, because the fleet passed through it on November the 1st, which is actually All Saints' Day. Well, by October the 28th, the fleet had reached an island within the strait, likely Isabel Island or perhaps Dawson Island, which could be navigated in 2 directions. Magellan instructed the fleet to split up to explore both parts. They intended to regroup within a few days, but the San Antonio never rejoined them. While waiting for the San Antonio, Gonzalo de Espinosa led a small ship to explore the furthest reaches of the strait. After 3 days, they reached the end of the strait and the mouth of the Pacific Ocean. 3 more days passed before Espinosa finally returned. Picafetta recounts that upon hearing Espinosa's discovery, Magellan wept tears of joy. The fleet's remaining 3 ships completed the passage to the Pacific by November 28th, after weeks of fruitless searching for the San Antonio. Magellan named the waters the Mar Pacifico, or Pacific Ocean, because of the serene and calm nature of the sea, especially in contrast to the challenging straits. The San Antonio's failure to reunite with Magellan's fleet in the strait marked a significant setback for the expedition. Instead, the ship reversed course and sailed back to Spain. The officers of the San Antonio claimed they arrived early at the rendezvous point, but there is uncertainty regarding the truth of this assertion. Alvaro de Mesquita, the ship's pilot and Magellan's cousin, attempted to rejoin the fleet by firing cannons and setting off smoke signals. However, he was overpowered in another mutiny, orchestrated by one Esteval Gomez, the ship's pilot who harbored animosity towards Magellan. Gomez argued for a return to Spain to gather more supplies, contrary to Magellan's plan to continue to the Moluccas. The San Antonio did eventually reach Seville on the 8th of May 1521, with only 55 of its crew members remaining. Upon their return, there was a 6-month trial of the San Antonio's crew. Despite Mesquita's loyalty to Magellan, the majority of the testimony portrayed Magellan in a negative light, justifying the mutiny at St. Julian by alleging that Magellan had tortured Spanish sailors. These claims tarnished Magellan's reputation and led to repercussions for his family. Mosquito endured a year of imprisonment following the trial, while Magellan's wife, Beatriz, faced financial difficulties and was thus placed under house arrest along with her son. Magellan's lack of understanding regarding the vastness of the Pacific Ocean led to significant challenges for the expedition. Although, let's be fair, no one really understood the vastness of the Pacific Ocean in those days. Well, initially expecting a short journey of 3 or 4 days, the fleet spent over 3 months at sea before reaching Guam and then the Philippines. Initially sailing north along the coast of Chile, they later altered their course to west-northwest by mid-December. Their route across the Pacific was unfortunate, as they missed encountering several islands that could have provided fresh food and water. Instead, they only sighted 2 small uninhabited islands, which they named the Islas Infortunadas, the Unfortunate Islands. The conditions on board, of course, were dire, with inadequate food and hardly any water left. Much of their seal meat had gone off due to the equatorial heat, and they resorted to eating old infested biscuits and drinking foul-smelling water. The journey across the Pacific was further compounded by the onset of scurvy among the crew, a disease whose cause was not really understood at the time. Picafetta reported that many men fell ill, and 19 actually died during the crossing. Magellan and other officers, however, remained unaffected, possibly due to their consumption of preserved quince, which contained more than enough vitamin C. On the 6th of March 1521, the fleet reached the Mariana Islands, likely spotting the island of Rota first, but unable to land there. They anchored on Guam 30 hours later, where they encountered native Chamorro people in proas, a type of outrigger canoe that was unfamiliar to Europeans. The Chamorros boarded the ships, taking rigging, knives, and iron items. A physical confrontation ensued, resulting in the death of at least one of the Chamorro. The remaining natives fled with the goods, including Magellan's Bergantina. In retaliation, Magellan sent a raiding party ashore the next day, looting and burning Chamorro houses and killing 7 of them. They recovered the Bergantina and departed Guam on the 9th of March, continuing westward. Arriving in the Philippines on the 16th of March, the fleet made first contact with Samar before landing on Homonhon, an uninhabited island. There they encountered friendly locals from Suluan, traded supplies, and rested for nearly 2 weeks. On the 27th of March, they left Homonhon and, the next day, approached Limasawa. Natives in canoes alerted the Balangay warships of local rulers from Mindanao on a hunting expedition. Magellan's slave, Enrique of Malacca, communicated with the natives in Malay for the first time, indicating familiar territory. They exchanged gifts, and Magellan met Raja Colambu and Raja Siawi, later becoming blood brothers with Colambu in a local ritual. The Rajas displayed golden ornaments and served food on golden plates, revealing the abundance of gold in Butuan and Calagan. The locals eagerly traded this gold for iron, impressed by Spanish armor and weaponry demonstrated by Magellan. On Sunday, the 31st of March, Easter Day, Magellan and 50 of his men landed on Limasaua to hold the first Catholic Mass in the Philippines, conducted by the Armada's chaplain. Local leaders, including Colambu and his brother, participated in the ceremony and expressed curiosity about the Catholic faith. After the Mass, Magellan's men erected a cross on the island's highest hill, formally claiming Limasaua and the entire Philippine archipelago as possessions of Spain. On the 2nd of April, Magellan convened a conference to determine their next move. While his officers advocated sailing southwest towards the Moluccas, Magellan opted to explore further into the Philippines. Setting sail on the 3rd of April, they were guided to Cebu by Colambu's men. Arriving on the 7th of April, Magellan negotiated with Raja Humabon, who typically demanded tribute from traders. Magellan persuaded him, with a good bit of charisma, to forego this requirement. Following the pattern in Limasaua, Magellan showcased his armada's weapons to impress the locals and taught them all about Catholicism. By the 14th of April, Humabon and his family were baptized, receiving an image of the Holy Child, later known as Santo Niño de Cebu. Over the following days, thousands of locals, including chiefs from nearby islands, embraced Christianity, totaling 2,200 conversions. Upon learning of resistance to Christian conversion on nearby Mactan Island led by Lapu-Lapu, Magellan ordered his men to do the Christian thing and burn down all of their homes. When this failed to deter them, he resolved to subdue them by more force, planning an armed expedition to Mactan. Thus Magellan assembled a force of 60 armed men to confront Lapu-Lapu's warriors. Although some Cebuano men accompanied Magellan, he instructed them not to engage in the battle, but to observe. Watch how the pros do it. Before the fighting began, Magellan sent an envoy to Lapu-Lapu, offering a chance to submit to the rule of the King of Spain and avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. But Lapu-Lapu refused. With 49 men, Magellan approached the shore, while 11 remained to guard the boats. Despite their superior armor and weaponry, Magellan's men were vastly outnumbered, with Picafetta estimating the enemy's strength at 1,500. The battle was fierce, and Magellan and several of his companions, including Cristobal Rebelo, Magellan's illegitimate son, were killed. This was, of course, quite devastating for the expedition. I mean, it's called the Magellan Expedition, and now there is no Magellan. Well, following his death, the surviving men had to get a new leader, so they held an election. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and Juan Serrano were elected as co-commanders. However, tensions arose over the fate of Magellan's slave, Enrique. While Magellan's will called for Enrique's freedom, Barbosa and Serrano insisted that he continue to serve as an interpreter and be under their commands. Enrique's secret communications with Humabon led to his betrayal of the Spaniards, and no wonder. I don't really blame him after that. What a raw deal. On the 1st of May, Humabon invited the Europeans ashore for a feast, attended by around 30 men, mostly officers. Well, towards the end of the meal, when everybody was well and truly satiated, armed Cebuanos entered the hall and attacked the Europeans, killing 27 men, including Serrano and Barbosa. Serrano, the newly elected co-commander, was spared and brought to the shore to negotiate for ransom, but the Spanish ships departed, leaving his fate a little uncertain. Pigafetta suggests that João Carvalho, who assumed command in the absence of Barbosa and Serrano, may have abandoned Serrano to consolidate his power over the fleet. With just 115 survivors out of the 227 who had embarked from Seville, it became evident that the fleet lacked the manpower to operate 3 ships. Consequently, on the 2nd of May, the Conception was emptied and lit on fire. Carvalho assumed the role of the new Captain General, and the remaining 2 ships, the Trinidad and the Victoria, continued their journey through Southeast Asia in search of the Moluccas. Along the way they made stops at various islands, including Mindanao and Brunei, engaging in acts of piracy such as robbing a junk bound for China from the Moluccas. On the 21st of September, Carvalho was replaced as Captain General by Martin Mendez, with Gonzalo de Espinosa and Juan Sebastian Elcano taking command of the Trinidad and Victoria respectively. During their voyage, Elcano's crew faced an attack off the southeastern tip of Borneo by a Bruneian fleet commanded by a Luzon commander, likely Prince Arce of Manila. Despite the assault, Elcano managed to defeat and capture Arce. Eventually, Arce was released after a ransom was paid, but not before leaving a Spanish-speaking Moor named Pazaculan with Elcano's crew to assist them on their journey back home to Spain. The expedition finally reached the Spice Islands of the Moluccas on the 8th of November, landing on the island of Tidore, where they were warmly welcomed by the island's leader Al-Mansur. A trading post was established, and the men traded goods for cloves. However, around the 15th of December, as they attempted to set sail from Tidore with their cargo of cloves, the Trinidad was found to be taking on water due to disrepair. While attempts to repair the leak failed, it was decided that the Victoria would sail for Spain via a western route, while the Trinidad would remain behind to be refitted before attempting to return to Spain via an eastern route, involving an overland passage across the American continent. Unfortunately, Trinidad's attempt to return via the Pacific route was thwarted when it was captured by the Portuguese. Eventually, the ship was wrecked in a storm while under Portuguese control. The Victoria embarked on its journey home via the Indian Ocean route on the 21st of December 1521 under the command of Juan Sebastian Elcano. By the 6th of May 1522, the ship had rounded the Cape of Good Hope, but food shortages led to the death of 20 crew members from starvation by the 9th of July 1522. At that point, desperate for provisions, Elcano decided to put into Portuguese Cape Verde. To their surprise, upon arrival on 10th of July 1522, they discovered that their meticulous records were a day behind the actual date. The crew initially managed to make purchases by claiming they were returning to Spain from the Americas, but their subterfuge was discovered when Portuguese authorities found the Victoria was carrying spices from the East Indies. As a result, 13 crew members were detained. Despite this setback, the Victoria escaped with its precious cargo of 26 tons of spices, including cloves and cinnamon. On the 6th of September 1522, Elcano and the remaining crew of Magellan's expedition arrived in Sanlúcar de Barrameda, Spain, aboard the Victoria, almost precisely 3 years after they had set out. They then sailed upriver to Seville and proceeded overland to Valladolid, where they appeared before the emperor as heroes. Well, that was a little bit more of an easier one to get through than the Christopher Columbus video. If you've watched the Christopher Columbus video, I'm sure you'll know what I mean. The Voyages of James Cook, a British explorer and navigator in the 18th century, represent some of the most significant exploratory expeditions in maritime history. Undertaking 3 major voyages across the Pacific Ocean between 1768 and 79, he achieved the first recorded European contact with the eastern coastline of Australia and the Hawaiian Islands. Add to the list the first recorded circumnavigation of New Zealand, and it's not a bad roster of achievements. These voyages not only filled in vast areas of the unknown map of the world, but also substantially contributed to the scientific knowledge of the time through Cook's detailed observations of the natural environment, astronomy, and of course the collection of numerous plants and animals that were previously unknown in Europe. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and for those who are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you want to support the channel, that's as easy as doing what you're doing right now. Just enjoy the videos, but the like and subscribe are only 2 clicks away, and if you want to go further than that, refer to the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But for now, with the introduction out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we're going to talk about the Voyages of James Cook. It's going to be in 3 parts, as there were 3 voyages. We're not going to be talking about the earlier parts of James Cook's life. Perhaps we'll do a full biography at a later date. But just for tonight's video, we're going to talk about the voyages in particular, as that was what defined the life of Cook. Let's begin with the first voyage. On the 16th of February, 1768, the Royal Society approached King George III with a request for funding to support a scientific expedition aimed at observing the transit of Venus in 1769. It was this celestial event that would allow astronomers to calculate the distance between Earth and the Sun. Well, the king, after some convincing, was finally in agreement, and after his endorsement, the Admiralty decided to merge this scientific endeavor with a mission of great secrecy, that being to explore the southern Pacific in search of the hypothesized continent known as Terra Australis Incognita. The expedition's dual purposes were not kept secret for long, however. Reports soon surfaced in the media, detailing the departure of notable figures such as Banks, Solano, and Green the astronomer, who were to join Captain Cook aboard the ship known as the Endeavour. Their journey was to take them past Cape Horn to the South Seas, primarily to chart the path of Venus, of course, but also to scout for new lands to claim for the king. The London Gazette explicitly noticed on the 18th of August, 1768, that the team was set to explore the vast unknown reaches beyond the 40th latitude. Their starting point was the recently discovered island in the Pacific, referred to as George's Land. The importance of this location, particularly Tahiti, was highlighted as a strategic base for further exploration of the southern hemisphere. In preparation for the voyage, the British Admiralty outfitted 2 sloops of war. Reports from the Gazette of France on June 20th, 1768, indicated that these ships would launch from the newly identified island to commence their quest for the southern continent. Originally, the Royal Society recommended Alexander Dalrymple, a Scottish geographer who was passionate about establishing contact with the supposed 50 million inhabitants of the southern continent. Dalrymple believed that even minimal trade with this land could significantly bolster Britain's economy. He requested a captain's commission in the Royal Navy as a condition for leading the expedition. However, Edward Hawke, the First Lord of the Admiralty, vehemently opposed appointing a non-seaman to command a naval vessel. After all, he didn't have the experience, and it was a decision influenced by past mutinies, such as the one on the HMS Paramore under Edmund Halley's civilian command in 1698, and they did not want another mutiny. Well, the deadlock was resolved when James Cook, a naval officer skilled in mathematics and cartography, was suggested as a compromise. Cartography, by the way, is the art of making maps. Now, both the Royal Society and the Admiralty agreed, and Cook was promptly promoted to lieutenant and given command of the historic expedition. And just like that, the adventure was about to begin. In June 1764, a robust merchant collier, the Earl of Pembroke, was launched from the bustling coal and whaling port of Whitby in North Yorkshire. This ship was characterized by her broad and flat bow, square stern, and a long box-like structure that featured a deep hold, making her ideally suited for the shallow waters she was often navigated through. This flat-bottomed design allowed her to be beached for cargo operations and minor repairs without the need for dry dock facilities, a very big advantage when you're heading out into the great unknown, especially since you don't know what repairs you're going to have to make. Measuring 106 feet in length and 29 feet 3 inches in beam, she registered at 368 tons. Now, the Admiralty acquired the Earl of Pembroke in May 1768 for the sum of almost £3,000, and promptly sent her to Deptford on the River Thames to undergo necessary modifications for the impending voyage, and outfitting for a very long journey. At Deptford, her hull was reinforced, caulked, and a third deck was added to accommodate cabins, a powder magazine, and additional storage. Now just quickly, that word caulked, basically what they mean by that, you know in Oliver Twist how you have all the boys separating all of the old ropes into the little threads? Well, that was essentially for the ships. So between the beams of each ship, they would fold over this deconstructed rope, push it inside there really tight as a waterproof seal, and then they would run a bead of wax along it. At the end of the process, all you'd really see was this black line which they would polish off. But that was the best way of waterproofing the hull of a ship, and they called it caulking. So that's why it was such a big deal and a big industry back in those days for the workhouses in Victorian times, that they needed as much of this as possible. Anyway, back to the topic. So essential to her operation, this Earl of Pembroke, were a longboat, a pinnace, and a yawl, as well as a 28-foot sweeps to enable rowing when winds failed, or perhaps in the event of demasting, heaven forbid. And so, after all the repairs and necessary preparations were made, it was rechristened as His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour, and armed with 10 4-pounder cannons and 12 swivel guns to protect against potential threats during her Pacific explorations. Better safe than sorry. Now the Endeavour was provisioned with extensive supplies, including 6,000 pieces of pork, 4,000 of beef, large quantities of bread, flour, and even sauerkraut, alongside a diverse assortment of cheese, salt, peas, oil, sugar, and oatmeal. The journey also included significant stocks of alcoholic beverages, with 240 barrels of beer, 44 barrels of brandy, and 17 barrels of rum. Because what's a cruise without a good drink? Well, remarkably, the livestock on board included a well-traveled goat that had previously circumnavigated the globe with Samuel Wallace. The strategic and secretive nature of the expedition was underscored by the Admiralty's instructions to Cook, split into 2 confidential sections. Initially, the mission focused on reaching Tahiti for the transit observation, followed by an exploration southwards in search of the mythical southern continent. Subsequently, Cook was to navigate westward towards New Zealand, from where he could chart his course finally back to England, deliberately avoiding mention of New Holland, known today as Australia. On the 30th of July, 1768, the Admiralty confirmed a crew of 73 sailors and 12 Royal Marines for the voyage under the command of the 40-year-old Lieutenant Cook. His team included 2nd Lieutenant Zachary Hicks and 3rd Lieutenant John Gore, an experienced naval veteran of 16 years. The expedition also featured notable scholars and artists, including the official astronomer Charles Green, and the appointed botanist Joseph Banks, who was accompanied by a Swedish naturalist Daniel Solander, a Finnish naturalist Herman Spårding, 2 artists, a scientific secretary, and 2 servants from his estate. Thus, on the 26th of August, 1768, they set sail from Plymouth aboard the Endeavour, with a crew of 94 and provisions sufficient for 18 months. The voyage first reached Rio de Janeiro on November 15th, where it remained until the 2nd of December for resupplying and repairs. The local viceroy, Marquess de Azambuja, was skeptical of the British intentions, suspecting ulterior motives beyond the stated scientific goals due to the recent British expansions post-7 Years' War. And Cook was reportedly quite irritated by the Viceroy's mistrust. In his journal he detailed the fortifications of Guanabara Bay, remarking on the city's vulnerability to naval assault, suggesting it could fall to a squadron of 6 line ships. And that sounds like fighting words to me. Well, they didn't end up coming to blows, at least. It was time to leave. Continuing their journey, the Endeavour rounded Cape Horn, crossing the expansive Pacific to anchor at Matatavi Bay in Tahiti by April 13th, 1769. Here, preparations for observing the transit of Venus were underway, scheduled for June the 3rd. Cook established a fort and an observatory at what is now known as Point Venus for this exact purpose. The appointed astronomer for this critical observation was Charles Green, assistant to the recently appointed Astronomer Royal, Neville Maskelyne. The observation's main goal was to accurately measure the distance from Venus to the Sun, which would enable the calculation of distances to other planets and solve the longitude problem on Earth. On the day of the transit, Cook recorded the event with hopeful precision, and we read from his diary. Saturday the 3rd. This day proved as favorable to our purpose as we could wish. Not a cloud was to be seen the whole day, and the air was perfectly clear, so that we had every advantage we could desire in observing the whole of the passage of the planet Venus over the Sun's disk. We very distinctly saw an atmosphere or dusky shade around the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the times of the contacts, particularly the 2 internal ones. Dr. Solander observed as well as Mr. Green and myself, and we differed from one another in observing the times of the contacts much more than could be expected. Despite ideal conditions, the measurements made by Green, Cook, and Solander differed more than was usual, which raised questions about the accuracy of their instruments. Though adequate for the time, the equipment could not circumvent all observational errors. Later comparisons with other observations of the transit revealed inconsistencies, and the results were less inclusive than they had all hoped. It's now believed that these discrepancies were due to optical phenomena like the black drop effect, which hindered precise measurement, particularly with the instruments at their disposal. And just getting off script a little bit quickly to explain what the black drop effect is. I can't quite just gloss over that one without giving you a brief explanation. So basically this effect is an optical phenomenon. It occurs during the transit of Venus or Mercury across the Sun. So when these planets move across the edge of the Sun, they appear to be connected by the Sun's edge by a thin black line or drop, hence the name, and it makes it difficult to precisely determine the exact moment when the planet fully enters or exits the solar disk. Now, it's caused by a combination of the telescope's optical limitations, which at the time, definitely a fair few of them, but also the blurring effect of the Earth's atmosphere, and added to that the properties of light itself as it passes through the different mediums. Well, that's my simplistic explanation of it. I hope that makes sense. Now back to the essay. So, following the successful observation of the transit of Venus, as successful as it could be, Cook was tasked with the next phase of the mission, as outlined in the sealed orders he opened thereafter. He was directed to scour the southern Pacific for the elusive Terra Australis, a hypothetical southern continent that the Royal Society and Alexander Dalrymple in particular were quite convinced actually existed. Of course, many believed that it didn't and it was just completely made up, but, well, I'm talking from Australia right now, so looks like they were wrong. Well, they believed that discovering it was crucial for Britain, especially to claim it before any other European nation could. Before embarking on this ambitious search, Cook chose to first survey the surrounding islands. During this period, a local priest and mariner named Tupaya joined the crew of the Endeavour. His expertise as a pilot, interpreter, and mediator proved indispensable, facilitating smoother interactions between Cook's crew and the indigenous populations they encountered. On July 13th, the Endeavour set sail from Tahiti, reaching Hua Hin 3 days later. Here, Cook presented Ori, the island's chief, with a nice little gift, an inscribed plate. It's very nice of him, isn't it? He intended it as a permanent marker of their discovery, stating it was a lasting testimony of having first discovered the island as we could leave behind. Continuing his exploration, he arrived at Raiatea on July the 20th, where he ceremoniously claimed Raiatea and the nearby islands of Hua Hin, Bora Bora, and Tupai, along with Murawa, for Great Britain, collectively naming them the Society Islands, due to their proximity to one another. By August the 9th, adhering to his Admiralty instructions, he set course southwards in pursuit of the mysterious Terra Australis. After navigating approximately 2,400 kilometers, the Endeavour reached the 40 degrees south latitude by early September. Yet the supposed continent remained unseen. But sticking to his orders, Cook altered his course somewhat westward, aiming for New Zealand, while maintaining a trajectory between the latitudes of approximately 29 and 40 degrees south. On October 6, 1769, Cook arrived in New Zealand, marking only the second time Europeans had reached the islands since the voyages of Abel Tasman some years ago in 1642. The following day, Cook and his landing party set foot on Poverty Bay, located on the northeast coast of the North Island. The initial interactions with the indigenous Maori people were tragic, to say the least, resulting in the deaths of 4 or 5 locals within the first 2 days, certainly not off to a good start. A subsequent encounter near Cape Kidnappers, which is a very ominous name, on October 15th, led to 3 more Maori deaths. These incidences filled Cook with deep regret, as he had expressly instructed to avoid hostilities with the native populations, so don't blame him for it. Sometimes people disobey orders, and he was deeply affected by this. He took it personally. Anyway, despite the early tensions, subsequent interactions proved to be more harmonious, particularly at Anaura Bay and Tologa Bay. Tupaya, the Polynesian priest and navigator who had joined the village in Tahiti, was instrumental in these peaceful exchanges. Definitely a good guy to have around, especially since he looked a lot more like the locals than Cook and his crew did, that's for sure. His ability to understand and communicate in the Maori language greatly facilitated trade and cooperation, allowing the Europeans to resupply essential provisions, such as water and fresh vegetables. In early November, the Endeavour anchored at Mercury Bay, where Cook observed the transit of Mercury on the 9th of November. And at this time, relationships with the Maori here were mostly peaceful, marred by only one isolated incident during a trading dispute that resulted in the death of a local, the last such incident recorded during the voyage. Cook formally claimed Mercury Bay for Great Britain on November 15th, before setting sail again. Continuing northwards, Cook's ship anchored at Bream Head, and then the Bay of Islands. They circumnavigated North Cape amidst the strong gales, narrowly missing a rendezvous with the French expedition led by Surville aboard the St. Jean-Baptiste. By the 6th of January 1770, the weather had improved, and Cook navigated the west coast of the North Island without going ashore. By mid-January, he reached Queen Charlotte Sound on the north coast of the South Island, a location he would return to in subsequent voyages. A few weeks later, on the 22nd of January, he led an expedition to nearby Arapawa Island, where he ascended the Kaitapea Peak and sighted the strait separating the North and South Islands, which he named Cook Strait, confirming that the North Island was distinct and not a part of the larger southern continent. Cook formally claimed Queen Charlotte Sound and the surrounding territories for King George III on the 31st of January, marking the final act of British territorial claim in New Zealand during this voyage. Departing on the 5th of February, the Endeavour sailed through Cook Strait and turned north, allowing Cook to map the coastline from Cape Palliser to Cape Turnagain, completing his circumnavigation of the North Island. Cook continued his exploration by navigating south along the east coast of New Zealand's South Island, meticulously charting the region and perpetuating the search for the fabled southern continent. March the 10th. As the Endeavour rounded the South Cape, the reality began to set in. Even the most fervent of believers like Joseph Banks, that the South Island was not part of any larger unknown landmass. The discovery challenged the long-held European myth of this vast southern continent. Perhaps it really was not there. Well, Cook wasn't so keen to give up. He then sailed north along the island's west coast, avoiding any landings, before re-entering Cook Strait and arriving at Admiralty Bay on the 27th of March, thus completing the circumnavigation of the southern parts of New Zealand. Throughout these travels, Cook demonstrated exceptional navigational skills, mapping a territory nearly the size of Italy with remarkable accuracy, and marking only 2 significant cartographic errors. You look at his maps from the time and our current maps and, well, they're pretty good. Well, due to time constraints, he did mistakenly identify Banks Peninsula as an island, and believes that Stewart Island, located at the southern tip, was actually connected to the mainland. Of course, this latter point has stirred some debate among historians. There is one Margaret Cameron Ashe who suggests that Cook might have been aware of a strait separating Stewart Island from the mainland, but chose to conceal this knowledge for strategic, military, and colonial reasons. However, historians such as Maurer, aligning with Geoffrey Blaney's analysis, suggest that Cook likely erred due to the pressing nature of his mission and the challenging conditions which hindered a more detailed exploration of the potential strait. Either way, on the 31st of March 1770, reflecting on his journey in his journal, he asserted that the findings from the Endeavour's voyage had effectively debunked the theories of many scholars about the existence of a southern continent north of the 40th parallel south. He remained somewhat agnostic about the regions beyond this latitude, not giving them up completely, but leaving the question of what might lie further south open to future explorations. One day, he resolved to leave New Zealand, and he made a crucial decision regarding the next leg of the journey. He recorded his deliberations on setting course back home, when opting to explore the uncharted eastern coast of New Holland, as Australia was then known. He wrote in his journal, "Being now resolved to quit this country altogether, and to bend my thought towards returning home by such a route as might conduce most to advantage of the service I am upon, I consulted with the officers upon the most eligible way of putting this in execution. To return by the way of Cape Horn was what I most wished, because by this route we should have been able to prove the existence or non-existence of a southern continent, which yet remains doubtful. But in order to ascertain this, we must have kept in a higher latitude in the very depth of winter, but the condition of the ship in every respect was not thought sufficient for such an undertaking. For the same reason, the thoughts of proceeding directly to the Cape of Good Hope was laid aside, especially as no discovery of any monument could be hoped for in that route. It was, therefore, resolved to return by way of the East Indies by the following route. Upon leaving this coast, to steer to the westward until we fall in with the east coast of New Holland, and then to follow the direction of that coast to the north, or whatever direction it might take us, until we arrive at its northern extremity. And if this should not be found impracticable, then to the endeavour to fall in with land or islands discovered by Quiros." Now, Cook's plans reflected a shift in British exploratory and colonial ambition, somewhat influenced by earlier works on navigation and travel. One such influence was evident in the recommendations found in John Campbell's editions of John Harris's Navigantium Atque Bibliotheca, or the Voyages and Travels, which Cook carried on the Endeavour. The work had suggested a strategic approach to British colonization as follows, and I quote from that work. "The first point, with respect to a discovery, would be to send a small squadron on the coast of Van Diemen's Land, and from thence round, in the same course taken by Captain Tasman, by the coast of New Guinea, which might enable the nations that attempted it to come and to an absolute certainty with regard to its commodities and commerce. By this means, all the back coast of New Holland and New Guinea might be roughly examined, and we might know as well, and as certainly as the Dutch, how far a colony settled there might answer our expectations." Oh, by the way, Van Diemen's Land. That was the old name for Tasmania. That is the island state in Australia just off the southeast coast. While setting his sights westward, Cook aimed for Van Diemen's Land, initially charted by Abel Tasman, hence the name Tasmania, to determine if it was part of the elusive southern continent. However, relentless gales forced the endeavour to veer northward, delaying their approach. On the morning of the 19th of April 1770, land was finally sighted at 6 a.m. To this new land, which Cook named Point Hicks, after Lieutenant Zachary Hicks, who first spotted it, marked the first recorded European sighting of Australia's eastern coastline, complementing previous Dutch explorations of the northern, western, and southern boundaries. Cook described this pivotal moment in his journal, noting the precise coordinates he estimated for Point Hicks, and crediting Lieutenant Hicks for the discovery. Despite his initial intent to head directly south to Van Diemen's Land, the southeastern trajectory of the coastline prompted Cook to reconsider the connectivity of this landmass to the supposed southern continent. The actual location of Cook's Point Hicks is believed to be somewhere between the modern towns of Orbost and Malakuta in Victoria. Interestingly, a survey in 1843 mistakenly named it Cape Everard, but on the 200th anniversary of Cook's landing, it was officially renamed Point Hicks. Historical assessments do suggest that the real point of land Cook referenced might be slightly southwest of today's Point Hicks. Perhaps by the time you watch this video, we'll have a little more information. Fingers crossed. You know that's where I'll be. It's only a few hours' drive for me. Now, regarding the timing of these events, it's a little complicated. The ship's log from that day reflects the use of nautical time, which during the 18th century ran from noon to noon, aligning events in the afternoon and then the following morning under the same date. This system did not adjust for Cook's westward circumnavigation until completing a full 360-degree relative to his home port's longitude. And as a result, while the land was sighted on the morning of what was nautically the 19th, this corresponded to the morning of April 20th by local civil time, due to the time zone difference between Britain and Eastern Australia. But that's only if we really want to get technical. While continuing their voyage northward, the Endeavour skirted closely along the coastline, with Cook meticulously charting and naming geographical features. On the 29th of April, they encountered a large but shallow inlet and anchored near a low headland adorned with sand dunes, now known as Silver Beach in Botany Bay. Upon marking their first continental landing there, Cook and his crew were confronted by two Guyagal men of the Darawal or Eroa nation, who perceived the strangers as spirits of the dead, shouting "Wara Wara Wai," meaning "You are all dead," and brandishing their spears. That's not a very nice welcome, isn't it? Well, Cook and his crew were obviously not wanting to be speared to death, so in an attempt to show peaceful intentions, his party offered beads and nails. But it seems that the locals did not really know what these things were, and the tensions only escalated. After one of the Aboriginal men threw a rock, Cook retaliated by firing a warning shot. That wasn't really much of a warning shot because it did manage to land in one of the Aboriginal men's leg. That's a pretty stern warning. Well, following this, of course, everything just, well, it all fell to pieces. The Guiagal men threw 2 spears before retreating, as Cook fired another round of small shot. The explorers encountered several children in nearby huts, however, leaving gifts for them before collecting numerous spears and other artifacts. During their week-long stay at Botany Bay, Cook's crew gathered water, timber, and botanical specimens while exploring the area extensively. The local indigenous people, after the failed attempts at diplomacy, kept their distance, watching the Europeans warily and retreating when approached. Now, despite several attempts by the explorers to engage with them peacefully, offering them food and gifts, the indigenous residents generally avoided interaction and occasionally threw spears and rocks, other projectiles, to ward off the newcomers. Initially, Cook named the inlet Stingray Harbor due to the abundance of stingrays, but it was later named Botanist Bay, and eventually Botany Bay, in honor of the unique plant specimens collected by botanists Joseph Banks and Daniel Solander. The site would later be advocated by Banks as a potential location for British settlement. And today it's not bad. It's all right. Well, on the 6th of May 1770, the Endeavour departed from Botany Bay, sailing north past an inlet Cook named Port Jackson, which is now known as Sydney Harbour. Unbeknownst to those on board, their line of sight missed several islands within the harbour, obscured by the high promontories of South Head and Bradley's Head. These islands, however, were possibly known to Captain Arthur Phillip before he left England in 1787 with the First Fleet. Video on him soon. Well, Cook continued his detailed exploration along the Australian coastline, anchoring at Bustard Bay, now known as 1770. I know, it's a strange name. On the evening of May 23rd, 1770, in shallow waters off the bay's southern point. And that night, a disturbing incident occurred involving Cook's clerk, Orton, who was found severely intoxicated and assaulted. His clothes and part of his ears had been cut off. Very gruesome. Cook immediately suspended and confined the suspect, Magra. Well, the following day, alongside Joseph Banks and the other crew members, ventured ashore. They explored Round Hill Creek, discovered a freshwater stream, and noted the area's suitability for anchoring a few ships. Cook also observed significant signs of Aboriginal presence, noting numerous fires on the hills and remnants of their occupation around them. On June 11th, the Endeavour tragically ran aground on the Great Barrier Reef, causing serious damage and halting their journey for nearly 7 weeks for repairs near modern-day Cooktown, at the mouth of the Endeavour River. During this unintended stay, Banks, Herman Sporing, and Daniel Solander made extensive collections of the Australian plants. Interactions with the local Gugu Yimidir people were generally peaceful, but tensions escalated over a disagreement involving green turtles, leading Cook to fire shots that lightly wounded one individual. It was during these interactions that the word kangaroo, derived from the Gugu Yimidir word Ganguru, entered the English language. Well, by August 22nd, repairs were complete, and Cook resumed his journey, reaching the northernmost tip of the coast, which he named Cape York, without disembarking. He then skillfully navigated the treacherous waters of Torres Strait, confirming that New Holland, Australia, and New Guinea were completely distinct land masses, contrary to some geographical speculations and uninformed maps of the time. From a vantage point on what he named Possession Island, Cook claimed the entire eastern coastline he had charted for good old Britain. Throughout the voyage, Cook had implemented innovative measures to combat scurvy, a common deadly affliction on long sea voyages, and not an illness you want to come down with. He persuaded the crew to eat a metric ton of sauerkraut and other vitamin C rich food, initially by setting an example with the officers. His strategy proved to be effective, fostering a demand among the crew and significantly enhancing their health. This proactive approach helped ensure that by the time they reached Batavia, not a single crew member was listed as sick, which was a stark contrast to the fate of many other expeditions, especially those going over to the New World, America, North, South, West Indies. Many of them just get sick on the way, on the ship. And by the time the ship got to its destination, well, it was only carrying half the crew. Well, after navigating through the treacherous waters of the Torres Strait, Cook directed the Endeavour towards the island of Savu, where they briefly halted for 3 days to recuperate before setting sail to Batavia, the bustling capital of the Dutch East Indies. Known for its perilous health conditions, particularly rather nasty outbreaks of malaria, Batavia was a necessary stop for much-needed repairs, but proved hazardous due to the health of the crew. Now, while in Batavia, many of Cook's company fell ill due to the prevalent diseases, notably malaria and dysentery. Tragically, several significant members of the expedition succumbed to these ailments, including the Tahitian navigator, Tupaya, Banks' Finnish secretary and fellow scientist Herman Sporing, astronomer Charles Green, and the illustrator Sidney Parkinson. In remembrance of Sporing's contributions, Cook later named an island off the coast of New Zealand Sporing Island in his honor. Following their perilous time in Batavia, Cook continued his homeward journey, rounding the Cape of Good Hope and making a stop at St. Helena. The voyage then proceeded towards England, and on the 10th of July 1771, Nicholas Young, the boy who had first sighted New Zealand for the expedition, once again spotted home, England's coastline. By the morning of the 12th of July, the Endeavour was navigating the English Channel, passing Beachy Head, and by that afternoon it finally anchored in the Downs. Cook disembarked at Deal, Kent, to a somewhat unexpected homecoming. His return caught many by surprise, as various newspapers and journals had speculated that the Endeavour might have been lost at sea or destroyed in an encounter with French naval forces. Well, it didn't. Cook was back, safe and sound, achievement unlocked, and thus ended the first voyage. Well, I know what you're thinking. If the first voyage was so good, then why wasn't there a sequel? Well, of course there was, and here we are. Alright, so let's start with the second voyage now. which was in 1752. Now, you may remember the recurring character Alexander Dalrymple, the distinguished member of the Royal Society of London. Well, he made a significant discovery while translating Spanish documents seized in the Philippines. He uncovered Luis Valles de Torres' testimony, which confirmed the existence of a strait south of New Guinea, which is now known as Torres Strait. Inspired by this finding, Dalrymple published an historical collection of the several voyages and discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean between 1770 and 1771, sparking considerable interest in his theory of an undiscovered continent. Following his return from the initial voyage in 1771, Cook was promptly commissioned by the Royal Society for a second expedition aimed at locating the mythical Terra Australis Incognita. For this voyage, Cook took command of the HMS Resolution, a bit of an upgrade, while Tobias Furneaux helmed the companion ship, the HMS Adventure. The Resolution, originally a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, was launched in Whitby in 1770, acquired by the Royal Navy in 1771, and refitted for naval service. And despite initially being named HMS Drake, most likely after Francis Drake, I would assume, look that up for me if you could, concerns about Spanish reactions prompted a change to HMS Resolution on Christmas Day 1771. Well, both ships couldn't just be taken right off the lot and thrown into the expedition. There was work to be done. They both went under considerable modifications to meet the demands of their rigorous journey. The Resolution, which was 111 feet in length and 35 feet wide, was equipped with cutting-edge navigational tools, like an azimuth compass, ice anchors, and innovative water distillation apparatuses. That's a difficult word, isn't it? Well, additionally, Cook personally financed the installation of brass hinges in the cabin, ensuring durability and precision. Meanwhile, the HMS Adventure started at the Marquis of Rockingham, another Whitby-built collier. After her purchase and renaming, she measured 97 feet by 28, with a draft of 13 feet, and was armed with 10 guns. Both ships were built at the Fishbone Yard in Whitby, and acquired from Captain William Hammond of Hull. On this voyage, Cook also tested the Larsom-Kendall K1 chronometer, a precise timekeeping device essential for accurate navigation, which proved its reliability early on, a prudent choice. Alongside, the ships were loaded with extensive provisions and innovative health measures to prevent scurvy, including large quantities of sauerkraut once again, and quite many preserved carrots in a marmalade form. Livestock and various trinkets for trade or gifts were also on board, in case some diplomacy needed to be done. Nothing like a little present to grease the wheels. Well, Tobias Furneaux, an accomplished explorer with previous experience from Samuel Wallis's global voyage aboard the Dolphin in 1766–68, took command of the Adventure for this significant journey. His crew, numbering in at 81, included First Lieutenant Joseph Shank and Second Lieutenant Arthur Kemp. The complement was bolstered by 12 Marines under the leadership of Lieutenant James Scott, alongside Furneaux's personal servant, James Tobias Swilly, and master's mate John Rowe, a relative of Ferdinand. As far as the ship's astronomer, well, they had a pretty good one on board. William Bailey, expert in the field at the time, adding once again to the vessel's scientific capabilities. A dream team this time, for an even more important voyage. Well, the original plan for the voyage had included the renowned naturalist Joseph Banks, who was to accompany Cook on the Resolution. Anticipating Banks's needs, the ship underwent an extensive and costly refit, including a heightened waist, an added upper deck, and a raised poop deck, which totaled around £10,000. However, sea trials revealed that these modifications had rendered the ship top-heavy, which is obviously a bit of a problem. Following Admiralty directives, a subsequent refit at Sheerness, costing an additional £882, removed the problematic structures. Dissatisfied with the alterations, Banks decided that he was simply not going to show up, citing the adverse conditions. Come on, Banks, you should have a bit more grit than that, especially when going on that sort of a journey. Well, in place of Banks, they had someone ready to replace him. The Royal Society appointed Johann Reinhold Forster and his son George as the voyager's scientists. The Resolution thus carried a crew of 112, including Senior Lieutenants Robert Cooper and Charles Clerk, Midshipmen George Vancouver and James Burney, with Joseph Gilbert as master and Isaac Smith, the relative of Cook's wife, also on board. The scientific team was further strengthened by astronomer William Wales and artist William Hodges. Overall, the Resolution was manned by 90 seamen, 18 Royal Marines, along with other additional personnel, quite ready for the challenges of an ambitious journey. And thus they embarked on the second voyage of discovery on the 13th of July 1772, setting sail from Plymouth Sound aboard the Resolution. The first destination was Funchal in the Madeira Islands, where they arrived on the 1st of August. Cook praised the sailing qualities of the ship in a report to the Admiralty, noting its stability and maneuverability. After resupplying with fresh water, beef, fruit, and quite a few onions in Funchal, and later in the Cape Verde Islands, Cook directed the expedition south towards the Cape of Good Hope, arriving in Table Bay on October 30th. The crew remained in good health, thanks to Cook's stringent regime on diet and cleanliness, constantly ramming that sauerkraut down their throats. I don't know what they're complaining about. I love it. I eat it all the time. Anyway, it was here that the Swedish botanist Anders Sparman joined the expedition. Departing the Cape on November 22nd, 1772, Cook aimed to investigate claims by French navigator Bouvet of land he had named Cape Circumcision. I suppose it was a little bit cut off from the greater landmass, perhaps that's why they called it that. I don't know. Hard to make jokes about that. Well, facing severe cold, the crew were issued with warm jackets and trousers, and soon encountered a thick fog and even icebergs. Despite searching, Cook found no trace of Bouvet's Island, and instead encountered pack ice. By January 1773, during the southern midsummer, they managed to navigate southwards through the ice, reaching the Arctic Circle on the 17th of January. Hindered by ice the following day, Cook altered course to the northeast. On February 8th, the Resolution and the Adventure were separated by Antarctic fog. Tobias Fourneau, commanding Adventure, headed towards Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand, a location previously chartered by Cook. En route, Adventure chartered the coast of Tasmania, mistakenly assuming it to be part of the Australian mainland, and arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound on the 7th of May. Cook continued eastward, reaching 61 degrees latitude, 21 degrees longitude in late February, before deciding in mid-March to head for Dusky Bay, New Zealand, where he stayed until April 30th. The Resolution finally reached Queen Charlotte Sound on May the 17th. From June to October, the ships explored the southern Pacific, reaching Tahiti on August 15th, where they took on Omai of Raiatea, a significant figure who later became one of the first Pacific Islanders to visit Europe. After visiting Tonga and returning to New Zealand, the ships were again separated by a storm on October 22nd. Cook left a message in the sand detailing his plans, and left before Fourneau, who arrived 4 days later, could find him. Fourneau, after losing men in an encounter with the Maori, opted to return to Britain, departing on December 22, 1773, and arriving back on July 14, 1774. But Cook was undeterred. He pushed further into the Antarctic, reaching a new southernmost point on January the 30th, 1774, before the swaths of sea ice halted their progress. He then navigated a wide arc across the Pacific, visiting numerous islands before returning to Queen Charlotte Sound, continually driven by his ambition to explore as far as possible. And so, on November the 10th, 1774, Cook's expedition resumed its voyage across the Pacific, reaching the western end of the Strait of Magellan by December 17th. They celebrated Christmas in a bay they named Christmas Sound, situated on the western side of Tierra del Fuego. After navigating Cape Horn, Cook ventured into the South Atlantic in search of a mysterious coastline anticipated by Alexander Dalrymple. When this endeavor proved fruitless, they turned northwards and discovered an island which they named South Georgia. Continuing his exploration, Cook also discovered the South Sandwich Islands during a futile attempt to locate Bouvet Island, and there he speculated about the polar regions, suggesting in his journal that, quote, "There is a tract of land near the pole. Where is the source of most of the ice which is spread over this vast southern ocean?" His subsequent reflections in February 1775 led him to deem the existence of a polar continent probable, as he noted in another version of his journal, I quote, "I firmly believe it, and it's more probable than we have seen a part of it." Well, the expedition anchored in Table Bay, March 21st, 1775, for a 5-week stay to refit the ship's rigging, eventually returning to Spithead, Portsmouth. On July 30th, 1775, after stops at St. Helena and Fernando de Noronha. Upon his return, Cook's findings effectively dispelled the long-standing myth of Terra Australis. A notable achievement of this second voyage was the successful use of that Larkham-Kendall K1 chronometer, which significantly improved the longitudinal calculations. Cook's detailed logs and precise charts he produced of the southern Pacific were acclaimed for their accuracy, and remained in use well into the mid-20th century. For his extensive contributions, Cook was promoted to captain and offered an honorary retirement as an officer at Greenwich Hospital, a position which he accepted reluctantly, reserving the right to return to active duty if called upon. His renown extended beyond maritime circles. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, received the Copley Gold Medal, and was painted by Nathaniel Dance Holland, dined with James Boswell, and was lauded in the House of Lords as the first navigator in Europe. Not a bad epithet to wind up the second voyage. All right, and now we get to our third and final voyage. Well, the primary objective of the third voyage was the elusive Northwest Passage, a supposed maritime route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans north of the North American continent. The British Admiralty, motivated by the prospect of enhancing trade routes and guided by the 1745 Act, renewed in 1775, offered a substantial reward of £20,000 to whoever could chart this passage effectively. Not a bad price. You could retire on that. Well, initially the Admiralty had considered Charles Clerk to lead the expedition, with the recently retired Cook acting merely as a consultant. However, Cook's extensive research into the Vitus Bering's earlier expeditions, coupled with his proven expertise, of course, swayed the Admiralty to entrust him with command, assigning Clerk as his second-in-command. The strategic plan involved a two-front approach. Cook would advance through the Bering Strait from the Pacific side, while Richard Pickersgill in the frigate Leon would attempt the Atlantic route, with both aiming to rendezvous in the summer of 1778. In a concurrent narrative, the journey also catered to a secondary and more publicized objective. In August 1773, Omai, a young man from Raiatea in the Society Islands, had journeyed to Europe aboard the Adventure under Tobias Furneaux, who had previously visited Tahiti during Cook's second Pacific voyage. Omai arrived in London in October 1774, where he was introduced to high society by Sir Joseph Banks, quickly becoming a celebrated figure. Although the third voyage was publicly framed as a mission to return Omai to Tahiti, the underlying goal remained focused on the Northwest Passage. On his final expedition, Cook once again took the helm of HMS Resolution, a vessel with a distinguished service history. Initially a North Sea collier named Marquis of Granby, she was launched by Whitby in 1770, and still going strong. Well, after completing her service in Cook's previous voyage, including a return to Britain in 1775, the Resolution was briefly decommissioned. However, in February 1776, she was recommissioned in preparation for Cook's third voyage, and this time the ship carried a diverse array of livestock: sheep, cattle, goats, pigs, and poultry. Gifts from King George III to the South Sea Islanders, showcasing the dual objectives of exploration and diplomatic engagement. Now, to equip his crew against the harsh conditions expected on the voyage, Cook requisitioned an extensive list of clothing items, that being 100 kersey jackets, 60 kersey waistcoats, 40 pairs of breeches, 120 linsey waistcoats, 140 linsey drawers, 440 checked shirts, amongst a whole bunch of other cold and warm weather clothing. This preparation showed again the extensive logistical planning necessary for such a long and arduous journey. Thousands of items of clothing. Well, complementing the Resolution was the HMS Discovery, commanded by Captain Charles Clerke. It was also built in Whitby and originally named Diligence, constructed in 1774, before being purchased by the Admiralty. She was a smaller vessel, weighing 299 tons and measuring 27 feet across with a whole depth of 11 feet. Together, these ships were to tackle the challenges of the uncharted territories, and so they set sail from Plymouth on the 12th of July 1776. Aboard HMS Resolution, Cook set off for his third voyage, with Clerke following him nearly 3 weeks later in HMS Discovery, due to a few delays in London. Cook's journey to Cape Town included a stop in Tenerife to replenish supplies before reaching Cape Town on October 17th. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Resolution was leaking, and it was leaking bad, particularly through the main deck, prompting immediate recorking efforts. Now remember, I told you about the corking, with that desiccated rope, and you've got to stuff it between the boards and then cover it over with tar. It usually works very well, until it doesn't, like in this case. Also, when the Discovery showed up on the 10th of November, it similarly required the same recorking process. Well, on December the 1st, the two ships resumed their voyage together, and by December the 13th, they had located and named the Prince Edward Islands. Shortly thereafter, Cook rediscovered the Kerguelen Islands on December 25th, which he had missed during his second voyage. Nice little Christmas present. Well, driven by the strong westerly winds, they finally reached Van Diemen's Land on the 26th of January 1777, where they briefly interacted with the local tribesmen and resupplied with water and food. Continuing their journey, they arrived at Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand on February the 12th. The local Maori were reportedly apprehensive, fearing retaliation from Cook for the deaths of 10 men from the Adventure during his second voyage in December of 1773. But nothing really happened. After a 2-week stay, the ship set sail for Tahiti, but were diverted to Mangaia by contrary winds on March 29th. The expedition then followed the westerly winds to the Friendly Isles, nowadays called Tonga, arriving on April 28th and staying until mid-July. From Tonga they sailed to Tahiti, arriving on August 12th. Cook delayed his departure from Tahiti until December 7th to return Omai, the Raiatean, who had traveled to Europe. On January the 18th, 1778, Cook became the first European to visit the Hawaiian Islands, naming them the Sandwich Islands, in honor of the Earl of Sandwich, the First Lord of the Admiralty. He then ventured northeast on the 2nd of February to explore the North American west coast north of the Spanish settlements in Alta California. He made landfall on the 6th of March near Cape Foulweather on the Oregon coast, which he named, presumably because of the weather. In fact, the bad weather drove the ships south, about 43 degrees north latitude, before they could head northward again. But I'm sure they all expected that. Well, Cook also unknowingly passed the Strait of Juan de Fuca and entered Nootka Sound on Vancouver Island, anchoring near Yukot, in what he called Ship Cove, which is now Resolution Cove. During their month-long stay in Nootka Sound, from March 29th to April 26th, 1778, interactions with the Yukot villagers were generally amicable, but occasionally tense, with the locals effectively controlling the trade. Unlike previous interactions in Hawaii, where trinkets were enough to suffice, the Yukot demanded more valuable items, quickly disfavoring the initially traded metals like lead, pewter, and tin. The most prized items obtained by the British were sea otter pelts. Throughout this period, trade dynamics were reversed, with the natives predominantly visiting the British vessels rather than the British visiting the Yukot village at Friendly Cove. After leaving Nootka Sound, Cook embarked on a comprehensive survey of the Pacific Northwest coastline, all the way to the Bering Strait. During this expedition, Cook meticulously charted what is now known as Cook Inlet in Alaska. His efforts during this single visit marked a significant achievement. He documented the majority of the North American Northwest coastline for the first time, delineated Alaska's extent, and bridged the exploratory gaps left by earlier Russian and Spanish explorers. In August of 1778, he passed through the Bering Strait and ventured into the Chukchi Sea, pushing northeast along Alaska's coast until sea ice halted their progress. Failing to move northward, he headed west to the Siberian coast up Cape North, present-day Cape Schmidt, only to be stopped again by the impassable ice barriers. Retracing his route to the Bering Sea, he returned to the Bering Sea by early September 1778, setting his course for the Hawaiian Islands. While his final voyage was marked by increasing frustrations and health issues, which affected his final decision-makings and interactions with his crew, notably in an incident where he insisted that they eat inedible walrus meat. In October, Cook's expedition stopped at Unalaska in the Aleutian Islands to recaulk their leaky ship and interact with local Russian traders and native populations. Finally, the expedition sighted Maui on November 26, 1778, and spent the subsequent weeks searching the Hawaiian archipelago for a suitable anchorage, finally landing at Kealakekua Bay on the Big Island on January 17, 1779. The arrival of Cook's ships coincided with the Makahiki Festival, a period that was dedicated to the Hawaiian god Lono. The Hawaiians were drawn to the ship, of course. It was pretty interesting for them, laden with gifts, and Cook was received with significant ceremonial pomp. It was a big old party, influenced perhaps by the resemblance of his ship's features to those associated with the god Lono. The series of cultural coincidences led some Hawaiians to treat Cook as a manifestation of Lono, a view that remains a little bit debatable by historians. and quite reminiscent of the situation with Hernan Cortes, once I think of it. Well, after spending a month in the Hawaiian Islands, Cook resumed his exploration of the northern Pacific. However, shortly after departing from Hawaii Island, the foremast of the Resolution broke, necessitating a return for repairs. Now, arriving at the start of the Makahiki Festival, that's a good omen. But arriving at the end of the Makahiki Festival, that's bad. The reappearance of Cook's ships during this period was likely seen as inauspicious by the Hawaiians, heightening tensions between the visitors and the locals. The situation escalated on the 14th of February, when a small boat from Cook's ship was stolen by the Hawaiians. Cook responded by attempting to take the Hawaiian king hostage, a tactic he had used previously for other islands to recover stolen items. However, the Hawaiians quickly realized Cook's intentions when he tried to lure the king aboard under false pretenses. As Cook led the king towards the boats, the Hawaiians sounded the alarm. The king sat down. He refused to move any further. And Cook found himself surrounded by an increasingly hostile crowd. They knew what he was up to. Well, Cook and his men retreated towards the beach, and in a very tragic turn of events, as Cook was assisting with the boat's launch, he was struck on the head by a club and then fatally stabbed as he fell forward into the surf. The chief, named Kalani Manoka Huaha, is traditionally credited with delivering this fatal blow. Not bad pronunciation there, isn't it, for an hour and 20 minutes into the video? Well, the confrontation also resulted in the deaths of 4 Marines and injuries to 2 others. Not a good day. Not at all. Well, despite this violent end to Cook's life, being bludgeoned and then stabbed to death in the shallows of the beach, he was still deeply respected by many Hawaiians, which influenced the subsequent treatment of his body. In accordance with Hawaiian funerary traditions typically reserved for their own high-ranking chiefs, Cook's body was disemboweled, baked to remove the flesh, and the bones were cleaned and preserved. I'm not sure if the Europeans thought that that was as respectful as a European funeral, but hey, when in Rome. These rituals were somewhat analogous to the veneration of relics of European saints, however, during the Middle Ages, so there is that. Well, some of Cook's remains were later returned to the British, who conducted a formal burial at sea after negotiations with the Hawaiian elders. Either way, it's complex, and I think it's a very exciting life that he lived. A terrible end, of course, but it's all got to end somewhere. I suppose that's what happened when you show up to people's countries unannounced. But that is just the way of history, and it marches on in the way it does, whether we like it or not. Christopher Columbus, an Italian explorer whose 1492 voyage across the Atlantic Ocean led to the European awareness of the American continents. His expeditions, funded by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, marked the beginning of centuries of transatlantic colonization. He made a total of 4 voyages to the Caribbean and South America over the course of 12 years, mistakenly believing he had found a new sea route to Asia. And while he was not the first European to reach the Americas, Columbus's journeys were pivotal in opening up the New World to European exploration, trade, and eventual colonization, shaping the course of world history profoundly, and beginning the transatlantic slave trade. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, well, welcome. And if you are coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, best thing you can do is like and subscribe. Those who want to go above and beyond will find the means to do so in the description of this video. Well, without further ado, let's all get nice and comfortable, relax, and we may begin. Christopher Columbus, who was born in the Republic of Genoa between the late August and late October of 1451, spent his early years immersed in a world of maritime trade and exploration. His father, Domenico Colombo, was a wool weaver and also managed a cheese stand where young Christopher often helped. His mother, Susanna Fortanarossa, alongside his siblings Bartholomew, Giovanni, and Giacomo, also known as Diego, and sister Bianchinetta, filled his early life with bustling, vibrant Genoese culture. Columbus was exposed to the sea from a young age, claiming to have gone to sea at just the young age of 14. Around 1470, his family moved to Savona, and Domenico took over operations of a tavern there. While some authors have speculated about Columbus's origins, suggesting he might have actually been from Spain or Portugal, these theories have largely been dismissed. By 1473, Columbus began working as a business agent for the prominent Genoese families of Spinola, Centurione, and Di Negro. His work took him to the Aegean Sea, specifically the island of Chios, which at that time was under Genoese control. In 1476, he participated in a significant convoy to deliver valuable cargo across northern Europe, which likely brought him to places like Bristol in England and Galway in modern-day Ireland. His possible journey to Iceland in 1477 is possible but also debatable. Columbus settled in Lisbon, Portugal, from 1477 until 1485. During this period, he embarked on several trading voyages, including a sugar-buying trip to Madeira for the Centurione family in 1478, which I'm sure was no doubt a sweet deal. He then married Felipa Perestrello e Moniz, a daughter of a Portuguese noble and governor of Porto Santo. The couple had a son, Diego, around 1479 or 1480. Well, unfortunately, Felipa did not last long. After the death of his wife, Columbus returned to Portugal to settle her estate and took his son Diego back with him. At the time when she had died, he was away on voyages to the coasts of West Africa, notably the Portuguese trading post of Elmina in present-day Ghana. Well, by 1485, he had left Portugal again for Castile, where he later became involved with Beatriz Enriquez de Arana, an orphaned 20-year-old. Beatriz and Columbus also had a son, Fernando, in 1488. Columbus was a man of diverse interests. and quite a bit of self-taught knowledge. In fact, he studied Latin, Portuguese, and Castilian, and was well read in astronomy, geography, and history. His readings included works by Ptolemy, Marco Polo, and Pope Pius II, among others. And despite not being a scholarly man, at least by formal standards, Columbus's annotations and ideas about the world were profoundly influenced by his readings and experiences, and there were plenty of them. Under the dominance of the Mongol Empire, and the stability it brought through the Pax Mongolica, means the Mongolian peace, by the way, think of Pax Romana, Roman peace, Europeans enjoyed a secure overland path via the Silk Road, accessing India, China, and as far away as Southeast Asia, which was of course rich in valuable commodities. However, and if you've been paying attention to the dates, you would know that things were about to change in that regard. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire in 1453 disrupted this route for Christian traders, compelling them to seek alternative paths to Asia. And if you can't go through it, you have to go around it. The Florentine astronomer Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli in 1474 proposed a bold plan to King Alfonso of Portugal, reaching the Maluku, or the Spice Islands, China, Japan, and India by sailing west across the Atlantic, rather than the longer route around Africa. However, Alfonso dismissed this idea. Columbus did not. He was inspired by Toscanelli's theories, and believed a western sea route to Asia was indeed feasible. He contacted Toscanelli in 1481, who encouraged him by sharing a map suggesting this shorter route. Columbus's plan gained complexity when Bartholomew Diaz rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, demonstrating the southern route to Asia. Columbus, a Christian millennialist and apocalypticist according to some historians, sought gold and the conversion of all other races to Christianity as part of his broader religious and exploratory ambitions. You will find this kind of opinion among a lot of modern scholars. Is it a part of a demonization, or is it the truth? Well, you make up your mind by the end of the video. Some say that his desire for gold was tied to a grander vision of conquering the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, which of course aligned with biblical prophecy. Despite misconceptions, educated Europeans of Columbus's era were very aware that the Earth was spherical, based on knowledge from ancient times. Astronomical navigation techniques were evolving among mariners, using the positions of celestial bodies. Eratosthenes, in the 3rd century BC, had accurately calculated the Earth's circumference using basic geometry, a fact that was known among scholars, but misconstrued by Columbus due to Ptolemy's outdated metrics. Columbus's calculation of the Earth's size was based on several cosmographical parameters. 1. The distance between Europe and Asia, the Earth's circumference, and the length of a degree of longitude. Influenced by Pierre d'Ailly's Amigo Mundi, Columbus adopted Alfraganus's smaller unit of measurement, underestimating the Earth's size by about a third, and of course the westward distance from the Canary Islands to Asia by 58%. This is of course quite a problem when you have to estimate how much food and fresh water you have to bring on board for a journey. Kind of like a plane running out of fuel in the middle of the ocean. You can understand how that would cause issues. Columbus's navigation plans were influenced by historical and geographical misconceptions. He believed, based on Toscanelli and others, that Asia was larger and closer than it is, and that Japan, which they called Cipangu, lay much closer to the equator. His estimate of the distance from the Canary Islands to Japan was a significant underestimation, making the voyage seem a lot more feasible than it actually was in reality. While most navigators deemed a westward voyage from Europe to Asia as unworkable due to the vast distances and the need for extensive provisions, Columbus saw the trade winds as his path to success. He planned to sail to the Canary Islands, then continue west with the northeast trade wind. The return journey required navigating the westerlies that blow eastward to Europe. Columbus had learned about the Atlantic wind patterns, possibly from his marriage to Felipa Perestrello, and from his work in map-making, which he was quite good at. Despite his incomplete knowledge of the Atlantic winds, his first voyage successfully avoided hurricanes by sailing west from the Canary Islands during hurricane season. His ambitious plan, flawed by the miscalculations of distance and his underestimation of the Earth's circumference, was nevertheless a pivotal moment in history. His eventual voyage in 1492, backed by the Spanish crown after Portugal's rejection, changed the course of world exploration and opened up a new era of global interaction. By 1484, Columbus approached King John II of Portugal with his plan for a westward voyage to Asia, a proposal that was widely scrutinized by the king's experts, who accurately determined that Columbus had grossly underestimated the distance to Asia, believing it to be about a quarter of the actual distance. Despite this, Columbus tried again in 1488, but his timing was unfortunate, as Bartholomew Diaz's recent success in navigating the southern tip of Africa near the Cape of Good Hope suggested a more viable eastern route to Asia. Well, Columbus was undeterred. He sought support from Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, the Catholic monarchs of the newly united Spain. On May 1st, 1486, Columbus presented his plans to Queen Isabella, who passed them to a committee of experts. Like their Portuguese counterparts, these scholars concluded that Columbus's estimations were significantly off, and deemed the plan to be quite impractical. However, recognizing potential future benefits, and to keep Columbus from taking his ideas to other European courts, the monarchs decided that it would be best to grant him a modest annual allowance. Columbus's brother, Bartholomew, took the proposal to England, seeking the sponsorship of Henry VII, but was delayed by pirates and arrived too late to effect the negotiations. Meanwhile, Columbus himself was sent by the Spanish crown to La Rabida Friere for a period of reflection and preparation. Here, he received additional funds for new clothing and an invitation to return to court. The tide turned for Columbus after the fall of Granada in January of 1492, marking the end of the Reconquista. A subsequent council led by Queen Isabella's confessor, Hernando de Talavera, still found Columbus's route to Asia unlikely. As Columbus prepared to leave for France to seek support, Ferdinand intervened, sending emissaries to encourage Isabella to reconsider. She was finally persuaded, largely due to the efforts of Luis de Santangel, who emphasized the risk of Columbus offering his services to another European power. In the Capitulations of Santa Fe, signed in April of 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella promised Columbus the title of Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Viceroy, and governor of all new lands he could claim for Spain. He was granted a significant share of any wealth generated, and the authority to nominate candidates for governance in these new territories. Pretty good deal, don't you think? However, Columbus's fortunes changed dramatically during his third voyage to the Americas in 1500, when he was arrested and stripped of his titles due to accusations of mismanagement. Along with his sons Diego and Fernando, he initiated a lengthy series of legal battles against the Castilian crown. Well, these lawsuits claimed that the crown had not honored its contractual obligations to Columbus and his heirs. The initial litigation led to a 1511 judgment that confirmed Diego's position as viceroy, but with somewhat diminished authority. The litigation continued until 1536, with subsequent disputes by Columbus's heirs persisting all the way until 1790. Just can't let it go, can't they? Well, we'll get to the later voyages later. Columbus's persistent belief in his navigational theories and his relentless pursuit of royal support ultimately led to this historic 1492 voyage, setting the stage for the age of exploration. Now, between 1492 and 1504, he undertook 4 significant voyages from Spain to the Americas. It was indeed the beginning of European exploration, and that golden age of colonization of the American continents, foundational to the Columbian Exchange. His contributions are thus central to the age of discovery, and, well, that's the reason why the 54% American audience that watch this channel probably learned about him very early in school. At least, I hope you would be learning about him. Well, let's get on to the actual voyages themselves. Of course, it's probably wise that we start with the first voyage. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So, the first voyage, beginning in 1492 to 1493. Columbus set sail on the evening of August 3rd, 1492, from Palos de la Frontera, commanding 3 ships. The largest was the carrack Santa Maria, with Columbus himself at the helm. Accompanying him were 2 smaller caravels, the Pinta and the Nina, piloted by the Pinzon brothers. He first headed to the Canary Islands for supplies and repairs, departing on September 6th for a 5-week voyage across the ocean. On the 7th of October, the crew observed vast flocks of birds, and on October the 11th, Columbus adjusted the fleet's course due west. Early October 12th, Rodrigo de Triana, the lookout on the Pinta, spotted land, which Columbus later claimed to have seen earlier, thereby securing a lifetime pension from the Spanish monarchy. That's a little cheeky, isn't it? He named this island San Salvador. It's the present-day Bahamas. The indigenous people called it Guanahani, which I probably haven't pronounced properly, but, you know. In his journal from October the 12th, 1492, Columbus noted his first impressions of the native people, observing their peaceful nature and envisioning their potential to be converted to Christianity and serve the Spanish crown. He called these inhabitants Los Indios. Columbus explored the northeast coast of Cuba on October the 28th, and on November the 26th was separated from the Pinta when its captain, Martin Alonso Pinzon, went in search of gold on another island. Columbus continued to Hispaniola's northern coast, landing on December the 6th. There the Santa Maria was wrecked on December 25th, and its timbers used to impress the locals. Columbus was welcomed by the native Cacique Guacanagari, who allowed him to leave some of his men behind. Columbus founded the settlement of La Navidad in present-day Haiti, leaving 39 men, including the interpreter Louis de Torres. But of course you can't go home empty-handed. Columbus captured a few natives and pressed on with his exploration. He reunited with Pinzon and the Pinta on January 6, 1493. On January the 13th he made his final stop in the Americas at the Bay of Rinzon in northeast Hispaniola, encountering the Siguayos, who resisted the Spanish. After leaving Hispaniola, Columbus headed for Spain aboard the Niña, but a storm led him to take refuge on the island of Santa Maria in the Azores. After a confrontation with the local governor, Columbus set sail once again, only to be forced into Lisbon's port by another storm. Here he met with King John II of Portugal, who asserted that Columbus's voyage violated the Treaty of Alsacovas. Columbus finally returned to Spain, landing in Palos on March 15, 1493, where he received a hero's welcome and soon met with Ferdinand and Isabella in Barcelona. He presented them with the captured natives, plants, and other items collected on his journey. And just think about it for a moment. Those poor natives, how confusing this entire ordeal must have been. Was anybody there telling them exactly what was going on? What was the fate? Well, I suppose those sorts of people rarely get written down in the triumphant books, right? Well, Columbus's letter about the voyage sent from Lisbon helped spread the news across Europe, with most people initially believing that he had reached Asia. His discoveries led to the issuance of the Bulls of Donation by Pope Alexander VI in 1493, which were intended to grant new lands to Portugal and Spain, but were later superseded by the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. The widespread impact of this first voyage, and his persistence in claiming he had found a route to Asia, significantly influenced European exploration, and the eventual recognition of the Americas as separate continents. On September the 24th, 1493, he embarked on his second voyage to the Americas from Cadiz, commanding a fleet of now 17 ships. Remember, the first voyage he only had 3. But this time, his mission was to establish permanent colonies, and he was accompanied by nearly 1,500 men. This diverse group included sailors, soldiers, priests, carpenters, stonemasons, metal workers, and of course farmers. Notable members of this expedition included Alvarez Chanco, a physician who documented the voyage, Juan Ponce de Leon, who would later become the first governor of Puerto Rico and explore Florida, the father of Bartholomew de las Casas, Juan de la Cosa, a cartographer credited with creating the first world map to include the New World, and Columbus's younger brother, of course, Diego. The fleet made a stop at the Canary Islands to replenish supplies, and set sail again on October the 7th, taking a more southerly course than the first voyage. On November the 3rd, they reached the Windward Islands. The first island that Columbus sighted was named Dominica, but due to lack of a suitable harbor, the fleet anchored off a nearby smaller island that he named Maria Galante, now part of the Guadalupe and called Marie Galante. Other islands Columbus named Montserrat, Antigua, St. Martin, and the Virgin Islands, among others. On November the 17th, Columbus sighted Puerto Rico's eastern coast, known to the native Taino as Boriquen. He sailed along the island's southern coast before making landfall on its northwestern coast at the Bay of Añasco on November the 19th. Columbus named the island San Juan Bautista in honor of John the Baptist, and stayed there from November 20th to the 21st to resupply his ships. Continuing to Hispaniola, Columbus arrived at the La Navidad in present-day Haiti on November the 22nd. There he discovered that the fort left from his previous voyage was destroyed by the Tainos after the Spaniards had antagonized them with their relentless search for gold. The pursuit of women did not help either. Tends to disenfranchise the local men a little bit. He then founded a new settlement, La Isabela, obviously named after the Queen, which is in what is now the Dominican Republic. But this settlement was poorly located and quite short-lived. From April to August of 1494, he explored Cuba and Jamaica, then returned to Hispaniola. By the end of 1494, disease and famine had decimated 2/3 of the Spanish settlers. Columbus implemented the system encomienda, which coerced labor from the indigenous people and led to widespread abuse. Thus Columbus punished even the most minor of crimes among the colonists with execution or dismemberment. The native people were enslaved, beaten, abused, and tortured in the pursuit of gold. Many chose to take their own lives over the subjugation. Well, that took a dark turn, didn't it? Well, we'll talk a little more about that later, but let's continue on in a more biographical sense. In February of 1495, Columbus organized a massive slave raid, rounding up about 1,500 Arawaks, including some that had previously rebelled. Approximately 500 of the strongest were sent to Spain to be slaves. Around 200 of these died en route. Despite these atrocities, the need for more supplies and provisions continued on. It was never enough. In June of 1495, the Spanish crown sent additional ships and supplies to Hispaniola. Florentine merchant Giannato Berardi, responsible for provisioning Columbus's fleet and supplying the colony, succeeded in sending almost 40,000 maravedis worth of enslaved Indians to Columbus, before dying suddenly in December of 1495. On the 10th of March 1496, after being away for about 30 months, Columbus departed from La Isabela. The fleet sighted land between Lisbon and Cape St. Vincent on June the 8th and disembarked in Cadiz on June the 11th. Despite the hardships and moral controversies of this voyage, it marked a significant step in the European exploration of the New World, setting the stage for further expeditions and the eventual widespread colonization of the Americas by Europeans. On May 30th, 1498, after a 2-year break, Columbus embarked on his third voyage from Sanlúcar in Spain, this time with a fleet of about 6 ships. After a stop at Madeira and the Canary Islands, the fleet split up. 3 ships headed for Hispaniola to bring supplies to the settlers there, while Columbus, commanding the other 3, sailed south to the Cape Verde Islands before steering westward across the Atlantic. This voyage aimed to explore rumors of a large continent of south of the Caribbean, which of course today is known as South America. By July 31st, they sighted Trinidad, marking the most southerly of the Caribbean islands they had encountered. On August 5th, Columbus dispatched small boats on the southern side of the Paria Peninsula in present-day Venezuela, near the mouth of the Orinoco River. This landing was significant, as it was the first recorded time Europeans set foot on the mainland of South America. Columbus correctly surmised that this landmass was indeed a continent, not just another island. The fleet then navigated to the islands of Margarita and Chacacare, sighting Tobago and Grenada from a distance. On August the 19th, Columbus returned to Hispaniola, only to find the settlers in rebellion against his rule, due to the unfulfilled promises of riches. Columbus responded in typical fashion by having some of the rebels tried for their insubordination, with at least one leader being executed. In October of 1499, facing growing unrest and accusations of tyranny, Columbus sent 2 ships back to Spain to request the appointment of a royal commissioner to assist in governing. The Spanish court, already informed of Columbus's harsh and frankly incompetent rule, dispatched Francisco de Bobadilla, a relative of an influential patron of Columbus, to try and figure out what was going on. Upon arrival in Santo Domingo, Bobadilla found immediate complaints against all 3 Columbus brothers, and took over Columbus's house and property, declaring himself the new governor. Bobadilla's report to Spain detailed brutal governance practices by Columbus, including the punishment of a man who stole corn by mutilating his ears and nose and then selling him into slavery. Other testimonies described Columbus congratulating his brother Bartholomew for having a woman stripped of her clothes and then paraded through the streets before being mutilated. Her crime? Speaking ill of the Columbus family. The report also highlighted Columbus's approach to quelling native unrest, involving suppression through violence and intimidation, including parading dismembered bodies to discourage further rebellion. Despite Columbus's vehement denials of pretty much all of the charges laid against him, the evidence and testimonies collected by Bobadilla led to Columbus and his brother Diego being arrested and returned to Spain in chains aboard the caravel La Gorda. They remained in jail for 6 weeks, until King Ferdinand ordered their release and summoned them to the Alhambra Palace in Granada. The sovereigns expressed their dismay at Bobadilla's actions and restored the Columbus brothers freedom and wealth. After much persuasion, they agreed to fund Columbus's 4th voyage, although Nicolas de Ovando was appointed the new governor of the West Indies, replacing Bobadilla. Recent discoveries, including a manuscript found by the archivist Isabel Aguirre in the archive of Simancas, Spain, shed new light on the accusations against Columbus and his brother. These documents, published in The Fall of Christopher Columbus, The Judgment of Bobadilla, by Aguirre and Consuelo Varela in 2006, include testimonies gathered by Bobadilla and others in Santo Domingo in 1500, providing a deeper understanding of the events leading to the downfall of Columbus's administration in the New World. A bit of further reading for those inclined. Now, on the 9th of May 1502, Columbus embarked on his 4th and final voyage from Cadiz, Spain. His fleet consisted of his flagship, the Santa Maria, and 3 other vessels, crewed by a total of 140 men, including his brother Bartholomew as second in command, and his son Fernando. Their first destination was Asila on the Moroccan coast, intending to rescue Portuguese soldiers who were reportedly besieged by the Moors. By the time Columbus's fleet arrived, the siege had already been lifted, so they stayed only briefly before continuing on to the Canary Islands. On June the 15th, the fleet reached Martinique in the Caribbean. Columbus stayed there for several days, but as a hurricane began to form, he sailed westward, seeking shelter on Hispaniola. He reached Santo Domingo on the 29th of June, but was denied port by the new governor, Francisco de Bobadilla. Columbus had warned Bobadilla about the approaching hurricane, but his warnings were ignored. When Columbus's ships sheltered at the mouth of the Rio Jana, the first Spanish treasure fleet sailed directly into the hurricane. Columbus's fleet survived with only minor damage, while Bobadilla's fleet lost 20 of its 30 ships, with 500 lives lost, including Bobadilla himself. Only a few ships made it back to Santo Domingo, and only the Aguja, carrying Columbus's belongings and his share of the gold from Hispaniola, managed to return to Spain. How convenient. Columbus then made a brief stop in Jamaica before sailing to Central America, arriving on the coast of Honduras on July 30th. Here his brother Bartholomew encountered native merchants and a large canoe. By August the 14th, Columbus landed on the continental mainland at Punta Caxinas, now Puerto Castilla in Honduras. And over the next 2 months, he explored the coasts of Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica, looking for a strait that would lead him through the Western Caribbean to the Indian Ocean. Sailing south along the Nicaraguan coast, he discovered a channel that took him into the Almirante Bay in Panama on October the 5th. Upon anchoring in Almirante Bay, Columbus encountered the Ngabe people, who wore many gold ornaments. In January of 1503, he established a garrison at the mouth of the Belen River. On April the 16th, he departed for Hispaniola, and by May 10th, he finally sighted the Cayman Islands, which he named La Tortugas, due to the abundance of sea turtles. However, his ships were damaged in a storm off the coast of Cuba, and by June the 25th, 1503, they were beached in St. Anne Parish, Jamaica. Stranded for 6 months, Columbus and his 230 men were marooned. Diego Mendez de Segura, along with Bartholomew, Flisco, and 6 natives, paddled a canoe to Hispaniola to get help. However, the governor, Nicolas de Ovando y Cacares, who reportedly had a foaming-at-the-mouth hatred for Columbus, decided to delay their rescue. No big rush. Let them suffer for a little while longer. To maintain his cooperation of the local natives for food and support, Columbus used his knowledge of astronomy to predict a lunar eclipse on February the 29th, 1504. This demonstration of knowledge successfully gained their favor, or more like tricked them into believing he had some kind of godlike foresight. Well, despite Ovando's efforts to hinder them, Columbus and his crew were eventually rescued on June the 28th, 1504. They then returned to Sanlúcar, Spain, on November the 7th, marking the end of Columbus's final voyage. This voyage, fraught with challenges and opposition, further expanded European knowledge of the Americas, and underscored the complexities and difficulties of exploration during this era. His later years were marked by a growing sense of religious fervor and an unyielding pursuit of the honors and rewards he believed were due to him by the Spanish crown. Thus he spent much of his time writing and compiling works that would both document his achievements and frame them within a religious context that was, of course, deeply personal to him. Toward the end of his life, he produced 2 significant works, the first of 1502 being the Book of Privileges, detailing the rewards he believed he and his heirs were entitled to, based on agreements like the capitulations of Santa Fe made with the Spanish crown. The book was a compilation of documents, letters, and other writings that Columbus used to assert his rights and privileges. His second work in 1505 was the Book of Prophecies, which reflected his deep religious sentiment and his belief in the role of Christian eschatology. He compiled biblical passages that he saw as foretelling his discoveries and missions, viewing him as an instrument of God's plan for the end times. This work also included interpretations of his role in spreading Christianity, bringing about the conversion of all peoples, a mission he saw as paving the way for the second coming of Christ. Well, as Columbus entered his later years, his health continued to decline. He suffered from attacks that were initially thought to be gout, but later suggested to be reactive arthritis, a condition possibly triggered by intestinal infections or even STDs. Very naughty. That's not very Christ-like, isn't it? Well, this condition would have caused severe joint inflammation, alongside other symptoms like eye bleeding, fever, and temporary blindness. Certainly not a good way to go. And it didn't help that while he continued to get sicker and sicker, the legal battles with the Spanish crown kept coming. His heirs continued these legal challenges well after his death, seeking to enforce the terms of the capitulations of Santa Fe, which promised Columbus and his descendants a tenth of all profits from the lands he discovered. However, after being relieved of his governorship, the crown felt it was simply not bound by these promises, leading to protracted litigation. Columbus died on May 20th, 1506, in Valladolid, Spain, at the age of 54. His death marked the end of a life that had changed the course of world history. Voyages that led to the widespread awareness of the Americas and Europe, and set the stage for the widespread exploration and exploitation that followed. Despite the controversies surrounding his governance and the treatment of indigenous people, he's still a pivotal figure in the age of discovery. This legacy is complex. It's intertwined with both the opening of new horizons and the darker aspects of European expansion. So before we go, let's just talk a little bit about the controversy. Now, before we do, I'm not one of those people who's saying we need to start ripping statues down and burning books and all the rest of it. But we do need to confront the historical realities. Well, Columbus has been criticized for his role in initiating the widespread colonialism and for his brutal treatment of native populations he encountered. Accounts from his friend, Michel de Cuenio, describe Columbus's cruelty, such as the R-word of an indigenous woman which he had captured and then gifted to da Cuenio. This act is part of a broader pattern of abuse observed that Columbus and his men inflicted upon the native populations. Bartholomew de las Casas, a Spanish historian and friar, also detailed the harsh treatment of indigenous people. For those aged 14 and over who failed to pay a tribute of gold every 6 months, Columbus and his men had a rather unique punishment. They would cut off their hands, something we would see later on in the Belgian rulers in the Congo. This, of course, would often lead to death by bleeding. But we must also mention that some modern historians challenge these accounts, suggesting they may be exaggerated as part of the Black Legend, a historical narrative that paints the Spanish Empire in an unfavorable light due to anti-Spanish and anti-Catholic sentiment. Despite all of these controversies, A lot of historians simply agree that Columbus was a product of his times, engaging in practices that were common among European colonizers. He may have been brutal, of course, but the whole system was brutal. It was a brutal world. No matter where you went, no matter where you were from, the whole thing was pretty horrible. Well, some historians have also referred to Columbus as the father of the slave trade, noting that he initiated the large-scale enslavement and shipment of Africans to the Caribbean. But I think that this label of the father of the slave trade is a little bit of a misnomer. In fact, the slave trade had been going since the dawn of time. It's kind of like saying the person who came up with factory farming was the father of animal cruelty. No. Maybe just one who had came up with a more time-efficient system. And, of course, we will be doing videos that extensively go into the African slave trades, whether that be the domestic African slave trade, the one that went to the Middle East, or the transatlantic slave trade, all equally as horrible. So we will get to them. Now, depopulation of indigenous populations was of course an issue. The arrival of Columbus and subsequent European colonizers led to a catastrophic decline in the native populations of the Americas. Diseases brought by Europeans, such as smallpox, combined with occasional warfare and harsh enslavement and treatment, continued to contribute to this depopulation. Now, the pre-Columbian population of Hispaniola was estimated to be between 250,000 and 2 million, which is quite a gap in estimations. But even if we go with the smaller number of 250,000, by the 16th century it had dwindled to just a few hundred. This dramatic decline was not only due to disease, but also due to the enslavement and the brutal treatment by the colonizers. It's been emphasized that the policies initiated by Columbus led to widespread dyings and a significant reduction in the indigenous population pretty much everywhere they stood foot. Despite the controversies surrounding his treatment of the indigenous people, pretty much the only thing that gets him praise is his navigational skills. Credit where it's due, I suppose. He expertly utilized the trade winds to make his voyage across the Atlantic possible. His understanding of wind patterns and ocean currents, combined with his use of celestial navigation, was crucial in his successful navigation of the Atlantic Ocean. But once again, opinions on his navigational experience do vary. Some biographers view him as one of the most skilled navigators of all time, while others argue that he simply benefited from good fortune, and that his successes were more due to luck than skill. Well, either way, I suppose it's all up to people's interpretations. I don't like to give my opinions too much on here. I just like to present the information in a way that you can all argue in the comments about it. Sir Francis Drake, born around 1540 in Devonshire, England, a renowned seaman and privateer whose circumnavigation of the globe from 1577 to 1580 established him as a pivotal figure in English naval history. These daring exploits included the successful raid on the Spanish silver train at Nombre de Dios, significantly enriching England and disrupting the Spanish maritime supremacy. knighted by Queen Elizabeth in 1581 for his services. Drake's strategic skill was instrumental in the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. Thus, his legacy as a master navigator and privateer endures to this day, symbolizing the rise of the British Maritime Empire and the fall of the Spanish dominance in the New World. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, hello, good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, the best way to do that is by liking, subscribing, and leaving your comments down below. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the Patreon link in the description. Now, with that being said, let's all get nice and relaxed. Take a deep breath. We may begin our biography of Sir Francis Drake. Francis Drake was born at the rustic Crowndale farm near Tavistock in Devon. His exact date of birth remains unconfirmed, but it is around the aforementioned date. This birth year is deducted from various contemporary texts, one of which notes that Drake was 22 when he obtained the command of the Judith in 1566, which suggests that he was born around or before 1544 at the latest. But most people settle on the date of 1540. Now, 1549, that was a difficult year for the family. The Drakes were compelled to flee their home in Devon all the way to Kent, mainly due to the severe religious persecution that erupted during the Prayer Book Rebellion, a topic for another video. All you need to know is that it was something that you would definitely want to run away from if you were on the pointy end of it. Now, it was in Kent that Francis's father found a brand new calling, that being ministering to the sailors in the King's Navy. After being ordained as a deacon, he was appointed as the vicar of Upchurch and the Medway. This period marked a significant chapter in young Francis's life and set the stage for his future maritime adventures. Now, from an early age, Francis was immersed in the world of maritime adventure, beginning his seafaring career as an apprentice under the guidance of his relative, the sea captain William Hawkins of Plymouth. His talent and diligence were evident from the start, and by the age of 18 he had already advanced to the position of purser, as noted by English chronicler Edmund Howes. In the 1550s, Drake's father secured him a position with the master of a small bark, which was a vessel that was part of the bustling trade network between the Medway River and the Dutch coast. Here, Drake likely engaged in commerce, traversing the coasts of England, the Low Countries, and even as far as France. The ship's master was thoroughly impressed with Drake's conduct, and, having no suitable heirs of his own, bequeathed the bark to Drake upon his death. Now that's lucky. Now, something a little bit less pleasant. When we look at the historical context of 1562, the West African slave trade was largely controlled by the Portuguese and the Spanish. Sir John Hawkins, seeing an opportunity, formulated a strategy to infiltrate and capitalize on this lucrative trade. Now, Drake while not among the financiers of this venture, is believed to have served as a common seaman on Hawkins' initial slaving voyages, while anecdotal evidence suggests Drake's involvement in the first two voyages. Stronger evidence confirms his presence in the last two of the 4 slaving voyages conducted by Hawkins between 1562 and 1569. Hawkins' first venture in 1562 involved capturing Portuguese slave ships off the coast of Sierra Leone and selling the captured Africans in the Spanish Indies, yielding substantial profits. Encouraged by this success, Hawkins embarked on a second slave-trading voyage in 1564, this time with the explicit backing of the Queen, that being Queen Elizabeth II, of course, who lent him the ship Jesus of Lubeck. This time, Hawkins aggressively captured many inhabitants of an African town and sold them at Spanish ports in the Caribbean, again turning a significant profit for himself, the Queen, and their consortium of investors. Though not a member of the consortium, Drake, as part of the crew, would have received a share of the profits, albeit probably not much of a share. The Spanish and Portuguese were not pleased, of course, with the English foray into the slave trade, a market that they had considered their own. They didn't want anybody else muscling in on their business. Well, under diplomatic pressure to avoid conflict, Queen Elizabeth eventually prohibited Hawkins from undertaking a third expedition. But Hawkins was undeterred. He arranged for a voyage under the command of his relative, John Lovell, in 1566, and of course he wanted Drake to come with him. This venture did not meet with success, however, as over 90 of the enslaved Africans were released without payment. Drake's next notable adventure was in 1567, joining Hawkins on what would be their final joint voyage. The crew attempted to capture slaves around Cape Verde, but met with little success. They then allied with local kings in Sierra Leone, capturing several hundred prisoners, although the kings retained a larger share of the captives. This voyage faced numerous challenges, including storms, Spanish hostility, and of course a devastating hurricane that separated one ship from the rest of the fleet. The remaining ships, well, they were forced into the port of San Juan de Ulua, near Veracruz. Quite a lot of repairs needed to be done. Well, soon after, they were attacked by the Spanish, under the newly appointed Viceroy of New Spain, Martin Enrique de Almanza, leading to the disastrous Battle of San Juan de Ulua. The English suffered a significant defeat, and they lost all but 2 of their ships. In the chaos, Drake, who was now captain of the Judith, made the difficult decision to flee, leaving Hawkins and the others behind. Hawkins, however, escaped on the Minion, returning to England with a mere 15 of his original crew, leaving hundreds of English sailors abandoned. Upon his return, Hawkins was a little bit upset. He accused Drake of desertion and the theft of treasure. Drake, of course, refuted these accusations, maintaining that he had distributed all profits fairly among the crew, and had believed Hawkins to be lost when he made the decision to retreat. Well, this contentious end in their voyage marked a turning point for Drake's career. From then on, he abandoned trading and slaving in favor of direct confrontations with Spanish holdings. This change in focus was partly fueled by the animosity towards the Spanish that Drake developed after the Battle of San Juan de Ulva and its aftermath. The 1567–69 voyage marked his final involvement in anything to do with the slave trade. Well, over these last 4 voyages, approximately 1,200 Africans were enslaved, with estimates suggesting that up to 3 times as many may have perished. Well, in 1572, a little while later, Francis Drake embarked on his first significant independent venture, targeting the Isthmus of Panama, an area that the Spanish referred to as part of the Tierra Firme, and the English as the Spanish Main. This region was crucial, as it was where the immense wealth of Peruvian silver and gold was unloaded and transported overland to the Caribbean Sea. From there, Spanish galleons would ship it to Spain from the town of Nombre de Dios, departing Plymouth, on May 24, 1572, with 73 men aboard 2 small vessels, the Pasha and the Swan. Drake set his eyes to seize Nombre de Dios. Drake's initial assault on Nombre de Dios occurred in late July of 1572. He managed to capture the town, but was severely wounded by the arriving Spanish forces from Panama, who were understandably angry, forcing his retreat without securing the treasures stored in the royal treasury. Well, he decided not to attack Nombre de Dios again, but shifted his focus to simply raiding the Spanish galleons along the coast where he could find them. He also, along with the help of his allies, the Cimarrons, who were escaped African slaves, somewhat ironic, raided the mule trains carrying gold, silver, and goods from Panama City. Among these men was Diego, who later earned his freedom after many years serving under Drake. And here we find one of Drake's most notable exploits. During this period, it was the capture of the Spanish silver train at Nombre de Dios on April the 1st, 1573, which of course significantly enriched him and increased his fame. Near Cabo de Cativas, he encountered a French privateer, Guillaume Le Testu, commanding the 80-ton warship called the Havre. The two joined forces, and Drake planned to intercept the mule train at Campos River, 2 leagues from Nombre de Dios. He instructed his captains to rendezvous at the Francisco River on April 3rd to extract them after the raid. The combined English and French forces, along with the Cimarron scouts, surprised the mule convoy. The following morning seized over 200,000 pesos worth of treasure. After attacking the train, Drake and his cohorts discovered that they had captured around 20 tons of silver and gold, a lot more than they thought was going to be there. So, they couldn't carry it all. It's a good problem to have. They buried much of this treasure, way too heavy to take back, and fled with a significant amount of more carryable gold. This incident may have inspired many later tales of pirates and buried treasure. Tragically, during the retreat, however, Letestu was captured and executed. The adventurers struggled to carry as much gold and silver as they could across approximately 18 miles of jungle-covered mountains to their raiding boat's location. Arriving at the coast, they found that the boats were missing, leaving them demoralized, exhausted, and stranded with the Spanish close behind. Drake, where are the boats?" Well, at this critical juncture, Drake took to inspiring his men. He then buried the treasure on the beach and got to work constructing a raft. With this, he and 4 other sailors sailed 12 miles in heavy swells to where they had left 2 other boats. Now, when Drake finally reached the boats, his crew, shocked by his disheveled appearance, feared the worst. Well, Drake, playing along with their fears before revealing a large amount of Spanish gold, and happily declaring, "Our voyage is made." By the second week of August 1573, Drake returned triumphantly to Plymouth. An exceptional moment during this expedition was on February the 11th, when Drake and his lieutenant, John Oxenham, became the first Englishmen to sight the Pacific Ocean. They climbed a high tree in Panama's central mountains, a feat first achieved by the Spaniard Vasco Núñez de Balboa in 1513. The Cimarrons had carved steps into the tree, leading to a platform where Drake, Oxenham, and the Cimarron leader Pedro viewed the vast ocean. They vowed that one day they would sail these waters, a promise Drake fulfilled during his later world circumnavigation. Upon his return, Drake was celebrated as a hero in England, and of course vilified as a pirate in Spain. Although the British government had signed a temporary truce with Spain's King Philip II, it could not officially recognize Drake's accomplishments. You know, politics. In 1575, Drake was involved in the Rathlin Island massacre in Ireland. Under the directives of Sir Henry Sidney and the Earl of Essex, Robert Devereux, Sir John Norris and Drake laid siege to Rathlin Castle. Following its surrender, Norris's troops killed all 200 defenders and several hundred civilians, which of course included women and children of the clan MacDonald. Meanwhile, Drake's task was to prevent any reinforcements from reaching the island from the Gaelic Irish or Scots. This left Sorley Boy MacDonald, yes, his actual name, a leader of the Gaelic resistance against the English power, stranded on the mainland. The devastating attack led Essex to report to Queen Elizabeth's secretary that Sorley Boy was likely to have run mad for sorrow, having lost everything he ever valued in the assault. Yeah, feel a little bit sorry for him, don't you? Well, after the successful raid on the Panama Isthmus, Drake planned a significant expedition, which was later known as the Famous Voyage, targeting the Spanish territories along the Pacific coast of the Americas. This ambitious journey was backed by a consortium including influential figures such as Francis Walsingham, Robert Dudley, the first Earl of Leicester, John Hawkins, Christopher Hatton and, of course, Drake himself. The original idea, authored by Sir Richard Grenville, received a royal patent in 1574 for such an expedition. However, Queen Elizabeth rescinded this patent a year later upon learning of Grenville's aggressive intentions towards the Spanish. Despite this, in 1577, Elizabeth likely provided financial backing for Drake's voyage to South America, though she stopped short of giving him an official commission. Well, this voyage aimed to be the first circumnavigation in almost 6 decades. So you can see how it was more than a big deal. Once again, Diego, returning character, was part of Drake's crew. His bilingual abilities in Spanish and English making him an invaluable interpreter for encounters with Spanish or Portuguese speakers. Employed as Drake's servant, Diego was compensated like the other crew members. Setting out from Plymouth on November the 15th, 1577, Drake and his fleet faced immediate challenges from severe weather, forcing them to seek refuge in Falmouth, Cornwall. After repairs, they departed again on December the 13th, aboard the flagship Pelican, with 4 additional ships and 164 men. Drake soon expanded his fleet by capturing the Portuguese merchant ship Mary, originally Santa Maria, off the coast of Africa near the Cape Verde Islands, and he also took its experienced navigator Nuno da Silva captive. As they crossed the Atlantic, Drake's fleet dwindled. He had to scuttle the Christopher and the flyboat Swan due to the loss of men. The fleet made landfall eventually at the forbidding Puerto San Julian in present-day Argentina, a site where Ferdinand Magellan had executed mutineers half a century earlier. Drake's crew encountered the eerie sight of bleached skeletons on Spanish gibbets. Echoing Magellan, Drake held a trial and executed his own mutineer, Thomas Doherty. The ship Mary was found to be rotting and was stripped and abandoned. Choosing to overwinter in San Julian, Drake delayed his push through the Strait of Magellan. The execution of Thomas Doherty. Drake's journey was marred by internal strife, particularly with co-commander Thomas Doherty. On June 3, 1578, Doherty was accused by Drake of witchcraft, of all things, and faced charges of mutiny and treason in a ship trial. Drake, asserting he had a royal commission, which he didn't, it was never produced, denied Doherty a trial back in England. Key evidence against Doherty came from the ship's carpenter, Edward Bright, whose testimony was crucial. Well, after the trial, Bright was promoted to master of the ship Marigold, and Doherty, having disclosed the voyage's purpose to Lord Burghley, a critic of provoking the Spanish, was found guilty. The night before his execution, Doherty and Drake shared communion and dined together, maintaining a show of camaraderie. Francis Fletcher, the ship's chaplain, described this last meal as both sharing cheerfully, as if some journey only had been in hand. On July the 2nd, 1578, Drake executed Doherty, by cutting his head off, which usually does the trick. The voyage continued to face hardships, and by January 1580, Drake found himself stranded on a reef in the Celebes Sea. When Fletcher suggested that their misfortunes were divine retribution for Doherty's unjust death, Drake furiously chained him to a hatch cover and declared him excommunicated. Well after this execution of Thomas Doherty, Drake and his reduced fleet of 3 ships set sail for the Strait of Magellan at the southern tip of South America. By September 1578, Drake had navigated through the strait and had entered the Pacific Ocean. It was here that violent storms led to the loss of the Marigold, captained by John Thomas, and forced Elizabeth, under John Winter, to turn back to England. This left Drake with only his flagship, the Pelican. Upon reaching the Pacific, Drake renamed Pelican to Golden Hind to honor Sir Christopher Hatton, whose crest featured a golden hind. Drake's journey along the Chilean coast led him approximately 55 degrees south, as recorded in Richard Hakluyt's The Principal Navigations, Voyages and Discoveries of the English Nation. Here, he and his crew engaged in skirmishes with the indigenous peoples of southern Patagonia, marking the first European conflict with the native inhabitants of this region. During their time in the Straits, the crew learned that an infusion made from the bark of Drimys winteri was effective against scurvy, which led to the scientific naming of the plant. The more you know. Historian Matteo Martinic has noted that Drake's explorations were pivotal in identifying the southern extremity of the Americas and the adjacent oceanic regions. Initial reports of Drake's findings south of Tierra del Fuego emerged after the explorations of William Schouten and Jacob Lemaire in 1616. Raids on the Spanish-American west coast. Continuing north along the Pacific coast of South America in the Golden Hind, Drake attacked various Spanish ports and got busy with the plundering of various towns. He captured several Spanish ships, using their more accurate navigational charts, as the English hadn't quite caught up to them just yet. Near Mocha Island, which is now part of modern-day Chile, hostile Mapuche injured Drake and his servant Diego with arrows. Further north, in Valparaiso, also modern-day Chile, Drake seized a ship loaded with Chilean wine. Near Lima, in Peru, Drake captured a Spanish ship carrying 25,000 pesos of gold, equivalent to about 7 million pounds in today's currency. That's British pounds. He also learned of the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, sailing west towards Manila. He pursued and captured this treasure ship, later named Cacafuego, which was his most lucrative prize. Not just a ship, but a ship filled with treasure. Aboard the Cacafuego, Drake found 36 kilograms of gold, also a golden crucifix, jewels, 13 chests of silver reals, and 26,000 kilograms of silver. Of course, he was quite delighted with this fortune. Drake dined with the captured ship's officers and passengers, later releasing them with gifts and letters of safe conduct. He then continued his northern journey, raiding more Spanish settlements. His final significant stop was in Huatulco, where his crew looted from April 13th to the 16th. It was here that Drake began to be a little bit homesick and wanted to return to England. He had a few options. The options were to sail back along the Spanish-dominated coast, or to seek a northern passage through the rumored Strait of Anian. He ruled out the dangerous southern return, considering either continuing north to the Strait of Anian or just crossing the Pacific towards the East Indies. In May, Drake's ship bypassed the Baja California Peninsula, continuing north. This part of the journey was into largely uncharted territory, as the western coast of North America had only been partially explored by Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo in 1542 for Spain. Or to avoid further Spanish conflict, Drake sought a discreet location to prepare for the return journey. On June the 5th, 1579, Drake made a brief landfall at South Cove, Cape Arago, just south of Goose Bay in Oregon. Then he moved southward. By June 17th, he found a protected cove along the coast of what is now northern California. There, he claimed the land for Queen Elizabeth, naming it Nova Albion, or New Albion. To solidify this claim, he posted an engraved brass plate marking the sovereignty for Elizabeth and her successors. The crew set up a fort and worked for weeks to repair the Golden Hind, including careening the ship to clean and repair the hull. Drake had friendly interactions with the local coastal tribes, the Miwok, and he explored the region. Well, it couldn't all be a holiday. He left New Albion on July the 23rd, and the ship stopped at the Farallon Islands the very next day, where the crew hunted for provisions, mainly for food. Seals and sea lions were reportedly particularly tasty. Drake then set a course southwest to catch the trade winds across the Pacific. Months later, he reached the Moluccas, part of modern-day Indonesia. It is suggested that Drake actually careened his ship on the shores of Magdalena Bay in Lower California due to challenging winds and currents before sailing to the Moluccas and the Spice Islands. Well, either way, it was here that Diego succumbed to wounds that he had sustained earlier. Poor old Diego. Well, the Golden Hind was also nearly lost on a reef, but was saved after the crew waited for favorable tides and dumped some cargo to lighten the ship. Drake also befriended Sultan Babula of Ternate in the Moluccas. The crew became entangled in local conflicts with the Portuguese before making stops along the African coast, rounding the Cape of Good Hope, and reaching Sierra Leone by July 22nd, 1580, on their journey back to England. This marked the final leg of Drake's epic circumnavigation, which had significantly disrupted Spanish dominance and expanded English maritime knowledge. You know, the first time's the worst time, right? On September 26, 1580, the Golden Hind sailed into Plymouth, marking the triumphant return of Francis Drake, and 59 of the crew members, the ones that remained. And don't forget about the rich cargo of captured Spanish treasures and spices, ready to spice up that famous English cuisine. The value of the Queen's share of this cargo exceeded the total income of the English crown for that entire year, so she was quite happy as well. Drake's achievement as the first Englishman to circumnavigate the earth was celebrated, his voyage being the second ever to return with at least one ship intact after Elcano's voyage in 1520. Thus, Queen Elizabeth took a keen interest in maintaining the secrecy of Drake's voyages, declaring all written accounts to be the, and I quote, Queen's secrets of the realm. Drake and his fellow participants were sworn to secrecy, and if they told anyone, the Queen would kill them. So that was a good motivation to not tell anybody, especially the Spanish. Yes, the Queen aimed to keep these details very hidden from the Spanish, their rival in global exploration and conquest. In a gesture of gratitude, and to commemorate the successful circumnavigation, Drake presented Queen Elizabeth with a jewel token. This piece, seized off the Pacific coast of Mexico, was crafted from enameled gold and featured an African diamond and a miniature ship with an ebony hull. In return, the Queen bestowed upon Drake what is known as the Drake Jewel, an ornate pendant encircled with diamonds, rubies, and pearls. Now this gift was extraordinary, especially for a commoner. Remember, he wasn't Sir Francis Drake yet, but he was certainly about to be. And Drake was depicted wearing this jewel in a 1591 portrait by Marcus Geraerts. The pendant featured a portrait of Elizabeth by miniaturist Nicholas Hilliard on one side, and on the reverse a sardonyx cameo depicting double portrait busts, a regal woman and an African male. The Drake jewel remains a rare survivor among 16th century jewels, and is preserved at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Go and see it while you can. April the 4th, 1451. Queen Elizabeth bestowed a knighthood on Francis Drake aboard the Golden Hind docked in Deptford. Interestingly, the knighthood was actually performed by the French diplomat Monsieur de Marchemont, who was the negotiating party for Elizabeth to marry Francis, the Duke of Anjou, the brother of the King of France. Involving the French diplomat was a bit of a strategic move by Elizabeth, as it subtly garnered French political support for Drake's actions. During the Victorian era, nationalist sentiment reshaped this story, promoting the idea that Elizabeth herself had knighted Drake. But that is just not the case. Following his knighthood, Drake adopted the coat of arms of the ancient Devon family of Drake of Ashe, claiming a distant kinship. This claim led to a legal dispute over the right to use these arms, prompting Queen Elizabeth to award Drake his very own coat of arms. His heraldic achievement is inscribed with the motto Sic Parvis Magna, which means great achievements from small beginnings. I might write that and put it on the wall. The coat of arms features a hand emerging from the clouds, labeled Auxilio Divino, signifying by divine aid, This symbolized the belief that Drake's successors were supported by divine providence, a common view in an era that saw national destiny and divine will as closely intertwined. In 1585, as tensions between England and Spain escalated, the signing of the Treaty of Nonsuch precipitated an open conflict. Queen Elizabeth, through her principal secretary, Francis Walsingham, tasked Sir Francis Drake, and yes, it's Sir now after his knighthood, with leading a preemptive strike against the Spanish colonies. Thus Drake set sail from Plymouth in September of the same year, commanding an impressive fleet of 21 ships and about 1,800 soldiers under the leadership of Christopher Carleill. The expedition's first target was Vigo in Spain, where Drake held the town for 2 weeks to ransom supplies. He then moved to plunder Santiago in the Cape Verde Islands. The fleet crossed the Atlantic, where Drake sacked the port of Santo Domingo and captured the city of Cartagena de Indias in present-day Colombia. Notably, while in Cartagena, Drake released about 100 enslaved Turks, which of course made the Turks very happy. On June the 6th, 1586, during the voyage's return leg, he attacked the wooden fort at San Agustin in Spanish Florida, burning the entire town to the ground. After these successful raids, Drake proceeded to Sir Walter Raleigh's Roanoke settlement, where he replenished supplies and took all of the original colonists back to England before the arrival of Sir Richard Grenville with additional supplies and settlers. Drake finally returned to England on July 22nd of 1586, entering Portsmouth to a hero's welcome, naturally. While the aggressive nature of Drake's actions and those of other English and Dutch privateers certainly was not received well by the Spanish, thus Philip II of Spain prompted an invasion of England. Plans had to be made. Drake accepted a new commission on March the 15th, 1587, with multiple objectives, including disrupting Spanish supply lines to Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and attacking the Spanish Armada if it had set sail. Arriving at Cadiz on April 19th, Drake found the harbor filled with ships preparing for the Armada. Launching a daring attack, Drake inflicted heavy damage, claiming to have sunk 39 ships, though Spanish reports admittedly only to 24 losses. Well, who do you believe? Either way, this assault, known as the singeing of the king's beard, delayed the Spanish invasion for over a year. Drake continued his disruptions along the Iberian coast, capturing significant quantities of supplies and making a total profit of around £140,000 for England, with 18,000 of that going to Drake himself. When the Spanish Armada set sail for England in the May of 1588, the English fleet, led by Lord Howard of Effingham, with Drake as Vice Admiral aboard the Revenge, met the Spanish off the Cornwall coast on July the 29th. Drake famously captured the disabled Nuestra Señora del Rosario, including its significant monetary cargo, which was intended for the Armada. As the Armada attempted to regroup near Calais, Drake and the other English commanders launched fire ships against the Spanish fleet. which of course forced them into the open sea. The decisive battle occurred off Gravelands, where Drake, Frobisher, and Hawkins inflicted significant damage on the Spanish fleet, leading to the loss of 5 ships. Drake, in a letter to Admiral Henry Seymour, dated the 31st of July 1588, noted the fierce engagement, expressing that the Spanish seemed determined to fight to the death and would not give up without a significant beatdown. Somewhat paraphrased, of course. While the damaged armada, unable to return via the English Channel, was forced to sail around the British Isles, encountering devastating storms off the Irish coast. The fleet returned to Spain, with a grand loss of 63 ships. One of the most enduring anecdotes about Drake is his legendary composure during the imminent Spanish invasion. It is said that upon being warned of the approaching Spanish fleet while playing bowls in Plymouth Hoe, Drake remarked that there was plenty of time to finish the game and still defeat the Spaniards. This story, though lacking contemporary eyewitness accounts, and first recorded 37 years later, reflects that mythos of Drake's calm demeanor in the face of danger, possibly influenced by the adverse winds that delayed the English fleet's launch as the Armada approached. In 1589, following the defeat of the Spanish Armada, England mounted its own offensive against Spain. Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Norris were tasked with 3 main objectives. Firstly, to destroy the Spanish Atlantic fleet, which was under repair in northern Spain. Second, to land at Lisbon in Portugal, incite a revolt against King Philip II and also Philip I of Portugal, and support the installation of the pretender Dom Antonio, Prior of Crato, to the Portuguese throne, and thirdly, to attempt the capture of the Azores, to establish a permanent English base there. Thus the campaign began with an attempt to engage the Spanish fleet in the port of A Coruña. Drake and Norris managed to destroy several ships, but faced strong resistance, and were ultimately repelled. This setback delayed their plans by 2 weeks, forcing them to abandon the pursuit of the remaining Spanish ships and proceed directly to Lisbon. Norris led his troops on a challenging march along the rocky Portuguese coast to Lisbon, while Drake, with the fleet, sailed around the peninsula. By the time Norris's troops reached Lisbon, they were exhausted, not only from the journey itself, but by plague and all sorts of other illnesses. Norris relied on Dom Antonio to rally local support, demanding provisions and reinforcements, or else threatening to retreat. And contrary to their agreed strategy, Drake anchored his fleet at the mouth of the Tagus River, avoiding the risk of sailing past Lisbon's well-defended approaches to deliver the needed artillery and heavy ordnance. The anticipated local uprising in support of Dom Antonio, however, did not materialize, and the land campaign ultimately faltered. Norris, his army, and Antonio re-embarked, attempting instead to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet. However, it was thwarted by bad weather, compelling them to simply sail back to England, where the weather is always good and sunny. On their return, Drake sought to salvage some measures of success from the campaign. He made a brief stop in the Galician Rias, where he pillaged the defenseless town of Vigo for 2 days, burning it to the ground. However, this raid proved costly, as Drake lost hundreds more men to combat and sickness, with around 200 being wounded. Not bad for a defenseless town. While the strengthening local defenses and arriving Portuguese militias forced Drake's fleet to retreat once more. During their return through the Bay of Biscay, 2 of the English vessels were captured by a squadron of Zabras led by Captain Diego de Aramburu. The failed expedition was disastrous, to say the least, with estimated losses ranging from 8 to 20,000 English soldiers and sailors. Well, upon his return to England, Drake faced scrutiny over his conduct during the expedition. The Privy Council charged him with various failings and mishandling of his command, although he was never publicly admonished for these charges. The episode led to a significant decline in his favor at court. It was not until 1595, 6 years later, that Drake was given command of another naval expedition. These series of events marked a downturn in a previously illustrious career. It's a harsh reality of the Elizabethan era. You can win 100 battles, but as soon as you lose one, all of a sudden, nobody wants you. Poor Drake. Well, Drake's final expeditions and battles went thusly. His attempts to conquer the port of La Palmas ended in failure, and his fortunes did not improve as he continued his campaign. His efforts to capture San Juan de Puerto Rico also met with defeat in the Battle of San Juan. During this engagement, the Spanish defenses proved all too much for him. Gunners from El Morro Castle managed to fire a cannonball directly through Drake's storeroom on the expedition's flagship. Remarkably, Drake survived this direct hit, but the incident underscored the intense resistance he faced. With his second in command, Thomas Baskerville, Drake captured and burned Nombre de Dios. They then attempted an ambitious overland crossing of the isthmus to attack Panama City. However, the Spanish were very well prepared, having barricaded the road, and the English forces were unable to break through these defenses. Suffering heavy casualties, Drake and Baskerville were forced to abandon their attempt to take the city. Well, a few weeks after the failed attack on Panama, on January 28, 1596, Drake succumbed to dysentery while anchored off the coast of Portobello, where some Spanish treasure ships had sought refuge. This disease, of course, was very common and deadly among sailors during this period, so it wasn't anything surprising, and no one expected foul play. At the time of his death, Drake was 56 years old. Not old, but certainly not young for the time. Well, in a poignant final request, Drake asked you to be subscribed to ASMR Historian. No, I'm just kidding. He asked to be dressed in his full armor before he died, a most dignifying end. He was then buried at sea in a lead-lined coffin near Portobello. His burial place is believed to be near the wrecks of two British ships, the Elizabeth and the Delight, which were earlier scuttled in Portobello Bay. Following his death, the English fleet, demoralized and defeated, shrugged their shoulders and simply returned home. Now, this exact location of his final resting place is still a bit of a mystery, and it's a subject of ongoing interest. Efforts by marine archaeologists, researchers, and various treasure hunters to locate his sealed coffin continue to this day. Divers have explored the seabed around Portobello Bay, hoping to uncover the site where one of the most famous English seafarers was laid to rest. It's still out there somewhere. Perhaps even by the time you're watching this video, we will have discovered it. Who knows? But as of this time in 2024, we have not. Well, his death certainly marked the end of an era, a life characterized by bold ventures and the substantial impact he had on naval warfare and exploration. Definitely up there with others like, let's say, Horatio Nelson and Ferdinand Magellan. Certainly up there, for sure. Francis Bacon was an English philosopher, statesman, scientist, and prolific author who played a pivotal role in the development of modern scientific methodology and philosophical empiricism. His advocacy for empirical methods of scientific inquiry laid the foundations for what would later become the scientific method. He served as both Attorney General and Lord Chancellor of England, but despite this great political career, he is most celebrated for his intellectual contributions. His work proposed an inductive approach to science, collecting data, analyzing it, and then formalizing a hypothesis, which was a significant departure from the largely deductive reasoning of the time. Thus, his ideas would have a lasting impact on the development of science, making him a key figure in the transition from the Renaissance to the early modern period. His call for a new science based on empirical and inductive principles helped pave the way for future generations of scientists and thinkers, influencing a wide array of fields beyond just science, including law and literature. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, the best way to support the channel is just by enjoying the content. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the description of this video. You'll find where you need to go. And now, without further ado, please allow yourself to become relaxed, and we can begin our biography of Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon, the future luminary of scientific method and philosophy, was born on the 22nd of January, 1561, at York House near the Strand in the city of London. He was the son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, the esteemed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, and his second wife, Anne Cook Bacon. Yes, I know, not a joke. Her name is Cook Bacon. Herself the daughter of the renowned Renaissance humanist Anthony Cook. This connection made Francis part of an influential network, and his aunt was married to William Cecil, the first Baron of Burghley, one of the most powerful men in England, and uncle to Francis. From an early age, things were not easy. Francis's health was fragile at the best of times, which led to his education being primarily an affair conducted at home. But he was not short of tutors, with those including John Walstall, an Oxford-educated man with very strong Puritan beliefs. Well, despite all of his health challenges, Bacon embarked on a more formal education at the age of 12, when he entered Trinity College at the University of Cambridge on April 5, 1573. He spent 3 years there alongside his older brother Anthony, studying all sorts of topics. The boys were under the watchful eye of Dr. John Whitgift, the future Archbishop of Canterbury. Their studies were pretty normal for the day, steeped in Latin and followed by the traditional medieval curriculum that one would expect from an institution such as Oxford. It was during the time at Cambridge that Bacon had his first encounter with Queen Elizabeth I, who was apparently impressed by his precocious intellect, and famously referred to him as the young Lord Keeper. Remember that his father was the esteemed Lord Keeper of the Great Seal. It's quite a compliment. While Bacon's academic pursuits led him to question the established scientific methods and results of his time, finding them flawed and unproductive. Now, this isn't to say that we throw out the baby with the bathwater. In fact, like everybody at the time, he rather admired Aristotle and the old world thinkers. How could you not? But he found that Aristotelian philosophy to be barren and misguided in its objectives, his words, not mine. His studies at Gray's Inn, which he joined with his brother in June of 1576, were interrupted when he travelled abroad with Sir Amias Powlett, the English ambassador to Paris. While Francis was absorbing political lessons in France under the reign of Henry III and travelling through Blois, Poitiers, Tours, Italy, and Spain, Anthony continued his studies back home in England. Francis's European tours enhanced his understanding of language, statecraft, and civil law, and he occasionally undertook diplomatic tests, such as delivering letters to significant figures, such as Walsingham, Burleigh, Leicester, and, at one point, even the Queen. In February of 1579, the death of his father, Sir Nicholas, brought an abrupt end to this period of his life. Sir Nicholas had intended to purchase an estate for Francis, but his untimely death meant that Francis inherited only a fraction of the planned sum. This financial blow forced Bacon into debt, leading him to reside at Gray's Inn to study law and support himself. His financial situation was somewhat alleviated by a grant from his mother, who gave him the manor of Marks near Romford in Essex, which provided him with an annual rent of £46. It doesn't sound like much, but at the time, not bad. This period marked the beginning of Francis's long and distinguished, though at times troubled, career in law, philosophy, and science. He dedicated his life to 3 main objectives, that being serving the church, serving his country, and uncovering truth. To fulfill these aspirations, he sought a more prominent position. In 1580, he he applied for a court post through the influence of his uncle, Lord Burleigh, hoping it would allow him to pursue a scholarly life. Unfortunately, his application was unsuccessful. So, for the next 2 years, Francis quietly worked away at Gray's Inn until he was admitted as an outer barrister in 1582. His political career had already commenced in 1581, when he was elected as a Member of Parliament for Boseney, Cornwall, in a by-election. He later represented Melcombe in Dorset in 1584 and Taunton in 1586. During this period, he began writing about the state of the Church and philosophical reform, producing the now lost tract Temporis Partis Maximus. Despite his efforts, he did not secure the positions he believed would lead to success. Showing leanings towards Puritanism, Bacon attended Puritan sermons at Gray's Inn and accompanied his mother to the Temple Church to hear Walter Travers. This involvement led to his earliest surviving tract, which criticized the suppression of Puritan clergy by the English Church. In the 1586 Parliament, he vocally supported the execution of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots. Around this time, Bacon's uncle sought assistance once more, resulting in significant progress in his legal career. He became a bencher in 1586 and was elected as a reader in 1587, delivering his first lectures during Lent of 1588. The following year, he secured the reversion to clerkship of the Star Chamber, a position worth £1,600 annually, although he did not formally assume this role until 1608. In 1588, Bacon served as the MP for Liverpool, and later represented Middlesex in 1593. He subsequently represented Ipswich 3 times, and Cambridge University once in 1614. He had already earned a reputation as a progressive reformer, advocating for legal amendments and simplifications, less bureaucracy, basically. And although loyal to the crown, he opposed feudal privileges for autocratic powers, speaking out against religious persecution and criticizing the House of Lords for overstepping on money bills. He championed the union of England and Scotland, viewing it as essential for the peace and strength of both nations. You'll have to ask the Scottish about that. Later, he would also support the integration of Ireland into this union, believing that closer constitutional ties would bring stability and unity. He also formed a close relationship with Robert Devereux, the second Earl of Essex, who was Queen Elizabeth's favourite. By 1591, Bacon had become Essex's confidential advisor. In 1592, he was tasked with responding to a Jesuit polemic by Robert Parson, resulting in the tract Certain Observations Made upon a Libel, which defended England by likening it to democratic Athens against an aggressive Spain. In February of 1593, he took his third parliamentary seat for Middlesex, when Elizabeth convened Parliament to address a Roman Catholic conspiracy against her. Francis's opposition to a bill proposing triple subsidies in half the usual time managed to offend the Queen, and led to accusations of him courting popularity. while this caused his temporary exclusion from royal favour. When the Attorney General's position became available in 1594, Essex's support was insufficient to secure the post for Francis, which went instead to Sir Edward Coke. Bacon also failed to obtain the Solicitor General position in 1595, with Sir Thomas Fleming receiving the appointment. To mitigate these disappointments, Essex gifted Bacon a property in Twickenham, which Bacon sold for £1,800. In 1597, he achieved the distinction of becoming the first Queen's Counsel designate and was granted a patent that gave him precedence at the bar. Despite these honours, he struggled to gain the recognition he sought, and his attempt to court the wealthy widow Lady Elizabeth Hatton ended in failure when she chose Edward Coke over him. This, of course, further strained their rivalry. In 1598, Bacon was arrested for debt, but his standing with the Queen gradually improved thereafter. Severing ties with Essex proved to be advantageous, as Essex was executed for treason in 1601. Bacon was appointed to investigate the charges against Essex. Testimonies from Essex's followers revealed plans for rebellion against the Queen. Bacon then joined the legal team led by Attorney General Sir Edward Coke at Essex's treason trial. While following his execution, the Queen commissioned Bacon to write the official account of what had happened. This document, which was heavily edited by the Queen and her ministers, was published as a declaration of the practices and treasons attempted and committed by Robert, late Earl of Essex, and his accomplices against Her Majesty and her kingdoms. I would have went for a little bit of a shorter name, but hey, that's just me. William Raleigh, Bacon's personal secretary and chaplain, described him as a compassionate judge, severe in dealing with crimes, but merciful towards individuals. Raleigh noted that Bacon harbored no malice, was not vindictive, and always refrained from defaming others. The accession of James I marked the turning point for Francis, who had gained increased favour with the new monarch. Thus, in 1603, Bacon was knighted, becoming Sir Francis Bacon. Demonstrating his political acumen, he penned the work Apologies to defend his actions in the Essex case, aligning himself with Essex's previous support for James's succession to the throne. During the uneventful first parliamentary session of James's reign, Bacon was married to Alice Barnum in the year 1604. His career continued to advance steadily. In June of 1607, he was appointed Solicitor General, and in 1608 he began his tenure as Clerk of the Star Chamber. Despite a substantial income from these positions, Bacon continued to struggle with lingering debts. He sought further advancement and political stability by backing King James and his authoritarian policies. During the fourth session of James's first Parliament in 1610, Bacon advised the king, though James's conflicts with the Commons over royal prerogatives and excessive spending ultimately led to the dissolution of Parliament in February of 1611. Nevertheless, Bacon managed to maintain favour with both the king and the commons. In 1613, he was finally appointed Attorney General after advising the king on a judicial reshuffle. His tenure was, however, marked by controversial actions, such as his zealous and legally contentious efforts to convict Edmund Peacham for treason, which included the use of torture. Bacon also collaborated with Gray's Inn to produce The Masque of Flowers for the wedding of Robert Carr, the first Earl of Somerset, and Frances Howard, the Countess of Somerset. In 1616, however, he prosecuted the couple for murder. While his influence was challenged during the so-called Princes' Parliament of April 1614, which objected to his presence as the MP for Cambridge and opposed several royal initiatives he supported. Although he was allowed to remain in Parliament, a law was passed prohibiting the Attorney General from sitting in Parliament. Despite the growing resentment among his peers, Francis continued to enjoy the king's favour, which of course is probably the most important person to have on your side. In March of 1617, he was appointed temporary regent of England for a month, and in 1618 he finally became Lord Chancellor. On July 12, 1618, Bacon was elevated to the peerage as Baron Verulam of Verulam, earning the title Francis, Lord Verulam. His influence and mediation between the throne and the Parliament led to further elevation. On January 27, 1621, he was raised in peerage to the Viscount of St. Alban. His public career actually ended in disgrace in 1621. Financial difficulties led to a parliamentary committee charging him with 23 counts of corruption, accusations that were driven by his lifelong adversary, Sir Edward Coke. When confronted, Bacon acknowledged his guilt, stating, "My lords, it is my act, my hand, and my heart. I beseech your lordships to be merciful to a broken reed." He was fined £40,000 and imprisoned in the Tower of London at the king's pleasure, although his imprisonment was brief, and the fine was later remitted by the king. Remember what I said about having the right people on your side? Well, more gravely, one could argue, is that Bacon was barred from holding office or sitting in Parliament, narrowly escaping the degradation that would have stripped him of his noble titles. Following this downfall, he decided to dedicate himself to a more quiet life of studying and writing. It is widely accepted that Bacon had received gifts from litigants, a common practice of the time that didn't necessarily indicate deep-seated corruption, but somewhat hinted at it. While he did admit to lax conduct, he maintained that he never allowed these gifts to influence his judgments, and he sometimes ruled against those who had given him gifts. He defended himself to King James, asserting his innocence and offering to sacrifice himself for the king's sake. In a letter to George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, Bacon expressed his peace of mind, emphasizing his integrity despite the accusations, and I'll read from the letter now. "My mind is calm, for my fortune is not my felicity. I know I have clean hands and a clean heart, and I hope a clean house for friends or servants. But Job himself, or whoever was the justest judge, by such hunting for matters against him as hath been used against me, may for a time seem foul, especially in a time when greatness is the mark and accusations is the game. Given the pervasive nature of gift-giving and the Commons' fervent investigation into judicial corruption, it has been suggested that Bacon was actually a scapegoat, deflecting attention from Buckingham's own questionable practices. The true reason behind Francis's confession is still a matter of debate. Some have speculated that illness, hope for leniency due to his fame and high office, or even blackmail with threats of a sodomy charge, may have influenced his decision. Basil Montague, a British jurist, defended Bacon against accusations of servility and dissimulation. He argued that such criticisms were unfounded, pointed out that many notable figures of the age, like Herbert, Tennyson, and Selden, held Bacon in very high regard. He contended that Bacon's noble letters, his contempt for Lord Keeper Puckering, his straightforward dealings with Robert Cecil, and his advocacy for the rights of the people contradicted claims of servility. Montague noted that despite the accusations, Bacon was loved and honored by many distinguished contemporaries, and was followed to his grave with devoted affection. He was a devout Anglican who believed in studying philosophy and the natural world through inductive methods. He argued that while humans can investigate arguments for God's existence, knowledge of God's attributes, such as his nature, actions, and purposes, comes solely from special revelation. Bacon saw knowledge as cumulative and expansive, surpassing mere preservation of the past. He famously wrote, and I quote, "Knowledge is the rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator, and the relief of man's estate." In his essays, he posited that a little philosophy inclineth man's mind to atheism, but depth in philosophy bringeth men's minds about to religion. Bacon's concepts of idols of the mind was an attempt to Christianize science while developing a new, reliable scientific method. For instance, he used the worship of Neptune as an example of the idola tribus fallacy, hinting at the religious undertones of his critique. He opposed the fragmentation within Christianity, fearing it would lead to widespread atheism. He articulated this concern by stating the following: "The causes of atheism are divisions in religion, if they be many. For any one main division addeth zeal to both sides, but many divisions introduce atheism. Another is scandal of priests. A third is custom of profane scoffing in holy matters. And lastly, learned times, specifically with peace and prosperity, for troubles and adversaries, do more bow men's minds to religion." In his personal life, he experienced romantic and marital challenges. At 36, he courted Elizabeth Hatton, a young widow, but she ended their relationship to marry his rival Sir Edward Coke. He expressed regret over the failed courtship years and years later. While at 45 years old, he did get married to Alice Barnum, the 13-year-old daughter of a prominent London alderman. He wrote sonnets professing his love for Alice during their courtship and on their wedding day, which was on May the 10th, 1606. When Bacon became Lord Chancellor, Alice was given precedence over the court ladies by special warrant of the king. William Raleigh, Bacon's personal secretary and chaplain, noted their marriage was characterized by much conjugal love and respect, mentioning a robe of honor that Bacon had gifted to her, which she wore until her death over 20 years after his. However, reports of marital friction surfaced, possibly due to Alice's dissatisfaction with their financial situation. As their debts grew, Alice sought financial favors from friends, leading to further strain. Bacon eventually disinherited Alice upon discovering her affair with Sir John Underhill, rewriting his will to exclude her entirely. Now, regarding Bacon's sexuality, some authors believe he primarily was attracted to men despite his marriage. Alan Stewart and John Aubrey, among others, have suggested that Bacon's relationships with men were significant. Aubrey recorded in his Brief Lives that Bacon was a PDF file and had male favorites who accepted bribes. Now, the term pederast in Renaissance usage generally referred to homosexual men rather than specifically those involved with minors. Now, this is just speculation. We don't really know for sure, of course, but it does need to be mentioned. Now, Sir Symonds D'Ewes, implied that Bacon faced accusations of buggery, a charge also levelled at his brother Anthony. In his diary entry for May the 3rd, 1621, the day of Bacon's censure by Parliament, D'Ewes mentioned Bacon's affection for his Welsh serving-men, particularly a youth named Godric, whom he called Bacon's catamite and bedfellow. However, this view is contested, with some scholars arguing that the evidence is inconsistent and open to one's own interpretation. Publicly, Bacon distanced himself from homosexuality, describing his utopian island in his work New Atlantis as the chastest nation under heaven, and stating, as for masculine love, they have no touch of it. On April 9th, 1626, Bacon died of pneumonia at Arundel Mansion in Highgate, just outside of London. His death, shrouded in a tale that highlighted his dedication to scientific inquiry, was vividly recounted by John Aubrey in his work Brief Lives. According to Aubrey, Bacon, accompanied by the king's physician, was inspired to use snow to preserve meat during a journey through the winter. They immediately decided to experiment, stopping at a poor woman's house at the bottom of Highgate Hill to buy a fowl, which they then stuffed with snow. This exposure to the cold led Bacon to contracting a fatal case of pneumonia. Aubrey's account suggests a direct link between his experiment and Bacon's subsequent illness and death, quoting thusly, "The snow so chilled him that he immediately fell so extremely ill that he could not return to his lodging, but went to the Earl of Arundel's house at Highgate, where they put him into a damp bed that had not been lain in, which gave him such a cold that in 2 or 3 days, as I remember that Mr. Hobbs told me, he died of suffocation. Although Aubrey has been criticized for his credulity, his close relationship with Thomas Hobbes, the aforementioned Mr. Hobbes, and Bacon's friend and fellow philosopher, lends some credence to his account. On his deathbed, Bacon dictated his final letter to his absent host and friend, Lord Arundel, reflecting on the experiment and his sudden illness, and it goes like this. My very good lord, I was likely to have had the fortune of Caius Plinius the Elder, who lost his life by trying an experiment about the burning of Mount Vesuvius, for I was also desirous to try an experiment or two touching the conservation and induration of bodies. As for the experiment itself, it succeeded excellently well, but in the journey between London and Highgate, I was taken with such a fit of casting, as I know not whether it were the stone or some surfeit of cold, or indeed a touch of them all three. When I came to your lordship's house, I was not able to go back, and therefore was forced to take up my lodging here, where your housekeeper is very careful and diligent about me, which I assure myself your lordship will not only pardon towards him, but think the better of him for it. For indeed your lordship's house was happy to me, and I kiss your noble hands for the welcome which I am sure you give me to it. I know how unfit it is for me to write with any other hand than mine own, but by my troth my fingers are so disjointed with sickness that I cannot steadily hold a pen. Another account of Bacon's death is provided by William Raleigh, his personal secretary and chaplain. Raleigh described Bacon's death as occurring on the 9th day of April in the year 1626, in the early morning of the day, then celebrated for our Saviour's resurrection, in the 66th year of his age, at the Earl of Arundel's house in Highgate near London, to which place he casually repaired about a week before, God so ordaining that he should die there of a gentle fever, accidentally accompanied with a great cold, whereby the defluxion of rheum fell so plentiful upon his breast that he died by suffocation. Bacon was buried in St. Michael's Church in St. Albans. His death prompted a collection of eulogies from over 30 notable contemporaries, which were later published in Latin. Despite leaving personal assets of about £7,000 and lands that realized £6,000 upon their sale, his debts at the time of his death amounted to over £23,000, equivalent to more than £4 million today, if adjusted properly for inflation. Now his seminal work, Novum Organum, played a pivotal role in shaping scholarly thought in the 1630s and 50s. It notably influenced Sir Thomas Browne, who adhered to Baconian principles in his Encyclopaedia Pseudodoxia Epidemica in 1646-72. This book established the scientific method based on observation and induction. Bacon argued that all learning and knowledge derive from inductive reasoning. He believed that through experimental encounters one could attain the necessary knowledge to fully understand a concept. Inductive reasoning involves observing the specific details of nature and then organizing these observations into a coherent structure that can be presented to the understanding. Bacon emphasized that experimentation is crucial for discovering nature's truths. By piecing together the results of various experiments, one can form conclusions and understand nature better. It seems very obvious in 2024, but at the time this was a little bit of a new idea. According to Bacon, nature is a complex system that requires diligent observation to uncover its secrets. He posited that by examining specific examples from nature and expanding them into general claims, one could get substantial knowledge from them. This specific process of understanding particulars leads us to a broader comprehension and knowledge of nature, allowing for the new information to be organized and obtained. His belief in the power of inductive methods to provide definitive answers about the universe's laws and nature was supremely confident. He concluded that all learning and knowledge must therefore be drawn from inductive reasoning. During the Restoration, Bacon was often invoked as an inspiration for the Royal Society, founded under Charles II in 1660. His non-metaphysical approach to science became more influential in the 18th century during the French Enlightenment, surpassing the dualism of his French contemporary René Descartes. In 1733, Voltaire introduced Bacon to a French audience as he quoted, father of the scientific method, a view that, in fairness, became widespread by the 1750s. In the 19th century, Bacon's emphasis on induction was revived and developed by thinkers like William Whewell. Consequently, he is also often regarded as the father of experimental philosophy. Bacon also wrote comprehensive treatises on medicine, the history of life and death, which included natural and experimental observations aimed at prolonging life. The historian William Hepworth Dixon highlighted Bacon's profound impact on modern life, stating, "Bacon's influence in the modern world is so great that every man who rides in a train, sends a telegram, follows a steam plow, sits in an easy chair, crosses the Channel or the Atlantic, eats a good dinner, enjoys a beautiful garden, or undergoes a painless surgical operation, owes him something." Francis Bacon played a pivotal role in the establishment of the British colonies in North America, particularly in Virginia, the Carolinas, and Newfoundland. His government report on the Virginia colony, submitted in 1609, demonstrated his commitment to colonization efforts. In 1610, he and his associates secured a charter from the king to form the Treasurer and the Company of Adventurers and Planters of the City of London and Bristol for the colony or plantation in Newfoundland, leading to the dispatch of John Guy to establish a colony there. Thomas Jefferson, the third President of the United States, also lauded Francis Bacon, along with Locke and Newton, as one of the greatest men, crediting them with laying the foundations for advancements in physical and moral sciences. Although few of Bacon's proposals for law reform were implemented during his lifetime, his legal legacy was indeed significant. The magazine New Scientist in 1961 recognized his influence on the Napoleonic Code and the legal reforms introduced by 19th century Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel. Harvey Wheeler, in Francis Bacon's Verulamium, the common law template of the modern English science and culture, credited Bacon with creating key features of the modern common law system. These include using cases as evidence of the unwritten law, determining the relevance of precedents through exclusionary principles, and treating opposing legal beliefs as adversarial hypotheses. Sir Matthew Hale, a 17th century jurist, acknowledged Bacon as the inventor of the process for discovering unwritten laws from their applications, combining empiricism and inductivism in a manner that profoundly influenced modern English society. Bacon is commemorated with a statue in Gray's Inn, South Square, London, that still stands, where he received his legal training and was elected treasurer of the inn all the way back in 1608. The Goa Inquisition, established in 1560 by the Portuguese colonial administration in their newly acquired Indian territory, a notorious extension of the Portuguese Inquisition aimed at enforcing Catholic orthodoxy among the newly converted Christian population. It targeted Hindus, Muslims, Jews, and even those Christians who were accused of relapsing into their previous religious practices, or those who were simply accused and suspected of heresy. The tribunal was, of course, notorious for its severity, employing torture and public executions as methods to enforce conformity. Thus, the Inquisition's oppressive measures included the banning of local customs that were incompatible with their Catholic practices, leading to significant cultural and religious disruptions, a deep scar on the region. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, great to see you again. Well, looks like we got past 10,000 subscribers. Isn't that great? Thank you very much. Let's try and go for 20 now. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or just like and leave your comments down below. That helps me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic at hand. A full history of the Goa Inquisition. Please, get relaxed, deep breath, and we may begin. Let's go back to the roots. How did this all come about? Well, we have to go back to Spain to figure that out. Ferdinand and Isabella, the rulers of Aragon and Castile respectively, united their kingdoms through marriage in the year 1479, effectively forming what would become what we now know as the country of Spain. Their reign saw the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, many of whom sought refuge in the neighboring Portugal. However, within a few years, similar anti-Jewish sentiments and the practices of the Inquisition were adopted by the Portuguese. By 1497, the King of Portugal mandated the forced conversion of Jews to Christianity, creating a group known as New Christians, or Crypto-Jews. The government initially promised not to scrutinize the sincerity of these conversions, at least for 20 years. However, in 1506, a horrific event unfolded in Lisbon, where several hundred of the New Christians met their fate, a tragedy incited by the sermons of two Spanish Dominicans, whipping the public up into a frenzy. This led some of the persecuted Jews to flee to the Americas, while others relocated to Asia. and this included India. These new Christians, along with Portuguese missionaries and colonial officials, spread the Inquisition to various Portuguese colonies, such as the Estado da India. One prominent new Christian, Garcia de Orta, who moved to Goa in 1534, was posthumously condemned for practicing Judaism. Thus, the Goa Inquisition was founded, and it was notorious for its severe enforcement, similar to the tribunals in Lima and Brazil, other colonial locations, which also operated under the Lisbon Tribunal. These tribunals were responsible for arresting, interrogating, and punishing individuals who secretly practiced religions other than Christianity. Well, Goa was there long before the Portuguese found it. In fact, before the Portuguese conquest, Goa's history included being a significant Hindu capital under the Kadamba dynasty and later experiencing a Muslim invasion in the late 13th century by Malik Kafur on behalf of Alauddin Khaliji. By the 14th century, it was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire, and in the 15th century, it became part of the Bahmani Sultanate. Just before the arrival of the Portuguese, Goa was ruled by the Sultan Adil Shah of Bijapur. The Portuguese, led by Admiral Alfonso de Albuquerque, arrived with the intent to conquer and establish a colony. With the help of the Hindu Vijayanagara Empire's regent, Timaya, they captured Goa from the Muslims in 1510, making it a central hub for Portuguese colonial activities in India, and a critical trading post between the Portuguese Vijayanagara Empire and the Bijapur Sultanate. Conflicts between these regional powers and the Portuguese continued for many decades. Following Vasco da Gama's return from India, Pope Nicholas V issued the papal bull Romanus Pontifex in 1455, and this granted Portugal the exclusive rights to the propagation of the Catholic faith in the newly discovered territories, and of course, trade in Asia under a Padraudo. This arrangement extended Portugal's influence and facilitated its monopoly over the Christian mission and trade in parts of Asia, and later, under similar mandates, South America. The Jesuits, among other religious orders, were pivotal in these missions from the 16th century onwards. Starting in 1515, Goa became the focal point of Portugal's efforts to spread Catholicism across Asia. The region was attractive to the persecuted new Christians of Portugal, who moved in significant numbers to Goa. This migration was driven by the opportunity to reconnect with Judaism openly, without fear of the Inquisition, and of course to engage in trade, which had been restricted in Portugal following the onset of the Portuguese Inquisition, which of course we will get to in another video. Well, in Goa, the situation was a lot better than it was in Portugal. The new Christians, or the crypto-Jews as we can call them, established a substantial community, and they became economically influential, controlling trade between Portugal and its eastern colonies. Despite their contribution, their presence was contentious, leading to complaints from both secular and ecclesiastical authorities in Goa about their trade practices, and of course, religious disloyalty. The Archbishop of Goa, Dom Gaspar de Leal Pereira, was particularly hostile towards the new Christians, and advocated for the establishment of the Inquisition to curb their influence. The Inquisition in Goa established was then to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notorious for its severity, paralleling the infamy of its counterpart in Portugal. The Jews, or New Christians, who had came so far to get away from the Inquisition, found that the shop next door was putting up the signs. They would try to get away from the Inquisition, but unfortunately, the Inquisition came to them. The missionary efforts in Goa were not just limited to converting new Christians, however, but it also included the forced baptism of Hindus and Muslims. The establishment of the diocese in Goa in 1534, followed by the arrival of Francis Xavier in 1542, marked significant milestones in these efforts. By 1548, the Portuguese had constructed 14 churches in the colony, reflecting their dedication to converting the local population, by any means necessary, of course. However, the missionary records from the 16th and 17th centuries often stereotyped and criticized the local Hindu population, who were referred to as Gentiles. Missionaries reported that conversions were frequently motivated by material benefits, rather than any genuine spiritual conviction, and that many of the new converts secretly continued in their old religious practices. This phenomenon, likened to the crypto-Jews of Portugal, was a concern for the Jesuits, who pressed for an inquisition to address these heretical practices. Thus the Goa Inquisition, guided by the decrees of the Council of Trent, was rigorously implemented to attack the local Hindu customs, root out syncretism seen as heretical, and purify the Catholic faith in the colony. It was noted that while the Portuguese accepted and utilized the local caste system to integrate into society and attract elite converts, they targeted other local customs and festivals as points of religious backsliding that required correction. St. Francis Xavier, one of the founding figures of the Jesuit order, played a critical role in the Christian missionary efforts within the Portuguese Empire in Asia, and especially in India. His evangelistic zeal is evidenced in his extensive writings and correspondences with the Portuguese monarchy, advocating for stringent measures to reinforce Christian teachings and practices among the new converts. In 1546, Xavier, concerned about the religious and moral laxity in Goa, wrote to King John III of Portugal, emphasizing the urgent need for the establishment of a Goan Inquisition. He highlighted the widespread adherence to Judaism and Islam, and the lack of fear of God or shame among the people. That's right, feel bad, everybody. While Xavier's push for the Inquisition was rooted in his belief that only through such a rigorous institution could the Christians in India be properly disciplined and guided? Well, Xavier also expressed frustrations with the Portuguese governance in Goa. In a letter dated January 20th, 1545, he criticized the Portuguese officials for their greed and negligence, particularly in their failure to uphold Christian morality and discipline among these sailors and settlers, who led scandalous lives far from the European eyes, which is very out of character for sailors. Of course, this letter not only pleaded for the ecclesiastical support, but also scolded the king for focusing excessively on revenue from the East Indies rather than on the spiritual welfare of its inhabitants. Xavier's appeals illustrate his profound commitment to the spiritual health, as he saw it at least, of the newly converted Christians, and his desire to reform the Portuguese colonial administration to support this cause. His letters urged the king to consider the eternal implications of these governance failures, and to appoint officials who would prioritize Christian values and missionary efforts. Now, many of the Portuguese arriving in Asia were not the most upstanding citizens, if we can put it that way. There were a few that were quite rightly called riff-raff of the Portuguese society. You're talking about criminals, social outcasts, that sort of thing. Of course, when you have a little bit of trouble or some debts or perhaps a reputation you want to leave behind, it's probably a good idea to get on a boat, go halfway around the world and just leave it all behind you. And because of this, well, the job of the missionary was even more daunting, as these individuals frequently engaged in behaviors that, let's just say, starkly contradicted the missionaries' teachings. The Catholic Church, we've made a few changes. Well, Xavier's legacy in Asia is complex, and it really does require its own video, but it was certainly marked by a level of zeal for conversion, and of course the establishment of these Christian institutions that were juxtaposed with his critical stance towards the colonial authorities' misconduct, which he did call out. So credit where it is due. Yes, he was criticizing heretics as he saw it, but also holding the people in his own camp to the same standard. Well, either way, his work laid a foundation for the future of Christian institutions in the region, albeit intertwined with these coercive elements of colonial rule that followed, and we will get to them very shortly. Well, before the formal establishment of the Inquisition in 1560, the Portuguese authority in Goa were already suppressing the Hindu practices. Many had accounted that this was seen as somewhat of a barbarian religion. You'd be surprised what people, even in modern times, had said about it comparatively. Look at Winston Churchill's comments on the Hindus. Rather an unfair assessment. Well, but back to the Portuguese. An order from King John III of Portugal, issued on the 8th of March 1546, mandated the complete destruction of Hindu temples, the prohibition of public Hindu rituals, and even the expulsion of Hindu priests from Portuguese territories. Effectively, this criminalized Hinduism. A special tax was also imposed on Muslim mosques before 1550. and there are records of executions for heresy, including a new Christian, one of those crypto-Jews, in 1539, and of course a Jewish converso in 1543. Converso is another word, a Spanish term for a converted Jew, same as a crypto-Jew. Now, this indicates a climate of religious intolerance that had taken root even before the formal institution of the Inquisition had been set up. Well, the Inquisition itself began when Cardinal Henrique of Portugal sent Alessio Fias Falsao, and that's my pronunciation of his name, don't take that as gospel, as the first inquisitor to Goa. The Inquisition tribunal operated out of the former palace of Sultan Adil Shah, signifying a shift from Islamic to Christian dominance in the region, and of course one must remind themselves that Islam did its own suppressions of Hindus at the time, especially up in Delhi with their sultanate established there. Once again, a video of its own. A series of stringent measures were put into place to enforce Christian orthodoxy and suppress other faiths. And here are just a few of them, the main points, in no particular order. Well, first of all, non-Christians were completely barred from public office. No exceptions. And even some public roles were restricted to Christians only. So if you wanted to get ahead, make a good bit of money, well, you had to play by the rules. Hindu children whose fathers had died were required to be turned over to Jesuits for immediate baptisms and conversion to Christianity. Hindus were also forbidden from creating religious symbols, and only Christians were allowed to handle such tasks. So, of course, you weren't allowed to make Hindu religious symbols either, but even making a little altar to pray at or any other kind of religious symbol, no, you are not qualified to do such a thing. Must go to the Inquisition's Arts and Crafts class at 9:30 on a Sunday morning for that. Now also, inheritance laws were altered in favor of Hindu women who had converted to Christianity, and it allowed them to take all of their parents' property, 100% inheritance. Administrative changes in village councils ensured Christian dominance also, and legal proceedings discounted Hindu testimonies unless corroborated by Christian witnesses, someone to vouch for you. Also, the systematic destruction of Hindu temples was particularly brutal, with Jesuits forming demolition squads to tear down existing temples and prevent the repair or construction of new ones. Hindu priests were also barred from entering Portuguese-controlled regions to perform marriage ceremonies, which further eroded the Hindu cultural practices. The treatment of the Sephardic Jewish community in Goa, many of whom had fled the Spanish Inquisition, was equally harsh, with many being persecuted under suspicion of fraudulent conversion to Christianity. Well, from 1560 to 1774, the Goa Inquisition had processed over 16,000 cases, involving individuals of various backgrounds, but predominantly local Catholics and non-Christians. The autos de fe, public penance ceremonies that often culminated in the execution or punishment of the accused, were a spectacle in public, broad daylight for everyone to see. designed to instill fear and obedience. If you don't do what we tell you, you're going to be the star of the next show. Well, over the centuries, the Inquisition was responsible for the execution of 57 people at the stake, and the burning in effigy of 64 others, which means burning in effigy, it wasn't the actual person they were burning, just, as I said, an effigy. Now, you may be surprised to hear that that number is so low. Often a lot of modern observers will blow numbers out of proportion because they have a dislike towards the Catholic Church and its institutions, and, well, they don't really have too many fans worldwide, but those who are somewhat vehemently against the Church will indeed blow up these numbers. Now, 57 is what we have confirmed for the Goa Inquisition between those years of 1560 and 1774. That's in terms of actual executions and burning at the stake. But thousands more were subjected to various forms of punishment. Now, don't think I'm coming in to bat for the Inquisition here, or the Catholic Church. It's just we have to be a little bit more intellectually honest when we're looking at numbers. We can't just make things up for a good story. Well, the request to initiate the Inquisition in Portugal's Indian colonies came from Vicar General Miguel Vaz and targeted various groups, including the Muslims, Jews, the New Christians, Hindus, and those who engaged in spreading gentility and heresy. This, of course, made Goa a focal point for persecution driven by the Portuguese. The colonial administration under the influence of Jesuits and the Church Provincial Council in Goa in 1567 implemented the aforementioned strict anti-Hindu laws aimed at eradicating practices that were deemed as heretical by the Catholic authorities and promoting conversions to Christianity once again by any means necessary. Now, these laws included the prohibitions on Christians employing Hindus as well, and also the public worship of Hinduism. Basically, go be Hindu elsewhere. And I will remind you that this is inside India that this is happening. The Indian religion made illegal in India. Quite an injustice, isn't it? Hindus were compelled to attend periodic assemblies in churches, where they were subjected to Christian doctrines and criticisms of their own religion. Real finger pointed in the face sort of stuff, one can imagine. Furthermore, and this is the sad part, Hindu scriptures in Sanskrit and Marathi were systematically searched out and burned. The Hindu priests were also banned from reading any of these along with performing the marriage ceremonies. We have lost quite a lot of documentation because of these sort of medieval book burnings. Not good. Not good at all. Completely unacceptable. Of course, the enforcement of all of these laws was very severe, with penalties ranging from fines and public floggings. And if they really didn't like you, they could take extreme measures. For example, they would banish you to Mozambique, of all places. Or they would just throw you in prison, or, if they couldn't be bothered putting you in the prison, I suppose they would just execute you, but that was admittedly rare. Well, of course, the most severe was the burning at the stake, which was under the supervision of the Portuguese Christian authorities. Of course, the Hindus weren't all going to stick around and just put up with this. This harsh persecution prompted many of them to flee Goa. And the migration wasn't just Hindus, it extended to Christians and Muslims as well, who moved to surrounding regions outside the control of the Jesuits in Portuguese India. In response to the destruction of their temples, the Hindus salvaged deities from the ruins and constructed new temples just beyond the Portuguese jurisdiction. In some instances where churches were built on the sites of demolished temples, Hindus began annual processions that symbolically reconnected their new temples with the old sites, continuing these traditions even after the end of Portuguese colonial rule. Hindus could be apprehended for trying to talk others out of converting to Christianity, keep them in the old ways, also for helping Goan Christians escape, or concealing abandoned or orphaned children not reported to the authorities. The Catholic descendants of Hindus were often more likely to face persecution, and prosecution rather, potentially due to their larger proportion within the population. About 74% of those prosecuted were accused of crypto-Hinduism, 74%, secretly practicing Hinduism despite officially, on paper, being Christian. Crypto-Muslims made up about 1.5% of those prosecuted, and a similar percentage were tried for hindering the Inquisition's operations. Most of the Inquisition's trial records from its nearly 250 years of operation were destroyed, however, by the Portuguese after its abolition. However, the surviving records that we do have indicate ongoing trials and punishments even between 1782 and 1800. Some say that a significant portion of those targeted by the Inquisition had to have come from the lowest social strata, and not just Hindus, but people of other religions, and even some Europeans fell victim. Friar Diogo da Burba and his advisor, Vicar General Miguel Vaz, attempted to convert the Hindus and collaborated with Jesuit and Franciscan missionaries. They, along with the Portuguese administration and the military in Goa, systematically destroyed the cultural and religious foundations of Hindu and other Indian religions. Notably, Viceroy and Captain General Antonio de Noronha, followed by Captain General Constantino de Sa Noronha, led efforts to destroy Hindu and Buddhist temples during their conquests of this Indian subcontinent. Records of the exact number and nature of the temples destroyed are unfortunately and perhaps conveniently unavailable. But by 1566, we do know that approximately 160 temples had been demolished on Goa Island. Over the next year, Franciscan missionaries destroyed about 300 temples in Bardez, and similarly around 300 more were destroyed in Salket by the Inquisition's officials. Many other temples were destroyed in Asona and Cuncolim by Portuguese authorities. A royal letter from 1569 confirms that all Hindu temples in Portuguese Indian colonies had been completely dismantled. Laws enacted between 1566 and 1576 banned Hindus from repairing any damaged temples or constructing the new ones. Also, all Hindu religious ceremonies, including traditional festivals, were prohibited. Among this, many idols were seized. Of course, in Hinduism, it's quite often that people have many religious relics. If you've ever been to an Indian person's house, you will see the statues of Ganesh, that sort of thing, provided that they are Hindus. But quite a few religious icons and different iconography. Well, those who in Goa in these times were found with such idols had not just the idols confiscated, but also their entire property confiscated, half of which was given to the informers, and the rest was given to the church. So you can see, if you were a Christian and your neighbor had a little bit of money, but it was still Hindu, well, if you wanted to make a quick little coin, I suppose you could throw your old friend to the mercy of the Inquisition. That's one way of getting rich quick. Well, Filippo Sassetti, who was in India between 1578 and 1588, observed that the church had forbidden Hindus from using their sacred texts to practice religion, leading to a widespread abandonment of the city by Hindus to avoid persecution. In 1620, the law regarding the marriage rituals was put into place. In 1684, there was a law that enacted the suppression of the Konkani language, that's the local language of the area, the dialect, and it required the use of Portuguese, and it also led to the destruction of non-Catholic cultural symbols and books in local languages, regardless if they were religiously based. They just had to be Portuguese, and they had to be Catholic. Charles Dellon, a French physician, documented the brutality and discrimination he witnessed against the Hindus during his imprisonment in Goa, later publishing his experiences in a work titled The Relations of the Inquisition in Goa, after being released with the intervention of the French government. In 1560, an attack led by Viceroy Constantino de Bragança targeted Tamils in northeastern Sri Lanka, during which the Portuguese seized a significant Buddhist relic, the Buddha's tooth, revered since the 4th century and referred to locally as Dalada. Diogo de Couto, a Portuguese chronicler in the late 16th century, dismissively called the relic, rather insultingly, the monkey's tooth, a derogatory term reflecting the racial prejudices against the South Asians at the time. European Christian accounts from that period typically refer to it earlier as the monkey's or the ape's tooth, or perhaps the tooth of the demon in some texts. Very less commonly, but with some references, was the tooth of the holy man. But to call the Buddha a holy man from a Catholic Portuguese perspective represented a few conflicts of interest, so this was generally not seen very often in Portuguese and Catholic writings. Well, some, like the chronicler Faria e Souza, even described it as a malignantly influential object that necessitated its own destruction. The capture of the tooth, of course, was a big loss to the religious community. It became well known across South Asia, prompting the King of Pegu to offer a substantial ransom for its return. However, the Inquisition's religious authorities opted to reject this offer. They organized a grand public ceremony to destroy the tooth, aiming to demean and perform a form of religious cleansing. Well, it's been suggested that the pejorative term monkey used by the Portuguese may have actually originated from a syncretic mix of Hinduism and Buddhism, noting that the Tamil Hindus in Jaffna who venerated the tooth also worshipped Hanuman. This reflects how Portuguese officials and their European allies projected their biases and stereotypes onto the cultures and peoples who they subdued, underscoring their disdain for Indian religious practices. And really, if you were Indian and you did convert, if you did play the game, you would always still be not one of them. No matter what you did, no matter how much you acted Portuguese, no matter how much you acted Catholic, you would always be that same monkey that they looked down on. Terrible times indeed. Well, Goa had become a refuge for Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity back home in the Iberian Peninsula. Little did they know what they were walking into. Well, by 1519, this population of the new Christians had grown significantly, and it prompted King Manuel I to restrict their appointment to official positions such as judges or town councillors. Although those who were already in office, they didn't get thrown out. They were simply allowed to serve out their terms and contracts. But after that, they had to go find new jobs. This indicates a substantial influx of forcibly baptized Jews from Spain and Portugal within the first 9 years of Portuguese rule in Goa. However, the situation worsened with the onset of the Goa Inquisition. Of course, by December 1565, Viceroy Dom Antão de Noronha issued this directive which prohibited Jews from entering Portuguese territories within India. And if you did, you would get arrested. You could perhaps have your property seized, and you'd most likely be thrown in prison. The city's fortifications itself, constructed between 1564 and 68, marginalized Jew Street by positioning it outside the fort walls. Well, the Goa Inquisition initially targeted these new Christians, focusing on Jews who had migrated from Portugal to India between 1505 and 1560. But it later expanded its scope to include the Moors, which is referring to Muslims from Morocco who had previously invaded the Iberian Peninsula, and eventually it predominantly targeted Hindus. A notable incident preceding the formal start of the Goan Inquisition involved a Goan woman named Caldera, arrested in 1557 along with 19 other new Christians. They were being accused of Judaizing, attending synagogues, and consuming unleavened bread. What a crime! Caldera was additionally charged with celebrating the Purim festival concurrently with the Hindu festival of Holi, allegedly burning dolls symbolizing the son of Haman. Ultimately, they were sent all the way to Lisbon to face trial by Portuguese Inquisition, and Caldera got away with it and lived a very happy life. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, she was sentenced to death. Had you for a moment, didn't I? The Inquisition branded Hindus who adopted Catholicism, but still adhered to their Hindu traditions and practices, even the cultural ones, as heretics. Catholic missionaries sought to completely eliminate these local traditions, cultures, language, ceremonies. They even didn't want people doing the fasting anymore. It was a bridge too far, apparently. Also, the cultivating of tulsi plants and the ceremonial use of flowers and leaves all presented quite a problem to the new Portuguese sensitivities. Thus, significant changes were imposed. They even banned traditional musical instruments and the local celebratory songs, replacing them with Western music. Those who did convert were forced to abandon their own names and adopt new ones. The introduction of alcohol and a shift in dietary norms led to the inclusion of previously forbidden foods, like pork and beef, which were culturally avoided by Muslims and Hindus respectively, and still are to this day. Well, despite these changes, many Goan Catholics maintained some traditional Hindu customs. As the crackdown on Hindu practices intensified, missionaries noticed that Brahmins persisted in conducting Hindu rites, and that Hindus openly increased their religious ceremonies. This resurgence, as claimed by missionaries, led newly converted Goan Catholics to revert participating in Hindu rituals. Now, according to Delio de Mendonça, there was a notable hypocrisy in the conduct of the Portuguese in Goa compared to their preaching, as many of them indulged in gambling, lavish spending, public concubinage, extortion, and acts of adultery. Well, these negative behaviors, of course, contrasted with the few positive examples of Portuguese Catholics who provided medical care to the ill Goan Catholics. That's right, Catholics only. However, the positive instances were overshadowed by the negative ones, pretty much always, everywhere, and all the time. And that's not me being biased. It's just the way it is. It reinforces the Portuguese assumed cultural superiority and their prejudiced views that Hindus and Muslims and pretty much anybody who wasn't a Portuguese Catholic somehow lacked moral virtues and therefore was universally worthy of disdain. There was also certain racial slurs from the time. One that cannot be said, I'm sure you can imagine which one that is, and also cachorro, which was the word for dog, frequently directed at the locals by the Portuguese, not only verbally but also in writing. It underscores the racial discrimination at the time, which was just one of those things, just a part of life, I'm afraid. Well, in the later years of the Inquisition in Goa, which had lasted all up around 250 years, there was significant discrimination by the Portuguese Catholic clergy against the Indian Catholic clergy, who were descendants of earlier Catholic converts. These Goan Catholics were derogatively called black priests and were broadly categorized as inherently ill-natured and unruly. Such stereotypes formed the basis for claims that they were unfit to lead their churches, influenced by a belief that they harbored resentment against the Europeans due to some kind of national pride and a deep-seated Hindu-ness that the Portuguese just could not help but look down upon. Well, this prejudice was strategically used to justify the exclusion of native Goan Catholics from higher ecclesiastical positions, maintaining Portuguese control over religious institutions in Goa. Well, contrary to the earlier Portuguese efforts that promoted the use of the Konkani language as a tool for evangelization and assimilation, kind of like the prophets in the earlier days, what are they called? The followers of Jesus? The apostles, that's right. Going to different areas, speaking in the local tongue and converting the local populace. The same was, of course, true when they were using the Konkani language. But this changed as the Inquisition era saw a shift towards suppression of the language as part of this broader xenophobic policy aimed at isolating Catholic converts from non-Catholic communities. It was during this period, and particularly under the threat of the Maratha invasions in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, which jeopardized Portuguese control over trade interests, authorities intensified efforts to eliminate Konkani language. The use of Portuguese was therefore mandated legally, relegating Konkani to the margins of society. Of course, people would just speak it at home, but, you wouldn't be caught speaking it on the street by the Portuguese officials. They would not like that at all. Well, prompted by the Franciscans, the Portuguese viceroy issued a decree on the 27th of June 1684, enforcing the use of Portuguese within 3 years across all societal interactions and legal contracts within Portuguese territories, with non-compliance punishable by imprisonment. So effectively, everybody there in the Goan territory had to, 1, become Catholic, which they had very little understanding of, and 2, learn and speak Portuguese in all of their professional and personal life under threat of imprisonment. You had 3 years to do this. Well, despite these harsh measures, reports by the Inquisitor Antonio Amaral Coutinho to King João V in 1731 suggest that these efforts were largely unsuccessful. And of course, they were unsuccessful because they were completely unrealistic. Well, they weren't there forever, It all had to come crashing down, or rather, fade away. After losing the province of the north to the Marathas in 1739, the Portuguese authorities doubled down on their anti-Kokandi stance. On November the 21st, 1745, Archbishop Lorenzo de Santa Maria, the most Catholic name ever, required that priesthood applicants, as well as their close relatives, demonstrate a proficiency in Portuguese, verified through a very stringent examination. Additionally, the local Bamons and Chardos communities were given a 6-month ultimatum to learn Portuguese or face restrictions on marriage rights. By 1812, speaking Konkani in all schools was banned, a prohibition extended to seminaries in 1847. And by 1869, the language was entirely banned in all educational settings. This suppression resulted in a lack of a unified Konkani literature and prevented the language from becoming a unifying force among the Goans, as it was written in multiple scripts, including Roman, Devanagari, and Kannada. I do believe Devanagari is the script that Hindi is written in these days, although do not quote me on that. Well, Konkani was relegated to being, as they called it, the language of the servants, while Hindu and the Catholic elites primarily used Marathi and Portuguese respectively. Well, after Goa's integration into India in 1961, Konkani experienced a resurgence, symbolically uniting Goans of all castes, religions, and classes. It was effectively dubbed Konkani Mai, or Mother Konkani, and was officially recognized by the Indian government as the state language of Goa in 1987. So, not all bad news. And with that, for the moment, we're done with our video on the Goa Inquisition. Wasn't that a depressing video? But at least Konkani language made a comeback, and that is something that we should be happy for. Even through the Inquisition, that language, whispered in the rooms of houses away from the prying eyes of the invaders, in little communities, very hushed voices, airing the ashes of a dying language, which is now, once again, very much alive. The Portuguese Inquisition, established in 1536 by King João III to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notably targeting new Christians or conversos suspected of secretly practicing Judaism, leading to severe penalties, of course including execution. This tribunal, which extended its influence all the way to Portugal's colonies in South America, was also tasked with rooting out heresy, blasphemy, and other religious offenses, using torture and public autos de fe to punish the accused. Lasting until 1821, the Portuguese Inquisition was one of the longest-running inquisitions, leaving behind a legacy of fear, repression, and a significant impact on the intellectual expression within the Portuguese Empire. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back for more, it's great to have you back here with me once again. As always, the best way to support the channel is to like and subscribe, and if you want to go above and beyond, you will find the means to do so in the description. Now, let's all get nice and comfortable for a very deep dive into the Portuguese Inquisition. Well, let's start with the history first. We'll give a general outline of how things kicked off in the early days, and then we will go into some rather gory details, as I'm sure that's why you're all here. In 1478, Pope Sixtus IV issued a papal bull titled Exigit Sincere Devotienis Affectus, a document that essentially sanctioned the introduction of the Inquisition into Castile. This development triggered a significant exodus of Jews and those deemed heretics who sought refuge in neighboring Portugal. In Portugal, the Jewish and Moorish populations, being Muslims, had previously enjoyed a period of relative peace and freedom, at least in the eyes of the law. Jews lived in self-governing neighborhoods, known as Judarias, where they freely practiced their faith, protected by laws that recognized and guaranteed their religious freedoms. And similarly, the same can be said for the Muslims in Portugal, who experienced a degree of legal protection that allowed them to practice Islam without any real fear of persecution. However, this period of religious tolerance deteriorated after the establishment of the Inquisition in Castile. The Portuguese monarchy, influenced by external pressures and internal politics, began to take a harder line against non-Christians. On December the 5th, 1496, influenced by a clause in his marriage contract with Princess Isabel of Spain, King Manuel I of Portugal issued a decree that forced all of the Jews in the kingdom to make a very impossible choice: either convert to Christianity or get out of my country. Well, the king's expectations of mass voluntary conversions were not met. He did not like this. It led him to take drastic measures by closing all Portuguese ports, except for Lisbon, the capital, to prevent the Jewish population from fleeing. By April 1497, the situation escalated when King Manuel ordered the forcible removal of all Jewish children under the age of 14 from families that had opted to leave rather than convert. These children were distributed across Portuguese cities and towns and raised as Christians at the state's expense. The exact number of children who eventually reunited with their biological families, well, that remains undocumented, and therefore unknown. Perhaps we will never know. In the October of the same year, 1497, the remaining Jews who had not managed to flee were forcibly baptized, heads shoved under the water, leading to the emergence of a brand new demographic, the so-called New Christians, also called conversos. These individuals were nominally Christian. In the eyes of the law and all the documentation, well, in paper they were certainly Christians. However, they continued to practice Judaism in secret. Now, it's important to remember that some of them, I'm sure, were actually converting to Christianity with a genuine concern of taking up Christian customs. Perhaps the majority of them were practicing Judaism in private, but it's very hard to have this number. But what we do know for sure is that these conversions were generally seen as not very legitimate. It was kind of a bridge for those first-generation Jews to kind of make a gesture of goodwill towards their Christian rulers. but the majority of people would look at them as second-class citizens. It wasn't like you could just get baptized and as soon as your head came out of the water you were equal to everybody else. No, there were historical issues. The integration of these new Christians, these conversos into Portuguese society, was progressing when, on April the 9th, 1506, a devastating event unfolded in Lisbon. A large mob had gathered, driven by a superstition and blame for a recent drought and plague, attacked and killed around 2,000 of these new Christians. Apparently they had suspected them of worshipping the old ways in private, and therefore inviting the wrath of God. Well, this event, known as the Massacre of 1506, prompted King Manuel to act. Couldn't really ignore a massacre right on the streets of the capital. In the aftermath, he punished the perpetrators and restored many of the rights that Jews had before 1497. The ones who were already dead, well, it didn't matter to them, but the ones who managed to survive, I'm sure they were very grateful. He granted the new Christians the privilege, of practicing their religion without question, and the freedom to leave Portugal if they wished. Despite these conciliatory measures, King Manuel, later in August 1515, sought to establish an Inquisition in Portugal, modelled on the Castilian example. He wrote to his ambassador in Rome to petition for this cause. Pope Clement the Seventh initially granted permission for the Inquisition in December of 1531, but under conditions that Manuel found to be unacceptable. In a reversal, Pope Clement suspended the Inquisition in April of 1535, ordered a general pardon for those accused of Judaism, and mandated the release of prisoners and the restitution of confiscated properties. His decisions were influenced by a report emphasizing the need for persuasion and gentleness in converting non-Christians, in line with Christ's teachings. The report criticized the inquisitorial courts for their abuses, and rather bravely described the inquisitors as, and I quote, more akin to ministers of Satan rather than servants of Christ. That's a one-star review, isn't it? Well, the death of Pope Clement VII stalled the implementation of the Bull of Pardon. His successor, Paul III, after a few initial hesitations, did put the pardon into effect. Meanwhile, King John III of Portugal, who succeeded Manuel, continued to push for the establishment of the Inquisition, leveraging his familial ties with Charles V to achieve this goal. After prolonged negotiations between the Portuguese crown and the various popes, the Portuguese Inquisition was formally established on the 23rd of May, 1536, by Pope Paul III. This Inquisition was marked by its stringent censorship of literature, which began first order of business by banning the Bible in any language other than Latin. The primary targets of the Portuguese Inquisition was, of course, these conversos, who were individuals who had converted from Judaism to Catholicism. Remember, it had to be Catholicism. There was a strong suspicion that many of them were still practicing Judaism in secret, despite being massacred in earlier times for having that suspicion. While this group notably included many Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal following Spain's own decree, forcing them to either convert or get the hell out of my country. From 1540 to 1575, it is estimated that around 40,000 people were prosecuted by the Portuguese Inquisition. But you must remember, most of these prosecutions, if found guilty, simply resulted in a penance, a kind of apology note to God and the Church. Only around 5% of them resulted in actual execution, and many of those executions were burning of effigies. The numbers also include people who had died in prison, lengthy sentences while they would gather evidence, or it would be so lengthy because they were struggling to find the evidence. Well, I'm sure we can all imagine that a medieval Portuguese prison would not have the best chance of survival. But it wasn't just Jews. Other groups were also persecuted. Well, conversos. Though these other groups were persecuted to a lesser extent. These included African practitioners of traditional African religions, and Vodun, who were brought to Portugal through the Atlantic slave trade from Portuguese colonies. The Inquisition also targeted the Romani community, including around 800,000 Sinti and Roma, who were deported from the Portuguese Empire during this period. Now, unlike the Spanish Inquisition, which operated under the strict control of the monarchy, the Portuguese Inquisition maintained a significant degree of independence from both the Portuguese crown and the papacy. The organization was led by a Grand Inquisitor, also called a General Inquisitor, a position appointed by the Pope, but chosen by the king, usually from within the royal family. The first Grand Inquisitor of the Portuguese Inquisition was Diogo da Silva, the personal confessor of King John III and Bishop of Ceuta. He was succeeded by Cardinal Henry, King John III's brother, who later ascended to the throne himself. The Inquisition operated several courts throughout Portugal, located in major cities such as Lisbon, Coimbra, and Évora, and for a brief time operated in other cities like Porto, Tomar, and Lamego. But the majority of the activity was of course going on in Lisbon. If you want excitement, you've got to go to the capital, of course. About 90% of the Portuguese Inquisition's activities within Portugal were centered around here. Of course, there was the Goa Inquisition, the colonial arm in India, but I've already made a video on that, which I'm sure you have already watched. Well, the Portuguese Inquisition conducted its first auto de fe, kind of like a public trial, in 1540, focusing primarily on rooting out those who had converted from Judaism, and to a lesser extent other faiths, but were expected of not adhering to the Catholic orthodoxy. Over time, the Inquisition extended its reach beyond the borders of Portugal to include more of its colonial possessions. And it wasn't just Goa. It meant that territories such as Cape Verde and Brazil also came under scrutiny of the Inquisition, which continued to investigate and prosecute cases of supposed deviations from the Orthodox Catholic practices all the way until 1821, although things like executions and all the rest became increasingly uncommon as time went along. The public, after a while, found them to be a little bit distasteful. While under the reign of King John III, the Inquisition extended its reach far beyond its original religious mandates, influencing nearly every aspect of Portuguese life, political, cultural, and social. The Inquisition's courts began to censor books, and also took on cases involving divination, witchcraft, and bigamy, reflecting its deepening intrusion into the public and private lives of normal people. Now, during the 1500s, many of the new Christians from Portugal, and also crypto-Muslims, who secretly practiced their original religion despite outwardly converting to Catholicism, migrated to Goa, and will quickly just go through the Goa Inquisition because it's important within the context of the broader Portuguese apparatus. This migration was largely prompted by this harsh scrutiny and persecution that they faced back in Portugal. So, many of them thought they would take a boat elsewhere and try their luck. After all, India is a long way from Portugal. How long is the arm of the Inquisition? Well, they were about to find out. These groups were seen as a security threat of sorts to Portuguese authorities, who were wary of Jews due to their perceived propensity to ally with Muslims against Christian rulers in Iberia, especially that horrible incident with the gates at Toledo, where they opened up the gates for the invaders. Very hard to forget that one. Well, the establishment of the Goa Inquisition in 1560, requested by the Jesuit missionary Francis Xavier in a letter to King John III, dated May 16, 1546, aimed to address these false conversions. From 1560 to 1623, the Goa Inquisition convicted 1,582 individuals, with 45% of these convictions related to offenses tied to Judaism and Islam. The Goa Inquisition also targeted Hindus. After all, they were in India, particularly those who were either non-converts or were suspected of insincerely converting to Catholicism. It prosecuted non-convert Hindus for public observance of Hindu rituals, and those who interfered with the conversion of sincere Hindus to Catholicism. The auto-da-fe statistics from Goa between 1560 and 1821 indicate that 57 individuals were executed in the flesh, and 64 in effigy for being relapsed heretics, and some for engaging in sodomy. Well, in addition to religious minorities, the Inquisition targeted local Christian traditions and movements that were deemed unorthodox. One significant tradition was the Feast of the Cult of the Empire of the Holy Spirit, a millenarian and national celebration that dated back to the mid-13th century. This feast had spread throughout mainland Portugal and into the Atlantic islands and other parts of the Portuguese Empire by the 14th century. By the 1540s, the Inquisition heavily surveilled and prohibited this tradition, especially as it had faded from mainland Portugal and India. This tradition was practiced by non-religious officials and popular brotherhoods, seeing some restoration in the later half of the 20th century in certain Portuguese municipalities. However, many of the ancient rituals had been significantly altered, or sadly lost. Now, why exactly was it so problematic, if we may use that word, for the Inquisition? Well, you see, the Feast of the Empire of the Holy Spirit was celebrated at Pentecost, by the way, prophesied a future Third Age governed directly by the Holy Spirit. This age was envisioned as a monastic or fraternal governance, where the Catholic Church's hierarchy and the need for the church intermediaries at all would be obsolete. Well, and infidels would unite with Christians by their own free will. Well, you can see how the church viewed this as a bit of an issue. Up until the 16th century, this was the primary annual celebration in many of Portugal's major cities, including Lisbon, Porto, and Coimbra, hosting multiple celebrations. The Church and the Inquisition, however, were of course intolerant of a tradition that was entirely popular, lacked clergy mediation, and anticipated an age that effectively rendered them all jobless. Thus, the cult of the Holy Spirit, despite facing significant suppression by the Portuguese Inquisition, found refuge and survived quite well. Where? Well, they had to go all the way to the Azores Islands. Here it thrived under the protective umbrella of the Order of Christ, away from the effective reach of the Inquisition, although local church authorities frequently reported its practices. Beyond the Azores, the cult also took root in various regions of Brazil between the 16th and 18th centuries, and remains celebrated in all Brazilian states, except for 2 of them, today. It also persists among the Portuguese settlers in North America, especially within the communities of Azorean descent in Canada and the United States. Well, enough about that. Let's move on. Among the notable individuals affected by the Inquisition's reach was one Rosa Egipciana, an Afro-Brazilian religious mystic, and formerly an enslaved woman of the night. I can't use that actual word because YouTube do not like it. She was imprisoned by the Inquisition in both Rio de Janeiro and Lisbon, eventually dying while working in the kitchen of the Lisbon Inquisition, preparing meals for the very people who had imprisoned her. Remarkably, Egipciana was the author of Brazil's first book written by a black woman, which detailed her religious visions and prophecies. The Inquisition also intermediately targeted movements and beliefs such as Sebastianism and the concept of the Fifth Empire, both viewed as unorthodox and, of course, potentially heretical. The persecution of Sebastianists was particularly intense during the Philippine dynasty, although it continued beyond this period. The targeting by the Inquisition was selective. Some familiares, or associates of the Holy Office themselves, held Sebastianist beliefs, but they were expressing them in hushed tones. King Sebastian faced financial troubles in 1577, leading him to permit the free departure of the conversos, and also to prohibit the Inquisition from confiscating property, at least for a decade, in exchange for a substantial sum of money. King John IV took a bold step in 1649 by banning the confiscation of property by the Inquisition, and it was rumored that he was actually excommunicated by Rome for this act, though the excommunication was never officially proclaimed, possibly because the king had passed away before it could be implemented. This law remained in effect until around 1656, following the death of the king. Between 1674 and 1681, the Inquisition was suspended for a few years in Portugal. During this period, autos de fe were halted, and inquisitors were instructed not to impose sentences that involved handing over individuals to secular justice for execution, confiscation of property, or sentencing to the perpetual galleys. This suspension was largely due to the efforts of Father Antonio Vieira in Rome, who worked tirelessly to end the Inquisition in Portugal and its broader empire. Known as the Apostle of Brazil, Vieira prepared a comprehensive 200-page report on the Portuguese Inquisition for the Pope. Following a judicial inquiry, Pope Innocent XI suspended the Inquisition for 5 years, marking a significant pause in its operations. I'm sure there were plenty of people celebrating that news, and lamenting the eventual reversal in 1681. Antonio Vieira was a figure of significant compassion and influence within the Portuguese court, particularly during the reign of King John IV. Known for his deep sympathy for the conversos, he persistently advocated for the abolishment of the punitive measures and discriminatory practices that separated the new Christians from old Christians. His advocacy did not sit well with many of his contemporaries, by the way, who did not share the same sympathies. It made him a lot of enemies, especially within the Inquisition itself, and those enemies did not hesitate to target him for his views. Vieira's writings passionately defended the oppressed and criticized the Inquisition's practices. His works were thus condemned by the Inquisition as, and I quote, rash, scandalous, erroneous, savoring of heresy, and well adapted to pervert the ignorant. Consequently, he faced 3 years of incarceration, and was subjected to a penance in the audience chamber of Coimbra on December the 23rd, 1667. Vieira's time in the unwholesome prisons, as he called them, of the Inquisition, where conditions were deplorable, further intensified his empathy for its victims. He described the dire circumstances where 5 prisoners were often cramped into a tiny cell, with inadequate light and minimum hygiene, denied any spiritual consolation. Well, eventually he was released, and he found safety in Rome, where he continued to advocate for those oppressed by the Inquisition. He described the Portuguese Holy Office as a tribunal that served only to deprive men of their fortunes, their honor, and their lives, while unable to discriminate between guilt and innocence. I mean, it's hard to argue with that critique. It's pretty spot on. He condemned the entire institution, despite its claims of piety, saying that it engaged in acts of cruelty and injustice that were unworthy of rational beings. The Pombaline reforms, initiated by Sebastião José de Carvalho e Melo, the Marquis of Pombal, in 1773 to 1774, marked a significant shift in this oppressive landscape. The reforms ended the statutes of purity of blood, which had long discriminated against the new Christians and Jews who had converted to Christianity to escape persecution by the Portuguese Inquisition. Despite his declared opposition to the Inquisition's methods, which he described as against humanity and Christian principles, the Marquis of Pombal's relationship with the Inquisition was complex, and sometimes contradictory. He utilized the Inquisition for personal and political ends, such as the elimination of Father Gabriel Malagrida, a Jesuit whom he denounced to the Inquisition. His actions against the Tavoras family also highlighted its readiness to employ inhumane methods when it suited his purposes, and also criticized the methods of others, once again when it suited his purpose. His brother, Paulo, led the Inquisition from 1760 until 1770, during which time the Marquis sought to transform the Inquisition from an ecclesiastical court into a royal one. Well, despite these changes, the persecution of heretics and those with high spirits continued under his rule. Well, it didn't all last forever. The Inquisition finally came to an end in 1821, quite a long career, don't you think, when it was officially abolished by the General Extraordinary and Constituent Assembly of the Portuguese nation. This marked the conclusion of an era that had deeply impacted the cultural, social, and religious fabric of Portugal and its colonies. Thus the legacy of those figures like Antonio Vieira, who fought for justice and empathy amid the widespread persecution, continued to resonate as Portugal moved into a new phase of its history. But we're not done yet. We still need to talk about all of the interesting details, don't we? The procedures, the tortures, and the burnings. After all, that's why you're here, isn't it? So then, what's the procedure? Well, you see, the process of the Inquisition, just like the Spanish Inquisition, would typically start with the publication of an Edict of Grace, which announced a period during which individuals in a particular locality could voluntarily confess to heresy. This period was the Inquisition's primary method for identifying those who were suspected of heretical practices. Basically, they would show up, and a lot of people, I assume, would be a little bit scared and didn't want to get dobbed in by their neighbors, so they effectively put their own hand up and said, "Hey, listen, I think I might be a little bit misguided." This is why most of the punishments were effectively penances, a slap on the wrist, Of course, many people, out of fear that friends or neighbors might denounce them later, were simply all too willing to confess. Even if they hadn't really done anything wrong, it's better that they come forward rather than somebody else accuse them. It created a climate of fear, of course, which led to a cascade of denunciations, as the terror of the Inquisition spurred people to denounce themselves and others in order to avoid the harshest of penalties. Those who did confess within this grace period, which was typically around 30 days, could be reintegrated into the church without facing severe penance. Generally, those who came forward during the grace period could avoid the death penalty or life imprisonment, and were spared the confiscation of their property. However, they were required to denounce others who had not come forward, meaning that merely confessing to heresy of your own was insufficient. Failure to report someone else's heresy resulted in excommunication and subsequent prosecution as a promoter of heresy. If a denouncer implicated others, those individuals were also summoned by the Inquisition. Of course, the burden of proof was on the accused, not the accuser. Denunciations were often motivated purely by personal vendettas, business rivalries, or just petty family disputes. The death penalty, enacted not by the Inquisition authorities but by the secular arm of the state, was typically reserved for those who were unrepentant or had relapsed after converting to Catholicism. You had to be really digging the boots in to get the death penalty. Now, the Inquisition was open to all kinds of accusations, and it even allowed prison guards to denounce and testify against the accused. Based on the denunciations, arrests were made by bailiffs or familiaries of the Inquisition, who were armed and authorized to detain suspects. The trials of the Inquisition were conducted in secrecy, with no opportunity for appealing the verdicts. Defendants were interrogated and coerced into confessing crimes attributed to them. The suspects were kept in the dark completely about the charges and the identities of those witnesses against them, which made it difficult to, let's say if somebody did have a personal vendetta against you, it made it very difficult to identify and defend yourself against it. That being said, many times when there was a trial and there was personal vendettas involved, the accused could quote the person and say, I bet it was so-and-so, because she did so-and-so or believed so-and-so. I bet she said that I do this, and this would be taken into account. It wouldn't get you off the hook, but it would certainly raise a few eyebrows. Now, several methods were employed to extract the confessions. Initially, suspects faced the threat of execution, with the choice often being between confessing or just being burned. You can obviously guess which one people were choosing. Another method involved imprisonment combined with food deprivation, starve them out until they admitted to doing something that they didn't do. The Inquisition also used visits from previously tried individuals to encourage the accused to confess. Let's say you'd have someone come in and say, I was in the same position as you. Don't worry, they'll treat you nicely. All you'll need to do is go through the penance or serve a little time in prison. It's not so bad. Just admit to it. Well, if all of these methods failed, torture, or the threat of torture, which was usually enough, was employed, where the defendants were shown the instruments of torture to intimidate them. For example, the Inquisition would come into their cell with all sorts of wonderful little tools. Say, well, let me introduce you. This is the stabber and the poker. This was usually sufficient. People did not want to go through the ordeal of torture. Now, over these centuries, the Inquisition developed various procedural manuals, basically guides on how to handle different types of heresy. One of the foundational texts was actually the papal bull from Pope Innocent IV, Ad Extirpanda of 1252. Yes, quite early. This essentially laid out 38 different laws detailing the procedures of the Inquisition and explicitly authorizing the use of torture. Of course, this was employed for many years before in the Spanish Inquisition and the earlier medieval Inquisitions, but also used to justify smaller charges of heresy in different parts of Europe, especially places like France and Germany, before an official structure was made. Well, among the notable manuals that followed were that of Nicholas Eymeric's Dictatorium Inquisitorum of 1396 and Bernardo Gué's Practica Inquisitionis Heretis Pravititas. Sorry for the Latin pronunciation. That work was from around 1319, and of course the very famous, with the video currently in production, the Malleus Maleficarum, which basically translates to the Hammer of the Witches. Very metal, I know. It was written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer, and it was specifically addressing witchcraft, hence the name. In Portugal, several regiments were drafted for the inquisitors, the first in 1552 by Cardinal Inquisitor Henry, and the last in 1774 under the sponsorship of Marquis of Pombal. In 1640, regulations mandated that each tribunal have a copy of the Bible, a summary canon of civil law, Eymeric's Dictatorium Inquisitorum, and Diego de Simancas De Catholicis Institutionibus. Now, the torture was of course the best bit. Well, at least the best bit of the video. It's generally unpleasant if you are the one being tortured, but it seems like most people certainly enjoy hearing about the torture. It's funny how that works. The process of the Inquisition in Portugal was, of course, as brutal as it was unforgiving, especially during interrogations, which were sometimes followed by gruesome torture sessions, whichever came first. Sometimes you'll skip right to the dessert and have the torture session first, but usually they would tend to try to get the information out of them before beginning the dirty work. The regiment of 1613 detailed the circumstances under which defendants were subjected to torture, stating that it could be used not only when a confession was deemed incomplete, but also when there was no solid evidence against the accused. This approach meant that both individuals who had not fully confessed and those against whom there was no evidence at all could find themselves enduring torture. Well, before the session began, The accused were rather chillingly informed that any harm they suffered, whether it be death, broken limbs, loss of consciousness, would be simply their own fault for not confessing their offenses promptly. This psychological manipulation aimed to pressure the accused into confessing before the physical torture even began. Following the papal bull ad extirpanda, which authorized the use of torture, but prohibited clerics from carrying it out themselves, Pope Alexander IV issued a new bull, Ut Negotium, in 1256. And it was this document that allowed inquisitors to absolve each other of any canonical irregularities incurred during their work. Pretty much, if you had your buddy who was also a priest or a member of the Inquisition, you could absolve him of any wrongdoing, and he could do the same for you. Essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. By the mid-13th century, torture had become an established part of the Inquisition proceedings. Among the most prevalent torture methods was the strapado, where the victim's arms were tied behind their back, and they were suspended in the air by a pulley, basically jerking them back and forth. Arms would usually dislocate at the shoulders. They would be then abruptly lowered a short distance towards the ground, causing intense pain and, of course, disorientation. But the creativity does not stop there. Another common method I'm sure you're all familiar with, the rack, which involved stretching the victim's body until the joints were dislocated and the muscles were torn and broken, rendering the entire body useless. Just a sack of stretched-out Play-Doh. And we can't forget the water torture, including the infamous technique known as waterboarding, which they would put a little cloth over your face and simply just keep pouring water over you. Sound familiar? Well, it would gain notoriety centuries later for its use by the CIA in the early 21st century. And of course it's still being used now. Unfortunately, it's not gone out of fashion just yet. You'd be very surprised, the people who are still advocating for it. Well, as we've mentioned, before the torture session commenced, they would roll out the red carpet of torture instruments shown to the accused, laid before their fearful and tearful eyes. That was usually enough to make people break. Well, the sessions of torture were meticulously documented, and many records have actually survived to this day. Although any statements made under torture were supposed to be later confirmed freely and away from the torture chamber in practice, this was seldom the case. Those who recanted their confessions knew they risked being subjected to torture again. So it wasn't that you could just say that one thing and then back in the courtroom you could admit, look, I only said that because they were ripping out my fingernails. Well, that wasn't sufficient. They would simply reply, well, yes, but you still admitted to being a heretic. Well, we better torture you some more so we can just be sure of the absolute truth. And one, of course, must remember that under torture, or simply just severe psychological interrogation, individuals are pretty likely to say anything to stop the pain. And this was, of course, well known to the interrogators. Now, it wasn't a one-size-fits-all, but there was a process, and the Inquisition followed a systematic sequence, beginning with the denunciations and moving through arrests and interrogations, most often torture, although that is a broad term, and then finally the formal accusation. The individual responsible for making the accusation was an official known as the promoter, essentially the public prosecutor for the Holy Office. The promoter would prepare the libel of accusation, asserting that the defendant, as a baptized Christian, was obliged to adhere to the doctrines of the Holy Mother Church of Rome, but had failed to do so. The promoter's libel would typically conclude with a call for the defendant to be punished as a negative and pertinacious heretic, and handed over to secular authorities for execution. In the Inquisition's unique process, the number of accusations did not necessarily correspond to the number of facts. The same incident reported under different circumstances by various witnesses could indeed lead to multiple accusations. This multiplicity was a characteristic feature of the Inquisition, amplifying the peril for those unfortunate enough to be caught in its web. The defense attorney assigned to the accused was not chosen by the defendant, but was actually appointed by the Inquisition itself. These lawyers were at the service of the Holy Office, and were expected to defend the accused earnestly. However, if at any point they believed the defendant was unjustly defending themselves, they were obliged to simply abandon the defense and report this to the Mesa, the Council of the Inquisition. Effectively, the lawyer, that's right, your own lawyer, could also become a denouncer, leaving you in quite a sticky situation. Moreover, this so-called lawyer was very restricted in their role. They had no access to the full case file, only to the libels and judgments that were communicated to the defendant, and they were not permitted to accompany the defendant during interrogations or other proceedings, significantly limiting their effectiveness. The defendant's defense primarily relied on pointing out contradictions, particularly arguing that the prosecution witnesses were biased or had enmities against the defendant. However, the accused faced significant obstacles. They were not informed of the identities of the witnesses against them, and had no opportunities to cross-examine these witnesses, who might themselves be perjurers, criminals, excommunicates, or even accomplices. Thus, there were no means for the accused to learn the details of the charges against them, and appeals to higher courts were simply not permitted. This closed, secretive process has been compared to the Moscow trials of Stalin's era, or the absurdities depicted in Franz Kafka's work The Trial, highlighting the surreal and often hopeless situation of those tried by the Inquisition. The final judgment was of course determined by a majority vote at the desk of the Holy Office. This vote concluded the often lengthy and harrowing process for the accused, sealing their fate with very little regard for modern legal standards of evidence, defense rights, or transparency. The auto de fe, the dramatic culmination of the Inquisition's process, blending religious ceremony with public spectacle. This event included mass prayer and solemn procession, during which the convicted individuals were paraded to be jeered and leered at through the streets, and their sentences were read out in public. These processions could involve hundreds of penitents, and were attended by a wide array of society, including magnates, prelates, and large crowds of onlookers. Sometimes even the king showed up, but no autographs, unfortunately. Now, preparations for these ceremonies began weeks in advance. This time was used to construct the necessary scaffolds and amphitheaters, and to produce the sanbenitos, which were penitential garments that were worn by the condemned. These garments were designed to humiliate and mark the convicted as heretics or apostates. The ceremony itself was a display of the Inquisition's authority, filled with pomp and circumstance, and at the same time it functioned as a popular, though macabre, public spectacle. But in all fairness, what else was there to do back in those days? Spectators often bought snacks as well, if you would believe it or not, and treated the event like a social outing. The reading of the sentences alone could take an entire day, indicating the scale and thoroughness of these events. While contrary to the auto-de-fe's religious and public nature, the actual executions were carried away from the public eye and the site of the ceremony. The inquisitors and other officials of the Holy Office did not attend the executions, which were the responsibility of the secular arm of the state. For example, in Lisbon the condemned were led over a kilometre away from the auto-de-fe to the execution site. But I'm sure if you squint your eyes enough, you could probably make it out from a distance. After the ceremony, the victims were led out to their doom. The sanbenitos were removed, remember that's those garments they used to wear, and hung on the walls of churches to perpetuate the memory of their guilt. Although the Inquisition formally handed the condemned over to secular authorities with a plea for leniency and to avoid bloodshed, this was just talk, largely symbolic. I'm sure that some had acted in a more Christly manner and exhibited a form of sympathy, but, well, everyone is a product of their time, I suppose. The secular authorities, who, by the way, did not have access to trial records, only received the sentence and were expected to carry it out, whether it be a simple torture or a couple whippings or a full-on execution. The job was the job. Even those who had died could be convicted of heresy posthumously. Their remains would be exhumed and burned to eradicate any trace of their existence. And this happened in more cases than not, as a lot of people had died in prison, as I've aforementioned, and more people were burned in effigy posthumously than they were when they were alive. Well, those who were led out to the stake were asked the kind of grim question, "Do you wish to die like a Catholic?" Those who said yes, well, they were the lucky ones. They were executed swiftly by garrote, a method considered a lot more merciful, mainly because it was quicker. Still, not a good way to go. Those who refused were subjected to the more gruesome of the fate. They were tied to a post high above a pyre, out of reach of the most intense flames due to the height and the wind, which often blew the flames away from the victim. This resulted in a slow, agonizing death, where the condemned were essentially grilled alive over the course of 1 or 2 hours. The screams contributed to the macabre entertainment of anybody watching on. But it is to be noted that this sort of observation may not entirely be 100% correct. Of course, it makes for a good story, and a lot of people will say that it's more of a propaganda tool to make the Inquisition look bad, which I may perhaps say they do as good of a job of making themselves look bad. But many people who were put up to this fate would simply die of asphyxiation. Breathing in that amount of smoke, or just having the oxygen burn up around you, it seems that it may not have went on for that long. Then again, it could be the other way. It really depends how high up they put you. I suppose we'll never know, and I'm not willing to try the experiment at home. Well, this stark and horrific spectacle, no matter what it was, the height or being higher or lower, just underscored the Inquisition's role in enforcing the religious orthodoxy through fear and punishment. Albeit it didn't happen as much as people like to tell you. The public spectacle, the auto de fe, was not just a religious procedure, but it was a tool of social control, demonstrating the lethal consequences of dissent in a profoundly visceral manner. The blend of solemnity, spectacle, and cruelty at these events left a lasting imprint on the cultural and historical memory of the Inquisition's era and beyond. And then in 2024, where we find ourselves now, perhaps we all have this, I wouldn't use the word romanticized view, but a somewhat informed, fantasized view. It's very easy to run away with the horror movie style of speculation when it comes to the Inquisition. A lot of people think that tens of thousands of people were executed and burned, but that's simply not the case. In fact, of our number of autos de fe with known sentences, we only have about 1,100 people who were actually executed in person, and then we have about 663 who were executed in effigy. The rest were simply penanced. In fact, I'm looking at the number right now. It's 94% were penanced. It's definitely not as bad as being put up on the stake and burned, that's for sure. Vasco da Gama, a Portuguese explorer, celebrated for his pivotal role in opening the sea-based trade route between Europe and India. His arrival in Calicut, on the Malabar coast of India in 1498, marked the very first time a European had reached India by sea, finally linking Europe and Asia through an ocean route. This monumental achievement not only heralded an era of global imperialism and control of the spice trade by the European powers, but it also established Portugal as a dominant maritime power in the early 16th century. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, great to see you again. We are well and truly over 10,000 subscribers. Very, Good. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, there is a link to the Patreon, or just keep watching the video. That's just as good. So, without further ado, please get relaxed, and we may begin. Vasco da Gama, one of Portugal's most famous explorers, was born in 1460 in the town of Sines, located on the southwest coast of Portugal. Sines was one of the Alentejo region's few seaports at the time, providing a maritime setting that likely influenced da Gama's early interest in navigation. His birthplace was probably near the church of Nossa Senhora das Salas, a significant landmark in the area. His father, Estevão da Gama, played a notable role in the local and military communities. During the 1460s, Estevão had served as a knight in the household of Ferdinand, Duke of Viseu, and later advanced in the military order of Santiago. By the 1460s, he was appointed as the Alcaide Mor, or the civil governor of Sines, a position he maintained until 1478, so quite a long tenure. Beyond this, he was involved in the administration of taxes and managed the orders commendas in the region. Vasco's mother, Isabel Sodre, was part of a family with deep connections to the English nobility and the Portuguese military orders. Her father, João Sodre, also referred to as João de Resende, and her brothers were well integrated into the military order of Christ, serving the household of Infante Diogo, the Duke of Viseu. Vasco da Gama was one of 5 brothers, including Paulo, João Sodre, Pedro, and Aires da Gama. He also had a sister, Teresa da Gama, who later married Lopo Mendes de Vasconcelos. The family dynamics and connections significantly shaped his upbringing and future opportunities. Though specific details about da Gama's education are admittedly limited, it is speculated, and said with quite a bit of confidence, that he studied in Évora, a significant town inland from Sines. It was there he possibly received instruction in mathematics and navigation, of course crucial skills for his later expeditions. While some sources do suggest that he studied under Abraham Zacuto, a renowned astronomer and astrologer, this aspect of his education remains unconfirmed and is still a matter of debate. Vasco's career in the Order of Santiago began around the year 1480, following his father rather than his maternal connections. The order was then under the leadership of Prince John, who became King John II of Portugal later in 1481. King John's patronage of the Order of Santiago likely played a crucial role in elevating da Gama's status and prospects within Portuguese society. Moving on to 1492, as tensions between Portugal and France escalated, John II tasked da Gama with a mission to intercept and seize French ships as a countermeasure against French attacks on Portuguese vessels. This mission, which took him to the port of Setúbal and Algarve, was executed with remarkable efficiency and success, demonstrating Da Gama's capabilities not only as a leader, but as a navigator. This success laid the groundwork for his selection as the leader of the expedition to India later in 1497, which would eventually secure his place in history as one of the greatest navigators of the Age of Discovery. Starting from the early 15th century, the Portuguese, under the guidance of Prince Henry the Navigator, launched expeditions along the African coast, primarily aiming to discover sources of gold and, of course, slaves. These ventures expanded Portugal's maritime knowledge significantly, but they did not manage any significant financial returns. Following Prince Henry's death in the year 1460, interest from the Portuguese crown in these exploratory missions had begun to wane. It seems that they had thought the game was simply not worth the candle. By 1469, the Crown had delegated the exploration rights to the African regions to a consortium of Lisbon merchants led by Fernão Gomes. Gomes' team enhanced Portuguese navigational knowledge around the Gulf of Guinea, engaging in trade involving gold dust, meligueta pepper, ivory, and don't forget the slaves. Can't forget the slaves. Well, when Gomez's contract was up for renewal in 1474, Prince John, who was to become John II, persuaded his father, King Afonso V, to transfer the African exploratory rights to him. Upon his accession to the throne in 1481, John II initiated extensive reforms to reduce the monarchy's reliance on the feudal nobility by boosting the royal treasury through trade, particularly in gold, and don't forget the slaves, from West Africa. John II also aimed to penetrate the lucrative spice trade between Europe and Asia, which was at the time dominated by Venice and solely from overland routes, which of course took a lot more time and were a lot more dangerous. Of course, the seas had pirates, but there were more bandits on land than there were pirates in the sea. Well, in pursuit of a maritime route to Asia, John II sent explorers Pero de Covilla and Afonso de Paiva overland to India in 1487 to gather intelligence on the spice markets and trading paths. The real breakthrough came when Bartholomew Diaz successfully navigated around the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, reaching as far as the Fish River in what is now South Africa, confirming that the coast indeed continued northeast. This discovery set the stage for an explorer who could integrate the findings of Diaz with those of da Covilla and de Paiva, thereby establishing a continuous sea route that could potentially revolutionize the spice trade by connecting it directly across the Indian Ocean. And, of course, you look at Portugal on the map. In continental Europe, the furthest away you can possibly be from India is Portugal. You're gonna need a boat. On the 8th of July, 1497, Vasco da Gama embarked from Lisbon, commanding a fleet of 4 ships and 170 men. The journey they undertook would encompass a distance greater than the Earth's equator, very impressive for the time. In fact, somewhat impressive for modern times indeed, taking a boat trip that far. Well, among the crew were some of Portugal's most seasoned navigators, including Pero de Alenquer, Pedro Escobar, João de Coimbra, and Afonso Gonzalez. By the journey's end, only about 55 crewmen had returned, and 2 of the original ships were lost. The fleet consisted of 2 carracks, the São Gabriel, which Da Gama himself commanded, and the São Rafael, commanded by his brother Paulo da Gama, who receives significantly less credit. Each carrack measured 27 meters in length and 8.5 meters in width, with a draft of 2.3 meters and sails totaling 372 square meters. The third ship, the Berrio, a slightly smaller caravel commanded by Nicolau Coelho, and a storage ship commanded by Gonçalo Nunes, which was later scuttled in the Mosul Bay, South Africa, made up the rest of the fleet. Setting sail on the path previously explored by others, the expedition headed southward along the African coast, a familiar route, crossing the equator and navigating into the South Atlantic to catch the westerlies. This led them to make landfall on the African coast on the 4th of November 1497, after a record open ocean voyage of over 10,000 kilometers, or 6,000 miles. That lasted more than 3 months. By the 16th of December, they had surpassed the Great Fish River in South Africa, where Diaz had previously reached. Then they found themselves moving into uncharted waters. As Christmas approached, Da Gama named the nearby coast Natal, reflecting the holiday's significance. In Mozambique, from March 2nd to the 29th, 1498, Da Gama and his crew found themselves in Arab-dominated territory, integral to the Indian Ocean trade network. To avoid conflict, Da Gama initially posed as a Muslim to meet with the local sultan. However, the inadequate gifts he presented led to suspicion and hostility from the locals. He probably showed up trying to give them a bottle of wine or something, who knows? Not knowing the culture, perhaps. Speculation, indeed. Well, ultimately, Da Gama and his crew were forced to flee, but not without bombarding the city with their cannons as they left. Yes, certainly making an exit. Well, the journey had to continue on, and they continued to Mombasa, that's in modern-day Kenya, where from April the 7th to the 13th, 1498, they continued the trend of running amok, engaging in acts of piracy, targeting merchant ships, and vessels that were much more simple compared to theirs, none of them having weapons like the Portuguese had. Now, the reception in and around Mombasa was, of course, very unfriendly, prompting a swift departure from the port, just like they had to depart from Mozambique. Oh, and by the way, this was indeed the first time that Europeans had visited the port of Mombasa. You know what they say about first impressions? You only get to make one. Well, His journey then led him to the more hospitable port of Malindi on April the 14th, 1498, where he encountered local leaders who were actually in conflict with Mombasa. It was here that he hired a skilled pilot, whose background is variably described in different sources as Christian, Muslim, or perhaps Gujarati Hindu. This pilot, erroneously believed by some to be the renowned Arab navigator Ibn Majid, guided Da Gama, utilizing the monsoon winds towards India. Historical evidence, however, suggests that Majid was not in the area at the time, and he is also not mentioned by contemporary Portuguese historians. So don't let anyone tell you that it was Ibn Majid. Well, departing Malindi on April 24th, Da Gama, with his new friends, set sail for India. Arriving at Kapadu, near Calicut, on the Malabar coast of present-day Kerala, on May 20th of the same year, 1498, Da Gama's arrival coincided with the Zamorin of Calicut's stay at his secondary capital in Ponani. Prompted by the news of a strange fleet arriving, the Zamorin returned to Calicut with haste. The Portuguese were received with a considerable display of hospitality, including a procession of over 3,000 armed warriors. However, formal negotiations with the Zamorin were less fruitful. Local officials, curious about the Portuguese intentions, were taught they sought Christians and spices, whatever that meant. Well, the gifts that Da Gama presented to the Zamorin, sent by Dom Manuel of Portugal, included cloaks of scarlet cloth, hats, corals, brass vessels, a chest full of sugar, also oil and some rather tasty Portuguese honey. These were deemed to be insufficient and unimpressive, particularly in the absence of any gold or silver. Not fair. It's the thought that counts, don't you think? Well, this perception was further influenced by local Muslim traders, who had viewed Da Gama, the new guy in town, as a rival, and dismissed him as merely a pirate, rather than a proper dignitary. The Zamorin's refusal to allow Da Gama to leave a merchant factor in Calicut without paying a customary duty in gold also strained relations. At this point, Da Gama was quite frustrated, and he decided to resort to more coercive measures, abducting a few of the locals and 16 fishermen to maintain leverage as he departed. Well, departing Calicut on August 29, 1498, Vasco decided to head home, despite the ongoing monsoon winds blowing on shore. The fleet initially moved northward along the Indian coastline, before anchoring at Anjadiva Island. On October the 3rd, Da Gama commenced the return journey across the Indian Ocean, in stark contrast to the outbound trip, which just took 23 days with the aid of the summer monsoon winds. This journey was grueling, and took 132 days sailing against the winds. On January the 2nd, 1499, Da Gama's fleet sighted land again near the Somali city of Mogadishu, part of the Ajuran Empire at the time. They observed from a distance, noting Mogadishu's large buildings, palaces, and numerous mosques with cylindrical minarets, but did not stop there. Reaching Malindi on the 7th of January 1499, the fleet was in a dire condition, with about half of the original crew deceased and many suffering from scurvy. Due to the reduced number of able crewmen, Da Gama ordered São Rafael to be scuttled near the East African coast. The crews were consolidated into the two remaining ships, São Gabriel and the Berrio. During this stop, Da Gama also erected a padrao, known today as the Vasco da Gama Pillar, which still remains standing. The journey improved after leaving Malindi, however. Seems that the worst was behind them, and by early March the fleet had reached Mosul Bay. On the 20th of March, they crossed back over the Cape of Good Hope, and by April 25th, they approached the West African coast, marking the final phase of their return to Portugal. The diary of this expedition seems to end abruptly, but additional accounts help piece together the conclusion of the journey. And they go like this. As the fleet approached Cape Verde, Nicolau Coelho's ship, the Berrio, parted ways with Vasco da Gama's flagship, the São Gabriel. Coelho reached Lisbon on the 10th of July 1499, and promptly informed King Manuel, who was at the royal court in Sintra. Meanwhile, at Cape Verde, Vasco's brother, Paulo, became severely ill. Vasco decided to stay behind with him on Santiago Island and entrusted the São Gabriel to his clerk, João de Sá, who sailed it back to Lisbon, arriving at the end of July or perhaps early August. Da Gama and his ailing brother later joined a Guinea caravel headed for Portugal. Unfortunately, Paulo da Gama passed away during this voyage. Vasco disembarked at the Azores to bury his brother at the São Francisco Monastery in Angra de Heroísmo, taking time to mourn before continuing his journey. Finally, he returned to Lisbon by early September 1499, as recorded by the historian Barros, or perhaps as late as the 18th, according to some other sources. Despite the somber end to his voyage, Da Gama received a hero's welcome in Lisbon, complete with a triumphal procession and public celebrations. King Manuel I celebrated the achievement by documenting it in letters in July and August of 1499, and Girolamo Cernighi also penned 3 letters detailing the events of Da Gama's brave expedition. Although the voyage was costly, losing 2 ships and more than half of the crew, and it also failed to establish a commercial treaty with Calicut, it did demonstrate the potential for profitable spice trade through the small quantities of spices and goods brought back. This marked the beginning of the Portuguese influence in the Indian Ocean and led to yearly fleets to India. This pioneering route of Da Gama would significantly boost the Portuguese treasury and solidified their interest in the east coast of Africa, known as the Contra Costa, which was vital for providing essential supplies, harbors for repair, and of course safe havens for ships during inclement weather. This strategic importance eventually led to the Portuguese colonization of Mozambique, securing a foothold for Portugal in the region. In December 1499, King Manuel I of Portugal bestowed upon Vasco da Gama the town of Sines as a hereditary fief, a gesture recognizing the success of his voyage. This grant was complex due to Sines being under the jurisdiction of the Order of Santiago. Although George de Lencastre, the master of the order and a close associate of da Gama, may have supported the king's decision in light of da Gama's membership and status within the order, he ultimately resisted. Lencastre's refusal was principled, aiming at preventing the king from assuming he could freely distribute properties that belonged to the order. Consequently, da Gama's efforts to secure control over Sines caused a rift between him and Lencastre, leading da Gama to leave the Order of Santiago and join the Order of Christ in 1507. Meanwhile, da Gama received a substantial royal pension of 300,000 reis and was granted the noble title of Dom, which extended to his siblings and their descendants. On the 30th of January 1502, he was named Admiral of the Seas of Arabia, Persia, India, and all of the Orient, reflecting the grand titles of Spanish nobility and emphasizing Portugal's equivalent maritime prestige. An additional royal decree from October 1501 granted da Gama the authority to oversee and influence all future fleets bound for India. In 1501, Vasco da Gama married one Catarina de Ataide, who came from a distinguished family connected to the Portuguese nobility. This union solidified da Gama's social and political ties within Portugal's elite circles. The Second India Armada, commanded by Pedro Alvarez Cabral in 1500, was dispatched with the primary goal of establishing a Portuguese trading post in Calicut and securing a treaty with the Zamorin. However, conflict ensued with local Arab merchant guilds, leading to a riot in which the Portuguese factory was stormed and up to 17 Portuguese lost their lives. Holding the Zamorin directly responsible, Cabral retaliated by bombarding Calicut, sparking hostilities between Portugal and the city-state. In response, da Gama leveraged his royal prerogative to lead the Fourth India Armada, launched on the 12th of February 1502, with a clear mandate to exact retribution on the Zamorin and compel his submission to Portuguese demands. This expedition was heavily militarized, comprising 15 ships and 800 men. A subsequent fleet led by da Gama's cousin, Estevão, followed in April with 5 additional ships, eventually rendezvousing with Vasco's fleet in the Indian Ocean. Notably, the Armada included significant family involvement. Da Gama's uncles, Vicente and Bras Sodre, were tasked with patrolling the Indian Ocean, while his brother-in-law, Alvaro de Ataide, and Lopo Mendes de Vasconcelos captained other ships. During its voyage, Da Gama's fleet engaged with the gold trading port of Sofala on the East African coast, imposing tribute on the Sultanate of Kilwa and extracting significant amounts of gold. Finally, upon reaching the Indian coast, in the month of October 1502, a dramatic confrontation occurred when Da Gama's fleet seized the Miri, a ship that was carrying Muslim pilgrims from Calicut to Mecca. According to accounts from Tome Lopez and Gaspar Correa, Da Gama ordered the looting of the vessel, which carried over 400 passengers, including 50 women. Despite the pilgrims' offers of substantial ransom, Da Gama ordered the ship to be set on fire, with all passengers locked inside, overseeing the massacre from his own ship at a safe distance. Only the lives of 20 children were spared, but that was conditional. They had to convert to Christianity first. This act of cruelty starkly highlighted the brutal tactics employed during these maritime exploits. Well, I'm sure that in the modern era, with some of our modern sensibilities, we look at things like that and start to begin a debate on whether Da Gama was as heroic as everybody thinks he was. Well, that's going to be a matter of opinion for the individual. But just don't take the statues down. Well, after a brief stop at Cananore, Vasco da Gama positioned his fleet near Calicut, demanding compensation for the mistreatment Cabral's expedition had experienced. Aware of the grim fate met by the pilgrims on the captured ship, the Zamorin of Calicut appeared conciliatory and expressed readiness to negotiate a new treaty. However, Da Gama's rather unreasonable demand that all Muslims be expelled from Calicut as a precondition for talks was of course rejected by the Zamorin. A bit of a bridge too far, I'm afraid. During this tense period, the Zamorin also communicated with his rebellious subordinate, the Raja of Cochin, urging his loyalty against this Portuguese threat. This message, intercepted and forwarded to Da Gama by the Raja of Cochin, only deepened Da Gama's distrust of Indian rulers, whom he saw as deceitful. In a display of cruelty, Da Gama responded to these negotiations by mutilating a high priest that was sent by Zamorin, cutting off his lips and his ears, and mockingly sewing dog's ears to his head before sending him back. Yes, you heard that correct. Let me just read it one more time. Cutting off his lips and ears, and mockingly sewing dog's ears to his head before sending him back. A little bit extreme, isn't it? Well, Da Gama's fleet then bombarded the defenseless city of Calicut for 2 days, causing extensive damage. He also seized several rice ships, mutilating their crew by cutting off their hands, ears, and noses, and sent them to the Zamorin with a message stating his conditions for peace, which of course included compensation for Portuguese losses and payment for the munitions used in the attack. Talk about salt in the wound. Pay us for the bullets we shot you with. In a retaliatory move, the Zamorin mobilized a fleet to challenge the Portuguese dominance at sea. But it did not go very well. Da Gama managed to defeat this fleet in a naval battle off the coast of Calicut. Following these hostilities, Da Gama visited Cochin and Cananore, smaller kingdoms which were adversaries of Calicut and had aligned with previous Portuguese expeditions. After securing lucrative spice cargoes, he departed from India in early 1503, leaving behind a squadron under his uncle, Vicente Sodre, tasked with patrolling the coast, continuing assaults on Calicut shipping, and protecting the Portuguese establishments in Cochin and Cananore from possible revenge attacks by the Zamorin. Da Gama returned to Portugal in September 1503, having failed to subjugate the Zamorin or fully secure Portuguese interests in the region. This failure, compounded by his uncle's subsequent inability to defend the Portuguese outpost in Cochin, likely influenced the decision not to grant him further significant appointments. In 1505, when King Manuel I appointed the first governor and viceroy of Portuguese India, Da Gama was notably passed over in favor of one Francisco de Almeida. For around 20 years, Da Gama led a relatively quiet life, remaining out of favor at the royal court and distanced from matters concerning India. His efforts to regain King Manuel I's favor, which included his switch to the Order of Christ in 1507, were largely unsuccessful. During this period, figures such as Almeida, the charismatic Afonso de Albuquerque, and later Albergaria and Sequeira were the king's chosen agents for affairs in India. The situation took a turn in 1518 when Ferdinand Magellan defected to the crown of Castile. This event, coupled with Da Gama's own threat to leave for Spain, spurred King Manuel to action, keen to avoid the humiliation of losing his celebrated Admiral of the Indies to a rival nation. Thus, in 1519, after long neglecting Da Gama's requests, the king quickly moved to secure his loyalty by bestowing upon him a noble title. Thus, Da Gama was appointed the first Count of Vidigueira on the 29th of December, through a royal decree issued in Evora. This title was secured after a complex negotiation involving a payment to Dom Gemmi, the Duke of Braganza, for the towns of Vidigueira and Vila dos Frades. This decree endowed Da Gama and his descendants with all the associated revenues and privileges, marking him as the first Portuguese count who was not of royal lineage. Following the death of King Manuel in the late of 1521, his successor, King John III, began to reassess Portugal's overseas administration. Moving away from the old guard represented by Diogo Lopes, John III sought a fresh perspective. And this shift brought Vasco da Gama back into the political spotlight as a key advisor on strategic appointments and policies for the new king. Da Gama's advice marked a pivot from the previous focus on Arabia, which had dominated much of Manuel I's reign and continued under the governance of Duarte de Menezes in Portuguese India. Due to mounting complaints about Menezes' inefficiencies and corruption, John III decided to appoint da Gama as his replacement, hoping that his renowned legacy could reinforce authority and facilitate a smooth transition in Portuguese India. In February of 1524, John appointed da Gama as the Viceroy of Portuguese India, a title previously only held by Francisco de Almeida. Simultaneously, da Gama's second son, Estevão, was appointed as Capitão Mor do Mar of India, taking over naval responsibilities in the Indian Ocean from Duarte's brother, Luís de Menezes. Additionally, da Gama secured a promise from John III that his sons would successively be appointed as captains of Malacca. In April 1524, da Gama departed for India with a fleet of 14 ships, including the notable carrack Santa Catarina do Monte Sinai. He was accompanied by two of his sons, Estevão and Paulo. The voyage was challenging, with 4 or 5 ships lost along the way, and da Gama finally arrived in India in September. A significant earthquake occurred on the morning of September 8th near Dabul, when an underwater earthquake caused the sea to boil, violently shaking the ships for about an hour. This event caused panic among the crew, resulting in the death of a sailor who jumped overboard. Well, da Gama seized this moment to bolster morale, proclaiming, and the quote is thusly, "Friends, rejoice and be happy, for even the sea trembles before us." Pretty cool, huh? Well, upon arriving in Portuguese India, Vasco da Gama wasted no time in using his extensive viceregal powers to restructure the local administration, promptly replacing existing officers with his trusted appointments. However, his tenure was abruptly cut short when he contracted malaria and died in Cochin on Christmas Eve 1524, merely 3 months after his arrival. Following the directives of the Portuguese crown, Henrique de Menezes, who was not related to Duarte de Menezes, by the way, and had accompanied da Gama already, succeeded him as the governor of India. Consequently, da Gama's son, Estevão, and Paulo lost their positions and returned to Portugal in early 1525, along with the previously dismissed officials, Duarte and de Menezes. Initially, da Gama was laid to rest at St. Francis Church in Fort Kochi, within the city of Kochi. His remains, however, were later transferred back to Portugal in 1539, where they were interned in Vidigueira in an elaborately adorned casket. Significantly, the monastery of the Aronimites in Belém, near Lisbon, close to the launch site of da Gama's epical journey, was built in the early 1500s, financed directly by the revenues of the spice trade established by the annual Indian armadas. So, I guess he did pay for his own way in the end. Well, thank you very much for listening. We learned all about Vasco da Gama today, didn't we? A bit of a meanie bobini, if you could say that. Not very nice to the Indians at all, but I suppose all is fair in love and war. Someone has to pay the taxes. Hernan Cortes, born in 1485, Medellin, Spain. The Spanish conquistador who led the expedition that toppled the great Aztec Empire and brought large parts of Mexico under Spanish rule in the early 16th century. Utilizing a combination of military prowess, strategic alliances with indigenous tribes like the Tlaxcalans, and ruthless tactics, Cortes captured the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan in 1521, after taking Emperor Moctezuma II as a hostage. Actions that not only expanded Spanish territory significantly, but also initiated the cultural and genetic blending that would define the future of Central America. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you're already doing it, but a like and subscribe goes a little further. For those who want to go above and beyond, take a look at the video description. You'll find where you need to go. Now, without further ado, let's get started. I'll invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can begin our full biography of Hernan Cortes. Hernan Cortes was born in 1485 in the town of Medellin, located in the Kingdom of Castile, which is part of the modern-day province of Badajoz in Extremadura, Spain. He was the son of Martin Cortes de Monroy and Catalina Pizarro Altamirano. And before we go on, I do apologize to Spanish speakers. I will do my best with the pronunciations. His father, born in 1449, was an infantry captain who came from a distinguished family with noble lineage, but only a modest financial resource. Hernan's mother, well, she brought more notable connections into his early life, as through her Hernan was the second cousin, once removed, of Francisco Pizarro, the future conqueror of the Inca Empire in modern Peru. The intricate web of his family history reveals his maternal grandmother, Leonor Sanchez Pizarro Altamirano, was the first cousin of Pizarro's father, Gonzalo Pizarro y Rodriguez. On his father's side, Hernan was related to Nicolas de Ovando, who was the third governor of Hispaniola. His paternal great-grandfather, Rodrigo de Monroy Almaraz, held the title of 5th Lord of Monroy. Now as for Hernan, his early years were unfortunately marked by frailty and illness. It was not an easy ride. In fact, his biographer and chaplain, Francisco Lopez da Gomara, noted that Cortes appeared pale and sickly during his childhood. And when he was 14 years old, he was finally sent to study Latin under an uncle who lived in Salamanca. This phase of his education is often misconstrued by later historians, by the way, who sometimes incorrectly state that he was enrolled at the University of Salamanca. In reality, His studies were conducted under the private tutelage of his uncle, who was a formidable scholar. Well, despite this education, Cortes returned to Medellin after only 2 years, frustrating his parents' hopes that he would pursue a legal career, which was indeed a very profitable choice. However, the knowledge that he acquired in Salamanca, combined with his subsequent training and experience as a notary in Valladolid and then in Hispaniola, provided him with a thorough understanding of Castilian legal codes. This knowledge would later become crucial, as Cortes used it to help justify his controversial and unauthorized conquest of Mexico. Of course, we'll get to that later. At the age of 16, Cortes was already showing signs of the ruthlessness, haughtiness, and a little bit of mischief that would characterize his later behavior. Gomara's descriptions paint a picture of a young man who felt stifled and constrained by the provincial life in his small town. During this period, the news of Christopher Columbus's discoveries in the New World was beginning to captivate the imagination of many young Spaniards, and among the thousands of captivated youths was Cortes. The tales of adventure and the promise of new lands filled with wealth and wonders fueled his ambition and desire for exploration. As he grew into a young man, his restless spirit and ambitious nature became more pronounced. Drawn to the stories of wealth, power, and lands yet to be discovered across the Atlantic, the growing fascination with the New World, combined with his strategic mind and understanding of legal and military tactics, set him on that path that would eventually lead him to become one of the most significant figures in the conquest of the Americas. He had initially planned to sail to the Americas with Nicolas de Ovando, that distant relative and newly appointed governor of Hispaniola, a Caribbean island now split into Haiti and the Dominican Republic, a long, long way from home. However, an injury had delayed his departure, leading Cortes to spend the following year traveling around Spain, likely frequenting the southern ports of Cadiz, Palos, Sanlúcar, and Seville. By 1504, Cortes was ready to embark on his journey and became a colonist in the New World. Upon reaching Hispaniola, Cortes traveled aboard a vessel captained by Alonso Quintero. Quintero was somewhat famous or infamous for his duplicitous nature, attempting to outmaneuver his superiors to gain personal advantages out there in the new colonies. This behavior possibly influenced Cortes, and may have been a blueprint for his future actions and approach to leadership. In 1504, upon his arrival in Santo Domingo, the capital of Hispaniola, the young Cortes, at just 18 years old, signed up and registered as a citizen of the colony. This registration granted him a plot of land for building and farming, marking the beginning of his new life as a colonist. If only it were that easy in our modern time. Just show up, okay, sign your name here, here is your free plot of land. Have a good day, sir or madam. Well, shortly after his arrival, Governor Nicolas de Ovando recognized Cortes's potential and awarded him an encomienda. That was indeed a grant of land, but also indigenous labor. And we all know what that means. Well, he was also appointed as the notary of Azua de Compostela, a position that would leverage his legal knowledge and administrative skills. Over the next 5 years, his role in the colony began to grow more and more prominent. In 1506, he participated in the military conquests of Hispaniola and Cuba. His contributions to these campaigns certainly did not go unnoticed. The expedition leader rewarded him with a significant estate and a number of slaves from the Taino tribe. This period was crucial for Cortes, as it helped establish him as a formidable and resourceful figure in the colonial administration. People were starting to recognize his name, even at such a young age. Well, in 1511, he had turned 26, and he joined up with Diego Velázquez de Quelar, an aide to the governor of Hispaniola, on an expedition to conquer the island of Cuba. Velázquez, recognized for his leadership and military skill, was subsequently appointed as the new governor of Spain. In this burgeoning colony, Cortes was assigned the role of clerk to the treasurer, a position that entrusted him with the crucial responsibility of ensuring that the Spanish crown received its customary fifth of the profits from the expedition. Impressed by Cortes's capabilities and potential, Velázquez helped secure a high-ranking political role for him within the colony. Thus, Cortes quickly rose to become the secretary to Governor Velázquez, and was appointed municipal magistrate of Santiago, not once, but twice. His growing influence was further cemented by an encomienda that allowed him to utilize indigenous labor, as they call it, for his mining and cattle operations. This rise in status transformed Cortes into a pivotal figure in the colony, attracting those who sought an alternative leadership to Velázquez, and there were a few of them to be found. Well, by 1514, some 3 years later, his ambition and assertiveness became evident, as he led a faction demanding an increase in the allocation of indigenous workers to the settlers. His burgeoning prominence in the colony's affairs, however, led to strained relations with Governor Velázquez. During this period, Cortes became romantically involved with Catalina Juárez, who was Velázquez's sister-in-law. While Velázquez perceived Cortes's actions as a trivial pursuit of Catalina's affections, straining their relationship further. Under pressure from Velázquez, Cortes married Catalina, but he was reportedly reluctant to do so, hoping that this alliance would appease the governor and solidify his own position within the colonial hierarchy. Despite his substantial roles and influence in Cuba, it wasn't until nearly 15 years after his arrival in the Indies that Cortes began to look beyond his already well-established status. He missed the first 2 expeditions to Mexico, led by Francisco Hernández de Córdoba and Juan de Grijalva, under Velasquez's orders in 1518. However, when the news of Grijalva's successful establishment of a colony on the mainland, rich in silver and gold, by the way, reached Velasquez, the governor decided to send reinforcements. Cortes was appointed captain general of this new venture in October 1518, but he was warned, "You best act swiftly before Velasquez changes his mind." Utilizing his administrative experience, which was admittedly quite extensive, knowledge from previous expeditions, and of course skilled rhetoric, Cortes quickly assembled a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men within the space of 4 weeks. Not bad. Velasquez was growing jealous, and this jealousy led him to contemplate reassigning the expedition to another leader. Cortes, however, was undeterred, rapidly expanding his fleet and forces in other Cuban ports, demonstrating his readiness and determination to explore and claim new territories for the Spanish crown. In 1518, Hernan Cortes was appointed by Diego Velázquez to lead the expedition into Mexico and explore, potentially colonize the region. However, the long-standing rift led to a last-minute revocation of Cortes's charter. Well, despite this, Cortes decided to just ignore the governor's orders completely. That's right, he basically scrunched up and threw it in the bin, proceeding with his expedition in February 1519. And this was indeed a clear act of mutiny. Well, Cortes first made a stop in Trinidad, Cuba, to recruit additional soldiers and acquire more horses. His fleet by then consisted of 11 ships, 500 men, which did include quite a large number of experienced slaves, 13 horses, and they even had a few cannons with them. With this force, Cortes landed on the Yucatan Peninsula, in territory controlled by the Maya. Upon his arrival, Cortes encountered Geronimo de Aguilar, a Spanish Franciscan priest who had survived a shipwreck and a subsequent period of captivity among the Maya before a daring escape. Aguilar, who had learned the Chontal Maya language during this ordeal, became an invaluable interpreter for Cortes. Talk about a coincidence. Though Cortes at this time had somewhat limited military experience, he proved to be an adept and strategic leader. Natural talent, or perhaps beginner's luck, depending on who you ask. Well, in March of 1519, he formally claimed the land for the Spanish crown, and then moved to confront the natives in Tabasco. Here, after a fierce battle, in which he overcame local resistance, Cortes received a significant gift: 20 young indigenous women. Well, these women were promptly baptized into Christianity. Among these women was one called La Malinche, also known as Malintzin or Doña Marina, who would become not only Cortes's mistress, but the mother of his son, Martin. And Malinche was, by the way, fluent in both Nahuatl and Chontal Maya, enabling Cortes to communicate with the Aztecs through Aguilar's translations. A bit of a chain of linguistics, but they'll get there eventually. By Easter Sunday of 1519, Cortes and his men were at San Juan de Ulua, where they encountered governors Tendile and Pital Pitoque from Moctezuma II's Aztec Empire. The meeting marked the beginning of significant interactions between Cortes's forces and the Aztec leadership. In a bold move to solidify his position and authority, Cortes and his men took control of Veracruz in July of 1519. By doing so, he effectively rejected the authority of the governor of Cuba, positioning himself directly under the command of King Charles of Spain. In a dramatic gesture to ensure the commitment and focus of his men towards their new mission in the New World, Cortes scuttled his ships, making any possibility of retreat impossible. Well, upon arriving in Veracruz, Hernan Cortes sought to establish relations with the local indigenous groups, many of whom were vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire, and many of whom who did not like being vassals of the mighty Aztec Empire. Well, eager to make direct contact with Moctezuma, the powerful Tlatoani, or ruler of the Aztecs, Cortes sent out emissaries to arrange a meeting. Now, Moctezuma, cautious and perhaps apprehensive about the intentions of these foreign visitors, declined the invitation, and not just once, multiple times. But once again, Cortes was very good at ignoring people telling him not to do things, so he was resolute and refused to be deterred. In mid-August 1519, Cortes made the bold decision to march directly towards Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, leaving behind a contingent of 100 men in Veracruz to secure the rear, and proceeded with a force that included 600 soldiers, 15 horsemen, 15 cannons, and a large number of indigenous porters and warriors. Well, during his journey to Tenochtitlan, Cortes demonstrated strategic skill by forming alliances with various indigenous groups who were subjugated by or hostile to the Aztecs. This included the Totonacs of Cempoala and the Nahuas of Tlaxcala. The Tlaxcalans, in particular, were initially hostile, engaging the Spaniards in a series of fierce battles between September 2nd and 5th of 1519. Bernal Diaz, a soldier under Cortes, vividly recounted how they were completely surrounded at times. However, Cortes, through a mix of military pressure and diplomatic gesture, a carrot and stick method, if you could say so, including the release of prisoners with the messages of peace, gradually convinced the Tlaxcalans of the advantages of an alliance, particularly given their shared hatred of Moctezuma and the Aztecs. Well, of course the Spanish were saying what they needed to say, just to get some people on their side. Politics. Everyone's playing their own game. Well, by October 1519, Cortes had cemented his alliance with the Tlaxcalans, who provided him with about 1,000 warriors as he continued his march. His next major stop was Cholula, the second largest city in central Mexico. It was here that Cortes's approach took I suppose we can say, a darker return. Now, under circumstances that still remain debated by historians, we must mention, whether as a preemptive measure against suspected treachery, or as a deliberate act of terror to intimidate the Aztecs, Cortes orchestrated a mass-scale slaughter of unarmed Cholulan nobles, and subsequently set part of the city ablaze. The rightly named Fall of Cholula marked a significant point on the campaign, as Cortes continued his advance towards the Aztec capital. November the 8th, 1519, Cortes and his now sizable force entered Tenochtitlan, receiving a surprisingly peaceful reception from Moctezuma. The Aztec ruler adopted a strategy of cautious hospitality, allowing the Spaniards into the city, possibly to better understand their weaknesses and ultimately plan their destruction more effectively. Not a bad plan. Let's see how it works out. Montezuma's approach involved lavishing the Spaniards with gifts of gold, which, far from assuaging them, only inflamed their lust for plunder, effectively giving them a little gold as a gift, to which the Spaniards would reply, "You have gold?" Well, Cortes, sensing the complexities of his position, and after hearing of attacks on Spaniards along the coast, took the audacious step of simply grabbing Moctezuma and seizing him as a hostage, a move that allowed Cortes to exert control over Tenochtitlan, indirectly through the Aztec emperor. The situation escalated even more when Cortes received word that another Spanish force, sent by Velázquez and led by Panfilo de Narváez, had arrived to arrest him for his mutiny and insubordination. Leaving behind 200 men in Tenochtitlan, Cortes marched with his forces to confront Narváez. In testament to his leadership and persuasive powers, he defeated Narváez's superior numbers, and even convinced most of the defeated soldiers to simply change sides and join his cause. And that's exactly what they did. Looks like the pen is mightier than the sword in this case. Well, back in Tenochtitlan, tensions reached a boiling point when Pedro de Alvarado, left in command by Cortes, committed a massacre, and he decided to commit this massacre in the Great Temple. One can imagine how much of an insult this was. Out of all places he could have chosen, well, he shouldn't have massacred anybody, but you know what I mean. This, of course, sparked a massive uprising. The whole city was in chaos. Cortes rushed back and found the entire city in full revolt. Well, under somewhat murky circumstances, Moctezuma was killed. Spanish accounts claim that he was stoned by his own people. Well, that's what the Spanish say, while others suggest that he was slain by the Spaniards when his role as a mediator failed. Effectively, they did not need him anymore. Well, perhaps we will never know. A very sad percentage, I believe it's somewhat around 98% of Mesoamerican literature is lost. Yes, they had writing, by the way. Don't let anyone tell you that they didn't. Well, confronted with an untenable situation, Cortes and his men were forced to flee Tenochtitlan in the harrowing escape known as the Noche Triste on the night of June 30th to July 1st, 1520. During this desperate exodus across the Tlacopan Causeway, the Spaniards suffered heavy losses, and much of the gold that they had stolen was abandoned. This marked a low point for Cortes, but it was far from the end of his campaign to conquer the Aztec Empire. He certainly lost the battle, but, well, you know how the rest of the saying goes. Following the devastating defeat at Noche Triste, Hernan Cortes and his diminished band of adventurers, demoralized and rather upset with themselves being defeated by what they thought was an inferior enemy, together with their indigenous Tlaxcalan allies, faced a grueling battle at Otumba. There, against overwhelming odds, they did manage to secure a critical victory over the pursuing Aztec forces, and this victory was pivotal, allowing them to retreat to the safety of Tlaxcala, though they suffered significant losses. 870 Spaniards fell in the battle. While back in Tlaxcala, Cortes received much-needed reinforcements from Cuba, bolstering his forces for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Recognizing the need for a strategic approach to conquering Tenochtitlan, Cortes embarked on a campaign of attrition. He systematically cut off supplies to the city and worked to bring under control the cities allied with the Aztecs. This strategy was aimed at weakening Tenochtitlan's support base and making it more vulnerable to direct assault. In a masterstroke of military engineering, Cortes ordered the construction of several brigantines. These ships were brought in Tlaxcala and then transported in pieces to be reassembled on Lake Texcoco. The vessels allowed him to control the lake and approach Tenochtitlan from different angles, giving him a crucial tactical advantage. The use of brigantines also meant that Cortes could avoid the deadly close-quarters combat of urban warfare, instead opting to systematically dismantle sections of the city to secure a slow but steady advance. The Aztecs, led by their fierce ruler Cuauhtémoc, mounted a spirited defense, especially in the district of Tlatelolco, where they even managed to ambush the Spanish forces and inflict heavy casualties. Despite these efforts, this area would be the final stronghold to fall to the Spaniards, marking the end of organized resistance. The siege of Tenochtitlan, marked by months of fierce combat, finally ended with the city's fall. The once mighty Aztec capital was left a smoldering ruin, a testament to the brutal effectiveness of Cortes's campaign. On August the 13th, 1521, with the capture of Cuauhtémoc, the last Tlautani of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire capitulated. Cortes, with no little audacity, claimed the vanquished city for Spain, renaming it Mexico City. Yeah, spoiler alert, right? A symbolic act that marked the beginning of a new era. Well, from 1521 to 1524, Cortes assumed personal governance of Mexico, setting about the task of rebuilding the shattered city and laying the foundations for Spanish colonial rule. And his was a rule that was marked by efforts to stabilize and expand Spanish influence, but also by the complexities of administering a vast and diverse new territory. In the early months of 1521, even as military plans unfolded, Cortes faced internal dissent and conspiracies against his leadership. One notable plot was led by Antonio de Villafana, who was accused of plotting Cortes's assassination. The conspiracy was swiftly quelled, and Villafana was hanged, a clear message that Cortes would brook no threat to his authority. Despite his monumental role in establishing New Spain, as they would call it, he often felt underappreciated and under-rewarded by the Spanish crown, a sentiment that is evident in the narrative he presented in his letters, and is echoed in Francisco Lopez de Gamora's later biography. However, a deeper examination suggests that Cortes's own ambitions, entitlement, and overt self-promotion contributed significantly to his increased strained relationship with King Charles, who would suffer no such thing. It's in poor taste, you know. But Cortes was indeed rewarded by King Charles, who appointed him governor, captain general, and chief justice of the newly conquered territories, collectively known at this point as New Spain of the Ocean Sea. However, the appointment was not without its constraints. To Cortes's dismay, the king also appointed 4 royal officials to work alongside him. These officials were not mere assistants. They served as overseers, ensuring Cortes's adherence to royal policies and mitigating his autonomous control. In a letter to Emperor Charles V, dated October 15th, 1524, Cortes candidly expressed his dissatisfaction, emphasizing that the conquest of Mexico was solely his doing, and openly admitted his disregard for the crown's directives. This bold declaration was documented in the History of Mexico in 1858. Now, Cortes's unguarded comments in this correspondence were likely to, and indeed did, create a negative impression at the court. Not a good way to win friends, that's for sure. But despite the tensions, and tense they were, Cortes's influence was initially significant. He led the construction of Mexico City on the smoldering ruins of the Aztec capital, strategically demolishing Aztec temples and edifices to replace them with European structures that were more to the Spanish taste, thereby cementing, no pun intended, the city's status as a Central European hub in the Americas. Cortes was proactive in expanding Spanish control over New Spain. He founded new cities and assigned men to enforce Spanish rule across the territory, implementing the encomienda system in 1524. He and his close allies kept many encomiendas for themselves, viewing them as just rewards for their roles in the conquest. Well, in all fairness, they did do the heavy lifting. However, this allocation led to grievances among later arrivals and those from opposing factions, who felt excluded from these rewards due to Cortes's favoritism. Well, the tensions between Cortes and the crown were further exacerbated by the actions of his adversaries. In 1523, influenced perhaps by Cortes's enemy Bishop Fonseca, the crown dispatched a military force under Francisco de Garay to conquer and settle the northern part of Mexico, particularly the Panuco region. While this move was a direct challenge to Cortes, who viewed it as a conspiracy against him, involving his well-known enemies, Diego Velázquez de Aguilar, Diego Columbus, Bishop Fonseca, and now Francisco Garay. In his fourth letter to the king, Cortes portrayed himself as the victim of an expansive conspiracy. His strategic appeal to the king proved to be effective, and the monarch issued a decree that curtailed Garay's interference in New Spain's affairs. This intervention by the crown allowed Cortes to maintain his position, as Garay retreated without initiating a conflict. Despite Cortes's defiance of Diego Velázquez's authority by leading the controversial expedition to the mainland, his remarkable success in the conquest of Mexico was acknowledged by the Spanish crown with the award of a coat of arms, a significant honor. I'm sure that Velázquez was seething when he was hearing about that. Can't really blame him. Well, the royal decree granting this coat of arms praised Cortes's, and I quote, many labors, dangers, and adventures. It aimed to ensure that his achievements and those of his descendants were honored and remembered. And, well, we're still talking about him, aren't we? So, seems that came to pass. The coat of arms features a black two-headed eagle on a white field, symbolizing the empire, and a golden lion on a red field representing Cortes's efforts and success in the conquest. Additionally, it included imagery of the three Aztec emperors, Moctezuma, Cuauhtémoc, and Cuauhtémoc, all very poorly pronounced. Sorry about that. Also, it had an image of the city of Tenochtitlan. The design also encompassed symbols of the 7 city-states around the lake, depicted with their lords as prisoners, emphasizing Cortes's victories over these regions. Around the summer of 1522, Cortes's wife, Catalina Suarez, arrived in New Spain with her siblings. Well, by this point their marriage was strained, to say the least. Not least because Catalina was related to Cortes's rival Diego Velázquez. Lacking the noble title of Doña, Catalina could no longer elevate Cortes's social standing. Moreover, their union had not produced any children, and Cortes had fathered several with other women, including a son named Martin with Doña Marina, his translator. Well, his wife was not very happy about this revelation. Don't really blame her for that. Well, this son, often referred to as El Mestizo, was Cortes's only male heir at the time, albeit illegitimately. Now, the mysterious death of Catalina Suarez on the night of November 1st to the 2nd, 1522, of course led to rumors and accusations that Cortes had been involved in her demise. An investigation was conducted, involving interviews with various members of the household and others. The records of this investigation, discovered centuries later, did not conclusively prove Cortes's involvement. Well, following Catalina's death, which caused a significant scandal, Cortes was free to marry anybody he liked, but he was pretty much having to marry somebody who was more suited to his elevated status and wealth. That's just the way it is. Well, in 1526, he constructed the Palace of Cortes in Cuernavaca, a testament to his wealth, located near his extensive encomienda holdings. In 1529, Cortes was not only given the noble designation of Don, but was also titled the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. He married Doña Juana de Zúñiga, a Spanish noblewoman, and they had 3 children, including another son named Martin, who, as the firstborn legitimate son, became Cortes's heir and successor to his titles and estates. Cortes also had 3 daughters, Doña Maria, Doña Catalina, and Doña Juana, further securing his family's legacy and influence. He recognized the critical role that the Christianization of indigenous peoples played in cementing Spanish control over these newly conquered territories, and he was particularly aware that the impact of the clergy could have on the newly subjugated populations. Early efforts by the Catholic Church, especially through the mendicant orders in the Caribbean, had shown potential but also highlighted challenges. Cortes, therefore, specifically requested that Franciscan and Dominican friars be sent to Mexico. He believed that these orders, because of their dedication and lifestyle, were better suited to this task than diocesan priests, whom he viewed as potentially negative influences on the Indians due to their vices and profanities common in Spain at the time. Of course, send the guys who never party, never drink, never have any fun, and live a life of celibacy. That ought to get everybody excited to convert to Christianity. Well, Cortes wrote to King Charles V, expressing his concern that if the indigenous people were exposed to the less disciplined clergy, it could significantly harm the faith. He argued that the mendicants should be the main evangelists, and proposed that the Pope grant extensive powers to the leaders of these religious orders due to the geographical distance of the New World to Rome. This, he reasoned, was crucial for providing spiritual support to the settlers and ensuring effective ministry among the indigenous populations. The arrival of the Franciscans in Mexico, especially the symbolic group of 12, known as the 12 Apostles of Mexico, led by Fray Martin de Valencia in May 1524, marked a significant moment in the evangelization efforts. Cortes's reception of these friars was reported to demonstrate his deep piety and humility. According to Franciscan Geronimo de Mendieta, Cortes meeting the friars and kneeling at their feet as they approached the capital was a potent symbol of his submission to spiritual authority, aimed at showing all, including the indigenous people, that his power was subordinate to that of the Church. Despite some accounts, such as that of Fray Toribio de Benavente Motolinia, not mentioning Cortes' dramatic greeting, the alliance between Cortes and the Franciscans was strong. Franciscans viewed Cortes as a figure akin to Moses, opening Mexico to Christian teaching. In defense against criticisms by figures like Dominican Bartholomew de las Casas, Montolinia praised Cortes for his dedication to the spread of Christianity and his respectful treatment of indigenous people. His words, not mine. Well, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún's revision of the conquest narrative in the Florentine Codex further underscores the evolving view of Cortes. Sahagún added commendations of Cortes in his later texts, contrasting his earlier accounts that ended with the Spaniards' search for gold. Between 1524 and 26, they embarked on an expedition to Honduras to confront one Cristobal de Olid, who had declared himself ruler of Honduras under the influence of Diego Velázquez. Concerned about potential rebellions back in Mexico, particularly fearing that Cuauhtémoc, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, fearing that Cuauhtémoc could incite an insurrection, Cortes brought him along on the expedition. However, in a move that sparked quite a bit of controversy, Cortes executed Cuauhtémoc during the journey. Certainly raised a few eyebrows, that's for sure. Angered by Olid's betrayal, and convinced that Velázquez was the orchestrator of the treason, Cortes issued a decree to arrest him. This action only served to deepen the mistrust of the Crown of Castile and the Council of Indies, both of which were increasingly weary of Cortes's growing influence and power, getting a little bit too big for his boots, it seems. Well, in his 5th letter to King Charles, Cortes attempted to justify his actions, and criticized his, and I quote, various and powerful rivals and enemies for clouding the king's judgment. That's right. It's not him who's bad, it's just everybody's convinced the king that he's doing the wrong thing. It's the king's fault for being taken in by these swindlers. Well, Charles, who was also the Holy Roman Emperor, was preoccupied with numerous other issues during his reign. And, well, Central America was a long, long way away. Well, he was mainly preoccupied with conflicts with France, German Protestant states, and of course, the Ottoman Empire. In 1521, the year of the Aztec Empire's fall, Charles was dealing with affairs in his German domains, with Bishop Adrian of Utrecht acting as regent in Spain. Well, perhaps if he wasn't so preoccupied, he may have treated the situation a little differently. But he was preoccupied, so we find ourselves in this modern situation. Now, Diego Velázquez, with the help of Bishop Juan Rodríguez de Fonseca, chief of the Spanish colonial department, convinced the regent to appoint a commissioner, Luis Ponce de León, to investigate Cortes's actions and, fingers crossed, arrest him. Cortes remarked that contending with his own countrymen was more challenging than battling the Aztecs. Soon after Cortes returned from his expedition, Ponce de León suspended him from his position as governor of New Spain. However, de León fell ill and died soon after his arrival, and Marcos de Aguilar was appointed as the new alcalde mayor. However, Aguilar too fell ill, so they subsequently appointed Alonso de Estrada as governor, a position confirmed by royal decree in August of 1527. Amid suspicions that Cortes was behind these illnesses, he chose not to assume control of the government. Estrada sent Diego de Figueroa south to raid graveyards and extort contributions, but Figueroa met his demise when a ship laden with these ill-gotten treasures sank. After an incident where one of Cortes's supporters was maimed, Estrada exiled Cortes. Frustrated and seeking justice, Cortes sailed for Spain in 1528 to appeal directly to King Charles. In 1528, he travelled back to seek redress and support from his sovereign, and during this period, Juan Altamirano and Alonso Valiente were appointed to represent his interests back in Mexico. Cortes appeared before Charles V's court in a display of considerable grandeur. By then the emperor had returned to Spain, and Cortes boldly addressed the accusations against him. He refuted claims that he had withheld gold owed to the crown, demonstrating that he had, in fact, contributed more than the required 1/5 share. Furthermore, he had invested significantly in constructing the new capital, Mexico City. His efforts were recognized by Charles, who welcomed him with high honors and bestowed upon him the prestigious Order of Santiago. In 1529, as a reward for his contributions to expanding the Spanish Empire, Cortes was elevated to the nobility, receiving the title of Don and being named the Marquess of the Valley of Oaxaca. This period saw him marrying the Spanish noblewoman Donna Juana Zúñiga, following the death of his first wife Catalina Suarez in 1522. The Oaxaca Valley, one of the most affluent regions in Spain, New Spain rather, became part of his extensive estate, with Cortes overseeing 23,000 vassals, distributed across 23 named encomiendas. Well, despite these honors and the confirmation of his landholdings, Cortes was never reinstated as governor, and did not receive any significant administrative role in New Spain thereafter. His properties suffered under the management of neglectful colonial administrators during his absence in Spain. He aligned himself with local natives in legal disputes, supporting their cases against colonial abuses as documented in the Huexotinco Codex. After his return to Mexico in 1530, Cortes was greeted with new honors and titles, but he found that things back in the colonies had significantly changed. Despite retaining military authority and the right to continue conquests, the civil governance of New Spain was now under Don Antonio de Mendoza, the newly appointed viceroy. This division of power between Cortes and Mendoza led to constant conflict, and was a factor in the failure of several of Cortes's ventures. Upon his return, Cortes discovered that Mexico was in a state of disorder, with rampant suspicions of a potential rebellion that he was accused of plotting. Well, after reasserting his authority and restoring some measure of stability, Cortes withdrew to his estate in Cuernavaca, located about 30 miles south of Mexico City. Here he focused on constructing his palace and on further exploration in the Pacific. Between 1530 and 41, while still based in Mexico, Cortes found himself in frequent disputes, notably with Nuño Beltrán de Guzman. He also contested with Antonio de Mendoza, the viceroy, over the right to explore what is today known as California. Cortes's interests were not confined to exploration, however. In 1534 he acquired several silver mines in Zumpango del Rio, and by the early 1540s he owned numerous mines across the region, 12 in Taxco, 20 in Sultepec, and 3 in Zacualpan. He had previously staked claims to silver in the Tamazula area, marking his significant involvement in the mining sector. In 1536, Cortes led an expedition to explore the northwestern parts of Mexico, during which he discovered the Baja California Peninsula. His explorations along the Pacific coast of Mexico continued, with the Gulf of California being named the Sea of Cortes by Francisco de Ulloa in 1539, in honor of its first European discoverer. This exploration was among the last major expeditions undertaken by Cortes, marking the final chapter of his career as a conquistador and explorer before his eventual return to Spain and subsequent activities in Europe. He returned back to Spain in 1541, amidst a storm of legal controversies and challenges from civilians who accused him of abuses and financial mismanagement. In Spain, he sought to defend his reputation and secure his legacy by directly appealing to Emperor Charles V. His audacious approach to the emperor is captured in his bold statement, "I am a man who has given you more provinces than your ancestors left you cities." Can't argue with that. Cortes joined the fleet of Andrea Doria as part of the emperor's grand expedition against Algiers in 1541. Part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. The campaign faced severe challenges, including a violent storm that nearly drowned Cortes as he pursued the Pasha of Algiers, showcasing his enduring, adventurous spirit. In 1544, however, he found himself in financial dire straits. Having invested much of his personal fortune in expeditions, he made a significant claim against the royal treasury, which went unaddressed for 3 years, leaving him deeply frustrated and disillusioned. Deciding to return to Mexico in 1547, he fell ill with dysentery and journeyed to Seville, where his condition worsened, leading to his death on December 2nd, 1547, at the age of 62. Cortes meticulously provided for his numerous mestizo and European descent children in his will, ensuring that each was cared for equally alongside their mothers. He expressed desire for his body to be buried in Mexico, and posthumously his children, including Martin Cortes, his son with Doña Marina, were legitimized by the Pope. After his death, Cortes's remains were moved multiple times. Initially buried in the mausoleum of the Duke of Medina in Seville, his remains were relocated several times due to various circumstances. In 1566, fulfilling his wishes partially, his remains were sent to New Spain and buried in the church of San Francisco de Texcoco, alongside his mother and one of his sisters. Cortes's remains faced the risk of desecration, however, following Mexican independence, prompting their secret removal. For a long time, they were lost, until they were rediscovered on November 24th, 1946, by the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico, authenticated and placed in the Hospital of Jesus with a bronze plaque and his coat of arms. This marked the final resting place for a man whose life was as turbulent and controversial as the lands that he conquered. Well, thank you very much for listening. That was a longer one, wasn't it? Not too long, I don't think. Human sacrifice, an unpleasant but fundamental aspect of Aztec culture, deeply intertwined with the religious beliefs and rituals, primarily to nourish the gods and ensure the continuation of the world and its natural processes. Centered in Tenochtitlan from the 14th to the 16th centuries, these ritual sacrifices often involved the removal of hearts from war captives or slaves, offered to a sun god to sustain his strength against darkness, and to a rain god to guarantee agricultural prosperity. Conducted during elaborate ceremonies on grand pyramids, these acts not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social hierarchy by emphasizing the power of the elite and priesthood, while instilling a mix of fear, but also respect, among the populous and subjugated tribes. Such practices were crucial to ensure the Aztec Empire's ideology and societal structures, until the conquests of the Spanish disrupted their civilization in the early 16th century. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, a like and subscribe always helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, check the video description. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can explore the topic for today, albeit it's a rather macabre one. Now, first of all, I would like to say that most of our information does come from European sources, and I will be talking about how this can become a little bit of an issue later on in the video. But before anyone comments first about that, I just want to get that out of the way. But we are going to open with a kind of a scene of confrontation between an Aztec priest and a Spanish conquistador. You see, when the Spanish had arrived and observed what was no doubt quite horrifying to them, they insisted that the Aztecs immediately cease from these activities of human sacrifice, to which an Aztec priest had reportedly responded to them as a kind of justification. He said, "Life is because of the gods. With their sacrifice, they gave us life. They produce our sustenance, which nourishes life." The Aztec priest's defense of the practice of human sacrifice shows this spiritual rationale underpinning the gruesome practice. You see, to the Aztecs, the cosmos itself was upheld by the gods' continuous self-sacrifice. According to their cosmological narrative, as recorded in the Legend of the Five Suns, each era of the universe, or sun, was created and destroyed through the gods' sacrifices, and humanity's existence in the current era was only made possible by these divine acts. The concept of nextlahuali, or debt payment, was integral to the Aztec spirituality. It encapsulated the belief that humans were eternally indebted to their gods for their very existence and sustenance. All the crops that grew, every drop of rain that fell, and the cycles of life and death were all seen as blessings from the gods that required, of course, reciprocal offerings. The ultimate expression of this indebtedness, of course, was the sacrifice of a human being, viewed not merely as a ritualistic offering, but as a necessary act of cosmic responsibility. Victims were often portrayed as noble participants in a very sacred ritual, willingly paying the debts of humanity to ensure the continuation of the world. Such beliefs were deeply embedded within the very architecture of Aztec society, with the grand temple pyramids serving as both ritual centers and monumental offerings to the gods. These pyramids, adorned with treasures, art, and the remnants of sacrificial victims, were not merely religious buildings, but were themselves an offering dedicated to the gods that were buried beneath them. Thus the confrontation between the Franciscans and the Aztec priesthood after the Spanish conquests reveals this dramatic clash of world views. The Franciscans, armed with Christian doctrine that abhorred human sacrifice, could not reconcile their beliefs with the Aztecs' view that such sacrifices were vital to the sustenance of life of the cosmos. It was just a bridge too far. You can see in other cultures of the world, for example, when Christian missionaries at first went to China, there were practices in Taoism and Confucianism that seemed somewhat secular, things that could be reconciled, didn't view them as so monstrous and beastly. But going and seeing what they saw, those bodies tumbling down those pyramids, well, that was just a little bit too much for the European sensibilities. Thus this profound misunderstanding and the ensuing cultural and religious imposition highlight this tragic consequences of two radically different belief systems colliding. Only one was going to make it. There was no room for compromises. Thus the multifaceted nature of sacrifice in Aztec society encompassed not only the well-documented human sacrifices, but also extended to animals and even self-inflicted offerings, showing a profound reverence for and dependency on sacrificial rituals. Animals like dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer were specifically bred for sacrifices, reflecting the importance of these rituals in maintaining the balance and sanctity of the natural world as perceived by the Aztec spiritual elite. These practices were integrally linked to various deities and their associated cults, each demanding a different form of life to sustain the god's favor and vitality, a delicate balance, and each god required something different. For example, the cult of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was unique in its requirement for the delicate sacrifice of butterflies and hummingbirds, animals associated with beauty, gentleness, and precision within nature. Now self-sacrifice, involving the offering of one's own blood, was equally significant and pervasive across the strata of Aztec society. This form of sacrifice was deeply personal and was often performed as an act of penance or devotion, embodying a physical connection between the divine and the mortal. The Florentine Codex provides a detailed account of these rituals, including the dramatic imagery of gods like Quetzalcoatl mutilating themselves to sustain or even create new life. This mythic narrative underscores the ideology that divine blood was potent and life-giving, a belief mirrored by the actions of the people themselves, who would pierce their tongues, earlobes, and other parts of the body to offer their blood to the gods. The theory proposing human sacrifice as a nutritional substitute due to the scarcity of large game is controversial, but it does highlight the complexities of understanding Aztec sacrificial practices within their environmental and economic contexts. This is a perspective that is not widely accepted, but it does prompt a broader examination of the practical implications of ritual sacrifices, going beyond simply religious or cosmological significance. Debates among scholars about whether these rites served as atonement reflect a broader discourse on the topic. While some view these acts as a means to sustain and assist the gods in their celestial duties, others suggest they served as a form of propitiation or penance, intended to correct spiritual or physical imbalances caused by sin or insult as perceived by the Aztecs. Extreme self-punishments for sins, such as hanging or self-defenestration, which basically means to throw yourself off a building, or out of a window if we're going by the typical French, were indeed documented, though the specifics of such practices are sometimes obscure due to gaps in the historical record. Now, the Aztec sacrificial rituals were of course deeply embedded in the cultural and religious fabric of the society, and they served as a vivid demonstration to their very complex cosmological beliefs and the central role that sacrifices played within them. Each ceremony was thus meticulously planned and executed, no pun intended, often during specific months or significant festivals, and always with a prescribed number of victims and accompanying offerings, which underscored the ritual's importance both to the community and the cosmos. Everybody would get together to watch the sacrifice, kind of like how you get together to watch the cricket. Now, victims were selected based on criteria that matched the religious requirements of the deity being honored. This often included warriors captured in battle who were deemed worthy to be offered to the gods. These individuals were not merely passive participants, but were integrated into the community in the days leading up to the sacrifice. They assumed the persona of specific deities, performing duties that ranged from blessing children to engaging in public dialogues and leading sacred processions. This integration was of course dual-purposed. It not only honored the deity, but also reinforced the sacrificial role as a prestigious affair, albeit fatal, but one that is still in service to the divine order, all for the greater good and a great honor. Now, on the day of the sacrifice, the ritual was a communal event involving multiple priests and often witnessed by the larger community. The victim, if we can say that terminology, embodying a god, was led up to the steps of the Great Pyramid to the summit, where the temples and the sacrificial altar, or chakmul in their language, were located. The ascent was symbolic, representing a return to the celestial realm. The chakmul itself, positioned at the top of the pyramid, was not merely a stone slab, but it was a sacred effigy, that facilitated the communication between the Aztecs and their gods. Laid upon this altar, the victim was held down by 4 priests, emphasizing the seriousness and solemnity of the moment. It was the high priest, wielding a flint knife, a material chosen for its purity and sharpness, would then perform the heart extraction. This was believed to release the life force, or the donor, which was considered a vital offering to the gods. The extracted heart was believed to nourish the gods and sustain the balance of the cosmos, particularly the sun. And according to Aztec belief, the sun was powered by the hearts of sacrificed warriors. Thus, their ritual killings were seen as essential to the continuation of the world, kind of like putting petrol in the car, throwing some coal into the furnace. The car needs petrol, the furnace needs coal, and the sun needs sacrificed warrior hearts. Well, after the heart was removed and offered to the gods, the body of the sacrifice was thrown from the pyramid's summit to a terrace below, signifying the completion of the transformation from earthly being to divine offering. Thus it was all seen as essential to the continuation of the world. If it stopped, well, the world would stop too. I suppose they'd been doing it for so long that, well, even if they thought about stopping to do it, they were just too frightened of what would happen. Of course, the rituals surrounding the human sacrifices were not only varied, but they were deeply symbolic, driven by a range of divine allegiances and cosmological narrative. Each method of sacrifice was carefully chosen to align with the attributes and myths associated with specific deities, and it wasn't always the main event of cutting the hearts out and throwing them down the stairs. See, in the bustling ceremonial center, the air filled with the sounds of hymns and the rhythmic beats of drums, the community engaged in collective rituals of self-sacrifice. Priests and laypersons alike participated in auto-sacrificial acts, using sharp instruments to draw their own blood in a show of devotion and shared suffering with the sacrificial victims. This practice is what's believed to strengthen the spiritual potency of the ceremony and forge a deeper connection with the divine. Following the execution of the sacrifice, the ritualistic display continued with the treatment of the remains, which varied depending on the specific rites being performed. Typically, the viscera might be offered to the animals kept within the sacred zoo, a practice that symbolically linked the wild and divine aspects of nature. The severed head of the victim was prominently displayed on a skull rack that stood as a grim testament to the scale of sacrifice performed, and served as a powerful symbol of life, death, and rebirth. In cases where cannibalism was involved, the ritual distribution of the victim's body followed strict social and religious guidelines. The warrior responsible for capturing the victim was awarded the limbs, which were considered less spiritually significant. In contrast, the core of the body, the stomach and the chest, was reserved as an offering for the gods, reinforcing the hierarchy within both the human and divine realms. Different gods demanded unique forms of sacrifice. Victims might be shot with arrows to honor a god associated with warfare and hunting. Others might face death in ritual gladiatorial combat, or through the ceremonial ball game, which combined elements of sport, battle and sacrifice into a single highly charged event. Some were burned, some were flayed, some were drowned, each method reflecting the mythic attributes of the specific deity they wanted to please. And of course, not all who were chosen for sacrifice were keen to accept their fate passively. The conquistadors Hernan Cortes and Pedro del Alvarado noted instances where captives, deeply ingrained with the religious significance of their impending sacrifice, refused offers of freedom. To these individuals, the act of sacrifice was a destined honor, a final sacrifice to their gods, promised to a revered place in the afterlife. But of course, not all had this attitude. Some were the captured warriors, the prisoners, and I suppose, religious convictions or not, nobody wants to have their heart ripped from their chest. It seems to be a common human trait that transcends cultures. Well, the accounts of human sacrifice during the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487 present vastly different figures, reflecting a complexity of historical evidence along with its interpretation, but also potential biases of those who recorded these events. Now, there are a wide range, between 10,000 and 80,000 as possible victims that suffered over a mere 4-day ceremony during that reconsecration in 1487. But it does suggest a logistical improbability at the higher end of this range. It would require an average of 15 sacrifices per minute to achieve such a number, a feat that, quite honestly, stretches the bounds of practicality. Further complicating the historical record are the accounts from the Codex Telleriano Remensis, which, based on discussions with older Aztecs, cites approximately 4,000 victims, which is of course a stark contrast to other figures. Now, this discrepancy raises questions about the motivations of different sources. Spanish accounts, like those from Bernal Diaz, may exaggerate numbers to underscore the perceived barbarity and justify the conquest of the Aztec Empire. But even if it's 4,000, that's still 4,000 too many human sacrifices. Far be it for me to push my morality onto others. But in contrast, Aztec records might inflate numbers of their own to display power and, of course, instill fear in rivals. The discussion continues with Michael Harner's reference to Bora, suggesting as many as 250,000 annual sacrifices in central Mexico during the 15th century, which would account for about 1% of the estimated population. Now, this figure, alongside other claims that 1 in 5 children of Mexica subjects was annually sacrificed, seems pretty improbable, and has led some scholars to propose lower, but still significant numbers such as 20,000 per annum. Now, in terms of archaeological evidence, while invaluable, also presents limitations in confirming these historical accounts. For instance, the discovery by Raúl Barrera Rodriguez of extensive remains near the Templo Mayor complex suggests a significant scale of human sacrifice. Yet the physical evidence, as of 603 skulls, found at least as of 2020, does not conclusively support the highest estimates. Thus, these varying archaeological accounts reflect not only the methodological challenges of historical and archaeological scholarship, but also the potential use of exaggeration as a tool by both the Aztecs and the Spanish conquerors. Of course, each group had motives for manipulating the narrative. The Aztecs might have sought to emphasize their power and divine favor, while the Spaniards likely aimed to justify their colonial and religious goals. Every Aztec male was trained as a warrior from a young age, but only those who succeeded in capturing enemies were considered for elevation to that elite warrior class. This requirement shows the significant role that military skill and the ability to provide sacrificial victims played in their society. Collaboration among young warriors to capture a single prisoner points to the challenging nature of this task. The practice not only increased the chances of success for an individual warrior, but also fostered a sense of teamwork and strategic planning within the military structure. Regarding the victims of these sacrifices, there is a notable diversity in their social backgrounds. While it might be assumed that the victims were primarily commoners or foreigners, viewed as more disposable, historical records do suggest a more nuanced picture. Slaves, often used as sacrificial victims, did not belong to any distinct or permanent social class. They could be individuals from any level of society who had fallen into debt, committed crimes, or were captured in war. This fluidity in the status of slaves challenges the notion of a rigidly stratified society in terms of sacrificial eligibility. And then, of course, there is the prisoners of war, who constituted a significant portion of the victims, coming from various social strata, and that included the nobility. Notably, children of noble lineage were also sacrificed, often offered up to the sacrificial plate by their own parents. While the discovery of a skull rack, also called a zompantli, at the Templo Mayor in 2015 provides physical evidence that women and children were also included among the victims, further showing the non-discriminatory nature of Aztec sacrificial practices. Interestingly, in 1454, an Aztec edict prohibited the sacrifice of captives from distant lands in the capital's temples, suggesting a shift towards using individuals who were friends of the royal house, a euphemism for warriors from allied states. This directive might have been influenced by political considerations, aiming to maintain and strengthen alliances with neighboring states, rather than alienate them through the sacrifice of their citizens, which of course tends to leave a poor taste in people's mouths. Now, visual depictions of Aztec sacrificial practices are predominantly sourced from the codexes crafted during the 16th century, often under patronage of the Spanish colonizers. This influence suggests that these illustrations may carry European biases, reflecting more about the Spanish perception and interpretations of Aztec culture rather than the Aztecs' own viewpoints. Among these, the Codex Rios, Codex Tudela, and Codex Magliabechiano are paramount among the main sources that we have left. These documents vary in their detail and perspective, but they collectively offer a rich visual narrative of Aztec religious life. But in contrast, surviving Aztec statuary provides a more indigenous perspective on sacrificial rites. These artifacts often focus on the mythological and theological underpinnings of sacrifice, rather than on the concepts such as debt repayment. A notable example of this is the Coyolhuaque stone, which depicts the dismembered body of Coyolhuaque and serves a dual purpose. Mythologically, it commemorates the victory over Coyolhuac and her allies, underscoring the cosmic justification for human sacrifice. But politically, it was strategically placed at the Templo Mayor to symbolize the fate of those who would oppose the Aztec state, thereby reinforcing the state's military and divine authority. Now, the first-hand accounts of the Spanish conquerors, including those of Juan de Grijalva, Hernan Cortes, and Bernal Diaz, provide additional descriptions of Aztec sacrifices. However, it's important to remember that these accounts were often colored by the author's motivations to justify the conquest and colonization of the Aztec Empire by simply depicting its people as barbaric and in sore need of salvation and governance. This portrayal does raise questions about the reliability of their descriptions. Other historical sources, such as the writings of Bartholomew de las Casas and Sahagún, who had direct interactions with indigenous people, offer potentially more balanced perspectives. Las Casas in particular is noted for his defense of native rights in criticism of Spanish colonial practices. Sahagún, through his extensive work with native informants, compiled detailed ethnographic accounts that remain critical to understanding Aztec society. Juan de Grijalva, a key figure in the early Spanish exploration of Mexico, embarked on his expedition in 1518. He was accompanied by Juan Diaz, among others. Diaz, a chronicler of the expedition, later authored the work The Itinerary of Grijalva, a document composed before 1520 that provides detailed observations from their journey. In this account, Diaz vividly describes encountering the aftermath of an Aztec sacrificial ritual on an island off the coast of Veracruz, and it reads as follows. This is from his writings. When we reached said tower, the captain asked him why such deeds were committed there, and the Indian answered that it was done as a kind of sacrifice, and gave to understand that the victims were beheaded on the wide stone, that the blood was poured into the vase, and the heart was taken out of the breast and burned and offered to said idol. The fleshy parts of the arms and legs were cut off and eaten. This was done to the enemies with whom they were at war. Another account by Bernal Diaz adds to Juan's depiction. It goes like this. On these altars were idols with evil-looking bodies, and at every night 5 Indians had been sacrificed before them. Their chests had been cut open, and their arms and thighs had been removed. The walls were covered with blood. We stood greatly amazed, and gave the island the name Ileta de Sacrificios, the Island of Sacrifices. Hernan Cortes also writes extensively about the practices of sacrifice that he witnessed. He wrote as following in his journals. They have a most horrid and abominable custom, which truly ought to be punished, and which until now we have seen in no part, and this is that whenever they wish to ask something of the idols, in order that their plea may find more acceptance, they take many boys and girls, and even adults, and in the presence of these idols they open their chests while they are still alive, take out their hearts and entrails, and burn them before the idols, offering the smoke as sacrifice. Some of us have seen this, and they said it is the most terrible and frightful thing that they have ever witnessed. We also have another account from an anonymous conquistador, and it goes as following. they lead them up to the temple, where they dance and carry on joyously, and the man about to be sacrificed dances and carries on like the rest. At length, the man who offers the sacrifice strips him naked, and leads him at once to the stairway of the tower where is the stone idol. Here they stretch him on his back, tying the hands to the sides and fastening the legs. Soon comes the sacrificing priest, and this is no small office among them, armed with some stone knife which cuts like steel, and is as big as one of our large knives. He plunges the knife into the chest, opens it, and tears out the heart, hot and palpitating. And this is quickly as one might cross himself. At this point the chief priest of the temple takes it, and anoints the mouth of the principal idol with the blood. Then, filling his hand with it, he flings it towards the sun, or towards some star if it be night. Then he anoints the mouths of all the other idols of wood and stone, and sprinkles blood on the cornice of the chapel of the principal idol. Afterwards they burn the heart, preserving the ashes as a great relic, and likewise they burn the body of the sacrifice, but these ashes are kept apart from those of the heart in a different vase. The debate over the ecological motivations behind Aztec human sacrifices is one that is highly nuanced. Of course, different anthropologists and historians offer their own contrasting and sometimes contradicting theories. One anthropologist, Michael Harner, suggests that the primary driver for the Aztec practice of cannibalism was a nutritional deficiency in their diet, specifically a lack of sufficient protein. According to him, the Aztecs faced high population pressures and relied heavily on maize agriculture, which of course did not provide essential amino acids. Thus, with limited access to large game due to increasing population and competition with other carnivores, Harner suggests that human sacrifice and the subsequent cannibalism of war captives became a grim solution to this problem. Marvin Harris supports this viewpoint in his work Cannibals and Kings, suggesting that human flesh was considered an elite food, consumed as a reward by the aristocracy to supplement a protein-deficient diet. This theory proposes that the ecological pressures of a densely populated agricultural society, lacking domesticated animals for meat, led to ritualistic cannibalism. But conversely, there are those who challenge these claims, criticizing the foundation of Harner's argument and questioning the reliability of his sources. Ortiz de Montellano points out that the Aztec diet included a variety of protein sources, such as salamanders, fowl, armadillos, and even weasels, which were abundant in and around Lake Texcoco, the Aztecs' homeland. Moreover, he highlights that amaranth, a plant integral to the Aztec diet, was rich in both leaves and seeds that provided the necessary protein. Now, Ortiz de Montellano further argues that the Aztecs' advanced agricultural techniques, such as chinampas or floating gardens, along with a tribute system, did well enough to ensure a good surplus of food resources, which of course contradicts this notion of a protein crisis. He also criticizes Harner's dependence on historical sources from Spanish conquerors, which he believes could have been biased to justify certain colonial aspects by depicting Aztec society as barbaric and negative. Now, The whole system of sacrifice in Aztec culture was of course so intertwined that it had become a completely normal thing. No one had really batted an eyelid at the daily spectacle. It had simply been going on for so long, and it was not only a spiritual duty, but evolved into this grand theatrical performance that involved the entire community. Thus it was far from the mere killing of war captives or criminals, but it was a ritualized expression of cosmological beliefs, meticulously designed to maintain cosmic order and communicate with the gods. Thus victims were not merely individuals. They were transformed into what the Aztecs called Teixipla, representatives or embodiments of gods, taking on the divine persona through elaborate ceremonial dress and behavior. During the numerous Aztec festivals, these chosen individuals, often warriors captured in battle or slaves bought specifically for this purpose, were adorned with the attributes of specific deities, dressed up the best way they could do it. This transformation was both physical and symbolic. It involved costumes, masks, and even the enactment of mythical narratives associated with the gods. This process, of course, culminated in the crescendo of ritualistic death, which was believed to nourish the gods, just like feeding a bird. Now this concept of netio to quilici, which, sorry about my Aztec pronunciation, we didn't learn that in school, but the rough translation is the desire to be regarded as a god, highlights the profound sense of honor and duty that was associated with being chosen as a sacrifice. Now, far from being seen as merely victims, these individuals were revered and honored. Their presence was celebrated with dances, music, and public adoration. Thus, in the year leading up to their sacrifice, they were treated as living deities, a temporary but awe-inspiring status that elevated them above their earthly existence. Diego Duran's historical accounts provide vivid descriptions of how these sacrifice rituals permeated Aztec culture. The use of a victim's skin, particularly in the festival of Xipe Tokek, or Our Lord the Flayed One, exemplifies the deep symbolic connection between the sacrificial act and agricultural fertility. The person who donned the flayed skin was believed to acquire divine attributes, a transformation that showed the profound interplay between death, renewal, and the sustenance of life. And such rituals underscored the Aztec belief in the cyclical nature of life and death, where human sacrifice was seen as a vital conduit, completely necessary act to ensure their ongoing life. Thus the remains of the sacrificed, whether bones, skulls, or skin, were treated with great reverence and respect, considered powerful relics that held ongoing religious significance. At the apex of Aztec society was the Tlatoani, the emperor, who held absolute power and was considered semi-divine. Below him were the nobles, the Pipiltin, who managed the lands and were closely tied to the royal family through blood or marriage. Warriors held a special place in this hierarchy. Their ability to capture enemies destined for sacrifice directly influenced their social standing and potential for upward mobility. This unique aspect of Aztec culture made the role of the warrior pivotal, as success in battle was one of the few ways individuals could achieve greater status and recognition. The importance of bravery and honor in the context of sacrifice was paramount. Those chosen were simply expected to joyously embrace their fate with courage and dignity. If a captive showed fear or reluctance, it reflected poorly on their character and status, and they were subjected to a dishonorable death. This not only affected their legacy, but also their supposed journey in the afterlife. Aztec beliefs held that those who died honorably in sacrifice or battle ascended to a higher form of heaven, whereas those who died less noble deaths faced a more perilous and demeaning afterlife. Well, I would like to thank you for joining me today. That's just about all we have to say about human sacrifice. Of course, it all came to an end, but the empire had to come crashing down eventually. Well, I suppose that is a topic that needs its own video. Thank you to my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, and James. And thank you for watching all this way. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone.